Today, I want to talk to you about something that is crucial for success in any aspect of life: your mindset. In today's fast-paced world, it's easy to get caught up in the chaos and lose sight of our thoughts and beliefs. But let me tell you, your mindset is the foundation of everything you do. It determines your actions, your decisions, and ultimately, your results. That's why in this video, I want to share with you 5 powerful ways to master your mindset and achieve the success you desire. Now, I know many of you may be feeling overwhelmed, stuck, or even defeated by your current mindset. But I want you to know that you are not alone. We all face challenges and obstacles when it comes to our mindset. But the good news is, we have the power to change it. By listening to this message and implementing these 5 strategies, you can turn things around and create a powerful mindset that will lead you to success. So whether you're an entrepreneur, a student, a parent, or anyone striving for personal growth, this video is for you. Are you ready to take control of your mindset and transform your life? Then let's dive in and discover the 5 ways to master your mindset. Remember, your mindset is the key to unlocking your full potential. Let's get started. Starting with number 5. The 5th way to master your mindset is practicing gratitude. As a personal development expert, I have seen time and time again the power of gratitude in transforming individuals into their best selves. It is a simple yet profound practice that can bring about immense joy, peace, and success in our lives. But before we dive into the power of gratitude, let me ask you this. How many of you woke up this morning feeling grateful for the gift of another day? How many of you took a moment to appreciate the roof over your head, the food on your table, and the people in your life who love and support you? You see, gratitude is not just a feeling, it is a mindset. It is a way of looking at the world and finding the good in every situation. Now, I know what some of you may be thinking. It's easy to be grateful when everything is going well. But what about when life throws us a curveball? When we face challenges and setbacks, it can be difficult to find anything to be grateful for. But I want to challenge you to see gratitude as a tool to help you overcome those obstacles and come out stronger on the other side. You see, gratitude is not about denying our problems or pretending they don't exist. It is about shifting our perspective and finding the lessons and blessings in every situation. As the saying goes, what you focus on expands. When we focus on the negative, we only attract more negativity into our lives. But when we choose to focus on the positive, we invite more positivity and abundance into our lives. So how do we practice gratitude in our daily lives? It starts with being mindful and present in the moment. We live in a fast-paced world where we are constantly bombarded with distractions. We are always thinking about the next task, the next goal, the next thing we want to achieve. But in doing so, we often forget to appreciate the present moment. We forget to be grateful for what we have right now. I want to share with you a simple but powerful practice that has transformed my life: keeping a gratitude journal. Every day, take a few minutes to write down at least 3 things you are grateful for. It could be something as small as a good cup of coffee or something as big as your health. The key is to focus on the feeling of gratitude as you write it down. This simple practice will not only help you cultivate a grateful mindset, but it will also serve as a reminder of all the good in your life when you are feeling down. Another way to practice gratitude is by expressing it to others. How often do we take the people in our lives for granted? We assume they know how much we appreciate them, but how often do we actually tell them? Take the time to express your gratitude to those who have made a positive impact in your life. It could be a simple thank you note, a heartfelt conversation, or a small gesture of kindness. Not only will it make their day, but it will also deepen your relationships and bring more love and positivity into your life. Now let's address the elephant in the room. What about when things are not going well? When we are facing challenges and struggles, it can be difficult to find anything to be grateful for. But I want to remind you that even in our darkest moments, there is always something to be grateful for. It could be the lessons we are learning, the strength we are building, or the support of our loved ones. As the saying goes, in every negative, there is a positive waiting to be found. Practicing gratitude also helps us cultivate a mindset of abundance. When we are grateful for what we have, we are sending a message to the universe that we are content and fulfilled. And in return, the universe responds by bringing more blessings into our lives. It is a powerful cycle that can help us attract more success, happiness, and abundance into our lives. Now, I want to talk to you about the fourth way to master your mindset by embracing failure. Now, I know what you might be thinking. Why would anyone want to embrace failure? We have been conditioned to fear failure, to avoid it at all costs. But I am here to tell you that failure is not something to be feared, but rather something to be embraced. Why? Because failure is a necessary part of the journey towards success. Think about it. Every successful person you know has failed at some point in their lives. Thomas Edison failed over 1,000 times before he invented the light bulb. Walt Disney was fired from a newspaper for lacking creativity and having no good ideas. Oprah Winfrey was told she was unfit for TV before becoming one of the most influential media personalities in the world. These individuals did not let failure stop them. They used it as fuel to propel them towards their dreams. Failure is not the opposite of success. It is a stepping stone towards it. It teaches us valuable lessons and helps us grow and improve. But in order to embrace failure, we must first change our perspective on it. We must see it as an opportunity rather than a setback. One way to do this is by reframing our thoughts. Instead of saying, I failed, say, I learned. Instead of seeing failure as the end, see it as a new beginning. This shift in mindset can make all the difference in how we handle failure and use it to our advantage. Another way to embrace failure is by understanding that it is a natural part of the learning process. Just like a child learning to walk, we must stumble and fall before we can walk with confidence. In the same way, we must fail before we can succeed. Failure is not a sign of weakness, but a sign of growth and progress. Moreover, failure allows us to push ourselves out of our comfort zones and take risks. It forces us to think outside the box and come up with new solutions. As the saying goes, if you want something you've never had, you must be willing to do something you've never done. Failure is a necessary ingredient in the recipe for success. But perhaps the most important reason to embrace failure is that it builds resilience. In life, we will face many challenges and setbacks, but it is our ability to bounce back from them that will determine our success. Resilience is like a muscle. The more we use it, the stronger it becomes. And failure is the perfect opportunity to flex that muscle and build our resilience. So, my friends, I urge you to embrace failure. Do not let it discourage you or hold you back. Instead, use it as a tool to propel you towards your goals and dreams. As Winston Churchill once said, success is not final, failure is not fatal. It is the courage to continue that counts. Now, I want to leave you with a few practical tips on how to embrace failure and use it to your advantage. 1. Reframe your thoughts. Instead of seeing failure as a negative, see it as an opportunity to learn and grow. 2. Learn from your mistakes. Take the time to reflect on your failures and identify what went wrong. Use this knowledge to improve and do better next time. 3. Keep a positive attitude. It can be easy to get discouraged when we fail, but it is important to maintain a positive attitude. Remember, failure is not the end. It is just a temporary setback. 4. Don't be afraid to ask for help. Sometimes we need a fresh perspective to see things in a different light. Don't be afraid to reach out to others for advice and support. Now to number 3. The third way to master your mindset is by surrounding yourself with positive influences. Now let me ask you this. Have you ever heard the saying, you are the average of the 5 people you spend the most time with? Well, it's true. The people we surround ourselves with have a huge impact on our thoughts, beliefs, and actions. They can either lift us up or bring us down. That's why it's crucial to carefully choose the people we allow into our lives. You see, we are all influenced by our environment, whether we realize it or not. Our minds are like sponges, absorbing everything around us. That's why it's important to surround ourselves with positive influences that will help us grow and become the best version of ourselves. So how do we surround ourselves with positive influences? Well, the first step is to identify the people in our lives who have a positive impact on us. These are the people who inspire us, motivate us, and push us to become better. They could be our family, friends, mentors, or even colleagues. The next step is to limit our exposure to negative influences. These are the people who constantly bring us down, discourage us, and drain our energy. They could be the naysayers, the complainers, or the ones who always see the glass as half empty. Now, I'm not saying that we should completely cut these people out of our lives, but we should limit our interactions with them. Surrounding ourselves with positive influences also means immersing ourselves in positive environments. This could be attending seminars, workshops, or conferences where we can learn from successful and inspiring individuals. It could also mean joining a mastermind group or a community of like-minded individuals who share our goals and values. Now, I know what some of you may be thinking, but Jim, what if I don't have any positive influences in my life? Well, my friend, it's time to go out and find them. You see, we are not limited to the people we already know. We can always expand our network and meet new people who can have a positive impact on our lives. One way to do this is by volunteering or getting involved in community service. Not only will you be giving back to society, but you'll also have the opportunity to meet new people and make a positive impact on their lives. Another way is by joining clubs or organizations that align with our interests and goals. This will not only help us expand our network, but also surround ourselves with like-minded individuals who can support and motivate us. Surrounding ourselves with positive influences also means being selective with the information we consume. In today's digital age, we are bombarded with information from various sources, and not all of it is positive. That's why it's important to be mindful of the content we consume, whether it's through social media, news outlets, or even the books we read. We should strive to feed our minds with positive and uplifting information that will help us grow and expand our mindset. Now, I want to share with you a personal experience that highlights the power of positive influences. When I was just starting out in my career, I had the opportunity to work with a successful businessman who became my mentor. He was a positive influence in my life, constantly pushing me to grow and learn. He taught me valuable lessons about success, mindset, and personal development. And I can say without a doubt that he played a significant role in shaping me into the person I am today. But it's not just about finding positive influences, it's also about being a positive influence ourselves. We should strive to be the kind of person that others want to surround themselves with. We can do this by being kind, supportive, and encouraging towards others. We should also be willing to share our knowledge and experiences with others, just like my mentor did with me. Surrounding ourselves with positive influences is not just about achieving success. It's also about living a happy and fulfilling life. When we surround ourselves with positive people, we are more likely to adopt their positive mindset and outlook on life. We become more optimistic, resilient, and grateful for what we have. And as a result, we attract more positivity into our lives. Now, we need to create our reality, but it can also be our biggest obstacle. Our thoughts and beliefs shape our actions, and our actions determine our results. So, if we want to achieve success in any aspect of our lives, we must first master our mindset. And that brings me to goal setting. Setting goals is the foundation of personal development. It is the first step towards creating the life you desire. Without a clear destination in mind, how can we expect to reach our desired destination? Let me share with you a story. When I was 25 years old, I was working as a stock clerk in a small store. I was living paycheck to paycheck, and I had no idea what I wanted to do with my life. One day, my mentor asked me a simple question: what do you want in life? And I couldn't answer that question. I had never thought about it before. That's when I realized that I needed to set goals for myself. So I sat down and wrote down a list of things I wanted to achieve. I wanted to become financially independent, travel the world, and impact people's lives. And let me tell you, my friends, once I had a clear vision of what I wanted, everything changed. I started taking action towards my goals. And within a few years, I was able to achieve everything I had written down on that piece of paper. But here's the thing. Setting goals is not just about writing them down and forgetting about them. It's about creating a plan of action and consistently working towards them. You see, goals without action are just dreams. And dreams, my friends, are just fantasies. But when we combine our goals with consistent action, that's when we start to see real results. Now, I know that setting goals can be intimidating for some of you. You may be afraid of failure or not knowing where to start. But let me tell you this, failure is not the opposite of success. It's a part of success. We must embrace failure and learn from it. And as for not knowing where to start, let me give you a simple formula that has worked for me and countless others. First, be specific about what you want. Don't just say, I want to be rich. Instead, say, I want to earn $1 million in the next 5 years. Be specific, and your mind will start to work towards making it a reality. Next, write down your goals. As I mentioned earlier, goals without writing them down are just dreams. Writing them down gives them power and holds you accountable. Then, set a deadline for each goal. This creates a sense of urgency and motivates you to take action. Once you have your goals written down, break them down into smaller, actionable steps. This makes them less overwhelming and more achievable. And finally, take action every day towards your goals. It doesn't have to be a big action. Even small steps count. The key is to be consistent and keep moving forward. Now, I know some of you may be thinking, but Jim, what if I don't achieve my goals? Well, my friends, I have a simple answer for that. Adjust and readjust. Life is not a straight line. It's full of twists and turns. And sometimes our goals may change, and that's okay. The important thing is to keep setting goals and taking action towards them. You see, setting goals is not just about achieving them. It's about the journey. It's about becoming the best version of ourselves and constantly growing and evolving. And that, my friends, is the beauty of personal development. Now to the number one way to master your mindset. I have spent decades studying and teaching personal development, and I can confidently say that this one practice has the power to transform your life in ways you never thought possible. So what is this powerful practice, you may ask? It is none other than positive self-talk. Yes, you heard me right. The way we talk to ourselves has a profound impact on our thoughts, emotions, and actions. And in order to achieve success and fulfillment in life, we must first master our mindset through positive self-talk. Now, some of you may be skeptical. You may be thinking, how can talking to myself make any difference? But let me tell you, my friends, our thoughts and words have immense power. They shape our beliefs, which in turn shape our actions and ultimately our results. Think about it. How many times have you talked yourself out of something? How many times have you let negative self-talk hold you back from pursuing your dreams? We are our own worst critics. And if we continue to feed ourselves with negative thoughts and words, we will never reach our full potential. On the other hand, positive self-talk has the power to uplift us, motivate us, and push us towards greatness. When we speak to ourselves with kindness, encouragement, and belief, we create a positive mindset that allows us to overcome challenges and achieve our goals. But let me be clear. Positive self-talk is not about being delusional or ignoring our problems. It is about acknowledging our struggles and choosing to focus on the solutions instead of dwelling on the negatives. It is about shifting our perspective and finding the good in every situation. So how can we practice positive self-talk? The first step is to become aware of our inner dialogue. Pay attention to the thoughts and words that run through your mind. Are they uplifting or self-defeating? Are they empowering or limiting? Once you become aware of your self-talk, you can start to change it. The second step is to replace negative self-talk with positive affirmations. Affirmations are powerful statements that we repeat to ourselves to reinforce positive beliefs. For example, instead of saying, "I can't do this," say, "I am capable and I will figure it out." Instead of saying, "I am not good enough," say, "I am worthy and I am enough." Now, I know some of you may be thinking, "But Jim, I don't believe these affirmations." And that is okay. It takes time and practice to change our beliefs. But here's the thing. Our thoughts and words have a way of becoming our reality. So even if you don't fully believe in your affirmations at first, keep repeating them. Eventually, your mind will start to believe them and your actions will follow. The third step is to surround yourself with positivity. Our environment plays a huge role in our mindset. If we surround ourselves with negative people and situations, it's easy to fall into negative self-talk. But if we surround ourselves with positive and supportive individuals, it can uplift us and reinforce our positive self-talk. And finally, the most important step is to be patient and persistent. Mastering your mindset through positive self-talk is not a one-time thing. It's a daily practice. It takes time and effort to change our thoughts and beliefs, but I can assure you it is worth it. Now, some of you may be wondering, how does positive self-talk tie into personal development? Well, my friends, personal development is all about becoming the best version of ourselves. And in order to do that, we must first master our mindset. We must learn to control our thoughts and beliefs, and positive self-talk is the key to doing that. When we have a positive mindset, we are more open to learning and growth. We are more resilient in the face of challenges, and we are more confident in pursuing our dreams. Positive self-talk allows us to break through our self-imposed limitations and reach our full potential. So my challenge to you today is to start practicing positive self-talk. Become aware of your inner dialogue. Replace negative thoughts with positive affirmations. Surround yourself with positivity and be patient and persistent. I can guarantee that if you commit to this practice, you will see a significant improvement in your mindset and your life. In closing, my friends, the number one way to master your mindset is through positive self-talk. So let's commit to speaking kindly and positively to ourselves and watch as our mindset and our lives change for the better. Thank you. In today's message, I want to talk to you about the power of your thoughts and how they can truly shape your life. We all have thoughts, but not all of us have mastered them. And that's okay, because in this video, I'm going to share with you 5 practical ways to take control of your thinking and use it to your advantage. You see, our thoughts are like seeds that we plant in our minds. And just like a seed, they have the potential to grow into something beautiful or something destructive. The good news is we have the power to choose which thoughts we want to nurture and which ones we want to weed out. I know that many of you may be struggling with negative thoughts, self-doubt, and limiting beliefs. But I want you to know that you are not alone. We all have our battles with our thoughts. But by listening to this message, you are taking the first step towards turning things around. So, get ready to learn how to master your thinking and create a life that you truly desire. Let's dive in. The 5th way to master your thinking is practicing gratitude. Now, before I dive into this topic, let me ask you a question. How many of you wake up every morning feeling grateful for what you have in your life? How many of you take a moment each day to appreciate the blessings that surround you? I can bet that not many of you do. And that is why I am here today, to remind you of the power and importance of gratitude. You see, gratitude is not just a mere feeling or emotion. It is a way of life. It is a state of mind that can transform your entire being. It is the key to unlocking a life of abundance, happiness, and success. But why is gratitude so important? Well, let me tell you a story. There was once a man who had everything: a successful career, a loving family, and a beautiful home. Yet he was constantly unhappy and dissatisfied with his life. He always wanted more, and he never took the time to appreciate what he already had. One day he met a wise man who told him, "If you are not grateful for what you have, you will never be happy with what you get." These words struck a chord with the man, and he decided to change his perspective. He started practicing gratitude, and to his surprise, his life began to change. He became more content, more fulfilled, and more successful than ever before. And that, my friends, is the power of gratitude. You see, when you practice gratitude, you shift your focus from what you lack to what you have. You start to see the beauty in the little things, and you appreciate the people and things in your life more deeply. And when you are grateful, you attract more things to be grateful for. It's like a magnet that attracts positivity and abundance into your life. But let me tell you, gratitude is not just about saying thank you. It is about feeling thankful. It is about expressing your appreciation and acknowledging the goodness in your life. It is about counting your blessings, no matter how small they may seem. So how can you practice gratitude? Well, it's simple. First and foremost, start your day with gratitude. As soon as you wake up, take a moment to think about all the things you are grateful for. It could be something as simple as having a roof over your head or a warm cup of coffee. And before you go to bed, reflect on your day and think about the good things that happened to you. This will help you go to sleep with a positive mindset. Another way to practice gratitude is by keeping a gratitude journal. Every day, write down at least 3 things you are grateful for. It could be anything: a kind gesture from a stranger, a promotion at work, or a beautiful sunset. This will not only help you cultivate a grateful mindset, but it will also serve as a reminder of all the good things in your life when you are feeling down. You can also express your gratitude to others. Take the time to thank the people in your life who have made a positive impact. It could be your parents, your friends, your colleagues, or even a stranger who helped you in some way. Your words of appreciation can make someone's day and spread positivity in the world. Now, I know what some of you may be thinking, but Jim, my life is not perfect. I have struggles, challenges, and setbacks. How can I be grateful for that? My friends, let me tell you, gratitude is not about denying your problems. It is about finding the silver lining in every situation. It is about learning from your struggles and growing from your challenges. It is about being grateful for the lessons they teach you and the strength they give you. In fact, I believe that the toughest times in our lives are the ones we should be most grateful for. They shape us into who we are and prepare us for the future. As the saying goes, smooth seas do not make skillful sailors. So embrace your struggles and be grateful for the growth they bring. Now, I want to leave you with a challenge. For the next 21 days, I want you to practice gratitude every day. Write down 3 things you are grateful for. Express your appreciation to someone, or simply take a moment to reflect on your blessings. And I guarantee you, after 21 days, you will see a shift in your mindset and your life. Now to number 4. The 4th way to master your thinking is by setting goals and creating a plan. We all have dreams and aspirations, things that we want to achieve in our lives. But the sad truth is that most people never turn those dreams into reality. They remain just that, dreams. Why is that? It's because they lack a clear direction and a plan to get there. As the saying goes, if you fail to plan, you plan to fail. Setting goals is the first step towards achieving success. It gives us a clear target to aim for and a purpose to work towards. Without goals, we are just wandering aimlessly through life, never truly reaching our full potential. Goals give us something to strive for, something to get excited about, and something to measure our progress against. But setting goals is not enough. We also need to have a plan in place to achieve those goals. A goal without a plan is just a wish. We must have a roadmap that will guide us towards our desired destination. A plan helps us break down our goals into smaller, more manageable tasks. It helps us stay focused and on track. It gives us a sense of direction and purpose. Now, I know some of you may be thinking, but Jim, I don't know how to set goals or create a plan. Well, let me tell you, it's not as complicated as you may think. The first step is to have a clear vision of what you want to achieve. Ask yourself, what do I want to accomplish in my life? Be specific and write it down. This will be your ultimate goal. Next, break down that goal into smaller, more achievable goals. These will be your short-term goals. For example, if your ultimate goal is to start your own business, your short-term goals could be to research the market, create a business plan, and save a certain amount of money. Once you have your short-term goals, it's time to create a plan to achieve them. This plan should include specific actions you need to take and a timeline for when you want to achieve each goal. It's important to be realistic and give yourself enough time to accomplish each task. Remember, Rome wasn't built in a day. But setting goals and creating a plan is just the beginning. The real work comes in actually taking action towards your goals. You can have the best plan in the world, but if you don't take action, it's all for nothing. As the great Napoleon Hill once said, action is the real measure of intelligence. So, my friends, I urge you to take action towards your goals. Don't wait for the perfect moment or for everything to fall into place. The perfect moment is now. The time is now. Don't let fear or doubt hold you back. Remember, success is not a matter of chance, it's a matter of choice. It's up to you to make the choice to take action towards your goals. And let me tell you, the journey towards achieving your goals will not be easy. There will be obstacles and challenges along the way. But don't let them discourage you. Embrace them as opportunities to learn and grow. As the saying goes, smooth seas do not make skillful sailors. It's through overcoming challenges that we become stronger and more resilient. Another important aspect of setting goals and creating a plan is to constantly review and adjust them. Life is not a straight line. It's full of twists and turns. And sometimes our goals may change, or our plans may need to be adjusted. Don't be afraid to adapt and make changes as needed. The important thing is to keep moving forward towards your ultimate goal. And now the third way to master your thinking, and that is by surrounding yourself with positive people. Now, I know what some of you may be thinking. Why is it so important to surround ourselves with positive people? Can't we just be positive on our own? Well, the answer is yes, we can be positive on our own, but it becomes much easier when we have a supportive and positive environment around us. As the saying goes, you are the average of the 5 people you spend the most time with. This is a powerful statement, and one that I believe holds a lot of truth. We are heavily influenced by the people we surround ourselves with, whether we realize it or not. So it is crucial that we choose our company wisely. Think about it. If you surround yourself with negative, toxic people who constantly complain and bring you down, how do you think that will affect your mindset? It will be much harder for you to maintain a positive outlook when you are constantly bombarded with negativity. On the other hand, if you surround yourself with positive, motivated individuals who uplift and inspire you, it becomes much easier to maintain a positive mindset. So the question then becomes, how do we surround ourselves with positive people? Well, let me share with you a few ways that have worked for me and I believe will work for you as well. Firstly, be intentional about the people you spend time with. This may sound obvious, but oftentimes we don't realize the impact that certain people have on us until it's too late. Take a moment to reflect on the people in your life and ask yourself, do these people bring positivity into my life? Do they support and encourage me? Do they inspire me to be a better version of myself? If the answer to these questions is no, then it may be time to reevaluate the relationships in your life. Surrounding yourself with positive people also means being selective about the media you consume. In today's digital age, we are constantly bombarded with information, and it is up to us to filter out the negative and focus on the positive. Be mindful of the content you are consuming, whether it be on social media, television, or in books. Make sure that it aligns with your values and goals and contributes to your personal growth. Secondly, seek out like-minded individuals. It's important to surround yourself with people who share similar interests and goals as you. This not only creates a sense of camaraderie, but also provides a support system for you to lean on. When you have a group of people who are all working towards a common goal, it becomes much easier to stay motivated and positive. One of the best ways to find like-minded individuals is by joining groups or organizations that align with your interests. This could be a book club, a volunteer organization, or a fitness group. Not only will you meet new people, but you will also have the opportunity to learn from others and expand your knowledge and skills. Thirdly, be a positive influence yourself. We often forget that we have the power to influence those around us. By being a positive and uplifting person, you can inspire others to do the same. Your positive energy and attitude can be contagious, and you may find that people are naturally drawn to you because of it. In addition, by being a positive influence, you will attract positive people into your life. Like attracts like. And when you radiate positivity, you will naturally attract positive people into your circle. So focus on being the best version of yourself and watch as the right people come into your life. Lastly, don't be afraid to distance yourself from negative people. This can be a difficult step, especially if these negative people are friends or family members. But sometimes, in order to grow and thrive, we need to let go of relationships that no longer serve us. This doesn't mean that you have to completely cut these people out of your life, but it does mean setting boundaries and limiting your time with them. And now to number 2. The second way to master your thinking is by reading and learning. Now, I know what some of you might be thinking. Reading? Learning? That sounds boring and tedious. But let me tell you, my friends, there is no greater investment than investing in yourself through reading and learning. As the saying goes, leaders are readers. You see, the world is changing at a rapid pace. And in order to keep up with this ever-evolving world, we must continuously learn and adapt. The moment we stop learning, we stop growing. And the moment we stop growing, we start dying. Reading and learning is not just about acquiring knowledge. It's about gaining an edge over others. It's about staying ahead of the game. It's about becoming the best version of yourself. Now you might be wondering, what should I read? Where should I start? My answer to that is simple. Read anything and everything that interests you. Whether it's books, articles, blogs, or even podcasts, as long as it's something that sparks your curiosity, go for it. But I must warn you, not all reading material is created equal. Be selective in what you read. Choose books that will challenge you, inspire you, and teach you something new. As my mentor, Earl Showoff, used to say, don't wish it was easier, wish you were better. Don't wish for less problems, wish for more skills. Reading and learning also allows us to gain new perspectives. We all have our own biases and beliefs, but by reading and learning from different sources, We open ourselves up to new ideas and ways of thinking. This not only expands our knowledge, but it also helps us become more open-minded and understanding individuals. Furthermore, reading and learning helps us to develop critical thinking skills. In today's world, where information is readily available at our fingertips, it's important to be able to sift through the noise and determine what is true and what is not. By reading and learning, we sharpen our ability to think critically and make informed decisions. But it's not just about gaining knowledge and skills. It's also about personal growth. Reading and learning allows us to reflect on our own thoughts and beliefs. It helps us to identify areas where we need to improve and gives us the tools to do so. As Warren Buffett once said, "The more you learn, the more you'll earn." Now, some of you might be thinking, "I don't have time to read, I'm too busy." But let me tell you, we all have the same 24 hours in a day. It's how we choose to use those hours that makes all the difference. Instead of spending hours scrolling through social media or binge-watching TV shows, use that time to read and learn. Make it a priority. And for those of you who say, "I don't like reading, it's not for me," well, I have news for you. Reading is a skill. And like any other skill, it can be developed and improved upon. Start small, set a goal to read for just 15 minutes a day, and gradually increase it. You'll be surprised at how much you can learn in just a short amount of time. But reading and learning is not just about personal growth, it's also about leaving a legacy. As the saying goes, a book is a gift you can open again and again. By reading and learning, we not only better ourselves, but we also have the opportunity to share our knowledge and experiences with others through writing or teaching. And let me tell you, there is no greater feeling than knowing that you have positively impacted someone's life through your words and teachings. As Maya Angelou said, "When you learn, teach. When you get, give." Now it is an honor to stand before you today and share with you the number one way to master your thinking. This is a topic that has been near and dear to my heart for many years, and I am grateful for the opportunity to share my insights with you. As we embark on this journey of personal development, it is important to remember that our thoughts create our reality. Everything that we see, feel, and experience in our lives is a direct result of our thinking. Therefore, it is crucial that we learn to master our thoughts in order to create the life that we desire. So, what is the number one way to do this? It is simple yet powerful, and it is something that each and every one of us can do. The number one way to master your thinking is to practice positive self-talk. You see, our minds are like gardens. Whatever seeds we plant in them will grow and flourish. If we plant seeds of doubt, fear, and negativity, we will reap a harvest of the same. But if we plant seeds of positivity, confidence, and belief, we will reap a harvest of abundance and success. This is where positive self-talk comes in. It is the act of consciously choosing to speak to ourselves in a positive and empowering manner. It is the practice of replacing negative thoughts with positive ones, and it is a habit that can transform our lives. Now, I know what some of you may be thinking, but Jim, I can't control my thoughts. They just pop into my head, and I understand where you are coming from. Our minds are constantly bombarded with external stimuli, and it can be challenging to filter out the negative thoughts. But let me tell you, it is not impossible. Think of it this way. If someone came up to you and started spewing negativity and criticism, would you just stand there and take it? Of course not. You would either walk away or stand up for yourself and defend your worth. So why do we allow our own minds to do the same thing to us? It is time to take control of our thoughts and choose to speak to ourselves in a positive and empowering manner. And the best way to do this is through positive self-talk. Now, I want to share with you 3 simple steps to practice positive self-talk and master your thinking. Step 1, Become aware of your thoughts. The first step in any change is awareness. We must become aware of our thoughts in order to change them. So, I challenge you to pay attention to your thoughts throughout the day. Are they mostly positive or negative? Are they empowering or limiting? Once you become aware of your thoughts, you can start to make changes. Step 2, replace negative thoughts with positive ones. When a negative thought pops into your head, acknowledge it and then consciously choose to replace it with a positive one. For example, if you catch yourself thinking, "I can't do this," replace it with, "I am capable and I will figure it out." It may feel unnatural at first, but with practice, it will become second nature. Step 3, affirm yourself daily. It is not enough to just replace negative thoughts with positive ones. We must also actively affirm ourselves on a daily basis. This can be done through daily affirmations or simply speaking positive statements to ourselves throughout the day. The key is to make these affirmations specific, positive, and in the present tense. For example, "I am confident, capable, and worthy of success." Now, some of you may be thinking, "But Jim, this all sounds great in theory, but does it really work?" And my answer to that is yes, it does. I have seen the power of positive self-talk in my own life and in the lives of countless others. It has the ability to transform our thoughts, our beliefs, and ultimately our reality. But don't just take my word for it. I encourage you to try it for yourself. Make a commitment to practice positive self-talk for the next 30 days and see how it impacts your life. I can guarantee that you will see a difference. As we wrap up, I want to leave you with one final thought. Our thoughts are powerful. They have the ability to shape our reality and determine our level of success. So let's make a conscious effort to master our thinking by practicing positive self-talk. Let's plant seeds of positivity, confidence, and belief in our minds and watch them grow into a life of abundance and success. Thank you. In today's message, I want to talk to you about a topic that is crucial for success in all areas of life: self-confidence. It's something that we all struggle with at some point in our lives, whether it's in our personal relationships, our careers, or even just our day-to-day interactions with others. But the good news is, you are not alone in this struggle. I've seen it time and time again where people let their lack of self-confidence hold them back from reaching their full potential. And I'm here to tell you that it doesn't have to be that way. I've spent decades studying and teaching the principles of personal development, and I can confidently say that mastering self-confidence is a skill that can be learned and cultivated. And in this video, I'm going to share with you 5 ways to do just that. So if you're tired of feeling insecure and unsure of yourself, if you're ready to take control of your life and achieve your goals with unwavering confidence, then this message is for you. By the end of this video, you will have the tools and strategies to turn your self-confidence around and become the best version of yourself. Let's get started. Starting with number 5, which is mastering self-confidence by taking care of yourself. You see, self-confidence is not something that can be achieved overnight. It is a journey that requires dedication, self-awareness, and most importantly, self-care. Let me tell you a story. When I was young, I lacked self-confidence. I was constantly comparing myself to others and doubting my abilities. But then I realized that I was neglecting the most important person in my life, myself. I was not taking care of myself physically, mentally, and emotionally. And that's when I understood that self-care is the foundation of self-confidence. So, how can we take care of ourselves to boost our self-confidence? Let me share with you the 4 pillars of self-care. The first pillar is physical self-care. Our bodies are our temples, and we must treat them with love and respect. This means nourishing our bodies with healthy food, staying active, and getting enough rest. When we take care of our physical well-being, we feel more energized, confident, and ready to take on any challenge that comes our way. The second pillar is mental self-care. Our minds are powerful, and we must learn to tame them. Negative self-talk and limiting beliefs can hold us back from reaching our full potential. That's why it is crucial to practice self-awareness and mindfulness. Be aware of your thoughts and replace any negative ones with positive affirmations. Believe in yourself, and you will see a significant improvement in your self-confidence. The third pillar is emotional self-care. Our emotions play a significant role in our overall well-being. It is essential to acknowledge and process our emotions, whether they are positive or negative. Find healthy ways to express your emotions, such as journaling, talking to a friend, or seeking professional help if needed. When we take care of our emotional well-being, we become more resilient and confident in handling any situation that comes our way. The fourth and final pillar is spiritual self-care. Now, this does not necessarily mean religious beliefs. Spiritual self-care is about finding inner peace and purpose in life. It could be through meditation, spending time in nature, or practicing gratitude. When we connect with our inner selves and find meaning in our lives, we become more confident and fulfilled individuals. So, my friends, these are the 4 pillars of self-care that will lead you to master self-confidence. But remember, self-care is not a one-time thing. It is an ongoing process that requires consistent effort and dedication. So, make it a priority to take care of yourself every day. Now, let me leave you with some practical tips to incorporate self-care into your daily routine. Firstly, schedule time for self-care. Just like any other important task, make it a point to set aside time for yourself every day. It could be as simple as taking a walk, reading a book, or indulging in a hobby. Secondly, learn to say no. We often feel guilty for saying no to others, but it is crucial to prioritize our well-being. If something does not align with your values or drains your energy, it's okay to decline. Lastly, surround yourself with positive and supportive people. The people we surround ourselves with can have a significant impact on our self-confidence. So, choose your company wisely and spend time with those who uplift and encourage you. Which leads us to number 4, which is mastering self-confidence by surrounding yourself with positive people. Now, you may be wondering, why is this so important? Well, let me tell you, the people you surround yourself with have a huge impact on your mindset, your thoughts, and ultimately, your level of self-confidence. Think about it. If you are constantly surrounded by negative people who are always complaining, doubting themselves and others, how do you think that will affect your own thoughts and beliefs? It's like a virus, slowly infecting your mind and making you doubt yourself as well. On the other hand, if you surround yourself with positive, uplifting people who believe in themselves and in you, how do you think that will impact your own mindset? It's like a breath of fresh air, filling you with positivity and self-assurance. Now, I'm not saying that you should only surround yourself with people who constantly tell you how amazing you are. That's not what true positivity is about. It's about surrounding yourself with people who genuinely care for you, who support you, and who believe in your potential. These are the people who will lift you up when you are feeling down, who will remind you of your strengths when you are doubting yourself, and who will push you to be the best version of yourself. But let's be real. Sometimes it's not easy to find these kinds of people. We live in a world where negativity seems to be the norm. So what can we do to surround ourselves with positive people? First and foremost, we need to be aware of the people we are currently surrounding ourselves with. Are they adding value to our lives? Are they bringing us down? If it's the latter, it may be time to reevaluate those relationships. It's okay to distance yourself from negative people, even if they are family or longtime friends. Remember, you are the average of the 5 people you spend the most time with, so choose wisely. Secondly, Seek out positive people. They are out there, I promise you. Join groups or communities that align with your interests and values. Attend events or conferences where you can meet like-minded individuals. And when you do meet someone who radiates positivity, don't be afraid to strike up a conversation and get to know them. You never know. They could become a great friend and a positive influence in your life. And finally, be a positive person yourself. The law of attraction states that like attracts like. So, if you want to surround yourself with positive people, you need to be a positive person yourself. Be kind, be uplifting, and be supportive of others. Not only will this attract positive people into your life, but it will also make you feel good about yourself and boost your own self-confidence. Which leads us to number 3, which is mastering self-confidence by learning from failures. Now, I know what you may be thinking. Failures? How can failures help us build self-confidence? But let me tell you, my friends, failures are not something to be feared. In fact, they are our greatest teachers. You see, failure is not the opposite of success. It is a part of success. It is an essential ingredient in the recipe for success. Think about it. Every successful person you know has faced failure at some point in their journey. But what sets them apart is how they handle those failures. They don't let failures define them or discourage them. Instead, they use them as stepping stones to reach their goals. They learn from their mistakes, they adapt, and they keep moving forward. And that, my friends, is the key to mastering self-confidence. When we learn from our failures, we gain valuable insights about ourselves and our abilities. We learn what works and what doesn't. We learn our strengths and weaknesses. And most importantly, we learn that failure is not the end, but an opportunity to grow and improve. Now, I know it is not easy to face failures. It can be a blow to our self-confidence and leave us feeling defeated. But the truth is, failure is inevitable. It is a part of life. And the sooner we accept that, the sooner we can learn from it and use it to our advantage. So what are some practical ways to learn from failures and use them to boost our self-confidence? Let me share with you 3 steps that have helped me and countless others on our journey to success. Firstly, we must change our perception of failure. Instead of seeing it as something negative, we must view it as a learning opportunity. We must shift our mindset from "I failed" to "I learned." This simple change in perspective can make all the difference. It allows us to see failures as a necessary part of our growth and development. Secondly, we must take responsibility for our failures. It's easy to blame external factors or other people for our failures. But the truth is, we are in control of our actions and decisions. And when we take responsibility, we also take back the power to change and improve. We must be willing to own up to our mistakes and learn from them. And lastly, we must have a growth mindset. This means believing that our abilities and intelligence can be developed through hard work and dedication. When we have a growth mindset, we see failures as opportunities to learn and improve, rather than a reflection of our worth or capabilities. My friends, learning from failures is not a one-time thing. It is an ongoing process. We will continue to face failures throughout our lives, but it is how we respond to them that matters. And as we continue to learn and grow, we will see our self-confidence soar to new heights. Which leads us to number 2, which is mastering self-confidence by setting achievable goals. Now, I know what some of you may be thinking. Jim, why are we talking about goals when we're supposed to be talking about confidence? Well, my friends, let me tell you this. Setting achievable goals is the foundation of building self-confidence. It is the key to unlocking your true potential and unleashing the power within you. You see, self-confidence is not something that you are born with. It is not a trait that some people have and others don't. Self-confidence is a skill that can be learned and developed. And just like any other skill, it requires practice, dedication, and a clear plan of action. And that is where setting achievable goals comes into play. Let me ask you this. Have you ever felt lost, unmotivated, or unsure of yourself? Have you ever looked at successful people and wondered how they got to where they are today? Well, let me tell you a little secret. They didn't get there by chance. They got there by setting achievable goals and working towards them every single day. You see, setting achievable goals gives you a sense of direction. It helps you focus your energy and efforts towards something that is meaningful and important to you. It gives you a purpose and a reason to wake up every morning with a fire in your belly. And when you have a clear goal in mind, you will be amazed at how confident and determined you become. But here's the catch. Your goals need to be achievable. They need to be realistic and within your reach. I'm not saying that you shouldn't dream big, but your goals should be something that you can actually work towards and achieve. Setting unrealistic goals will only lead to disappointment and demotivation. So be honest with yourself and set goals that are challenging yet attainable. Now let me share with you a simple yet effective method for setting achievable goals. It's called the SMART method. SMART stands for specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, and time-bound. First and foremost, your goals should be specific. This means that they should be clearly defined and well-defined. For example, instead of saying, I want to be successful, be specific and say, I want to start my own business and make a profit of $100,000 in the next 2 years. Next, your goals should be measurable. This means that you should be able to track your progress and see how far you've come. Going back to our previous example, you can measure your progress by tracking your sales and profits each month. Thirdly, your goals should be achievable. As I mentioned earlier, your goals should be challenging yet attainable. Don't set yourself up for failure by setting unrealistic goals. Start small and work your way up. Moving on, your goals should also be relevant. This means that they should align with your values, beliefs, and long-term vision. If your goals are not relevant to your overall purpose, you will struggle to stay motivated and committed. Lastly, your goals should be time-bound. This means that you should have a deadline for when you want to achieve your goal. Having a timeline creates a sense of urgency and helps you stay focused and on track. Now, setting achievable goals is just the first step. The real work begins when you start taking action towards those goals. And let me tell you, the journey towards achieving your goals will not be easy. There will be obstacles, challenges, and setbacks. But remember, every time you overcome a hurdle, your confidence grows stronger. Which leads us to number 1, which is mastering self-confidence by practicing self-affirmations. Now, some of you may be wondering, what are self-affirmations? Simply put, they are positive statements that we repeat to ourselves in order to reprogram our subconscious mind. You see, our minds are like a garden, and the thoughts we plant in it will determine the fruits we harvest. If we constantly plant seeds of self-doubt and negativity, we will reap a harvest of insecurity and low self-esteem. But if we plant seeds of self-love and positivity, we will reap a bountiful harvest of confidence and self-assurance. So why are self-affirmations so powerful? It's because our subconscious mind cannot differentiate between what is real and what is imagined. When we repeat positive statements to ourselves, our mind starts to believe them and our actions align with our beliefs. It's like programming a computer. The more we input positive affirmations, the more our mind will start to operate in a positive manner. Now, I know some of you may be thinking, but Jim, I don't believe in myself. How can I say these positive statements and expect them to work? And my answer to that is, you have to start somewhere. Believe it or not, self-confidence is not something that comes naturally to most people. It is a skill that can be learned and mastered through consistent practice. And that's where self-affirmations come in. Think of it this way. If you wanted to become a great athlete, you wouldn't just sit on the couch and expect to become one. You would have to put in the work, practice every day, and eventually you would see results. The same goes for self-confidence. You have to put in the work and practice self-affirmations every day. Now let's talk about how to create effective self-affirmations. The first step is to identify your limiting beliefs. These are the negative thoughts that hold you back and make you doubt yourself. Once you have identified them, you can start to create positive statements that counteract those beliefs. For example, if you believe that you are not smart enough, your affirmation could be, I am intelligent and capable of achieving anything I set my mind to. The key is to make your affirmations personal, present tense, and positive. Use words like I am or I can to make them more powerful. And don't just say them, feel them. Imagine yourself as the confident person you want to become and say your affirmations with conviction. Now I want to address a common misconception about self-affirmations. Some people think that by saying positive statements, they are denying reality. But that's not true. Self-affirmations are not about denying your current circumstances. They are about creating a new reality for yourself. They are about building a strong foundation of self-belief that will help you overcome any obstacles that come your way. I also want to emphasize the importance of consistency. Just like with any other skill, you have to practice self-affirmations every day. Make it a part of your daily routine. Say them in the morning when you wake up and before you go to bed at night. And don't just limit yourself to saying them out loud. Write them down, post them on your mirror, or carry them with you throughout the day. The more you expose yourself to these positive statements, the more they will become ingrained in your mind. Now, I want to share with you a personal story about the power of self-affirmations. When I was starting my career, I had a lot of self-doubt and fear of failure. But I started practicing self-affirmations every day. And slowly but surely, my confidence grew. I went from being a shy and insecure young man to a successful entrepreneur and motivational speaker. And it all started with the power of self-affirmations. As I always say, the greatest gift you can give yourself is a healthy self-image, and the greatest gift you can give others is a positive example. So let's lead by example and master self-confidence through the practice of self-affirmations. Thank you. In today's message, I want to talk to you about something that I believe is a common struggle for many of us: wasting time. We live in a fast-paced world where time is a precious commodity, yet we often find ourselves wasting it on things that do not align with our goals and dreams. But let me tell you, you are not alone in this struggle. I have been there myself, and I know how frustrating it can be to feel like you are not making progress towards your goals. But here's the good news. By listening to this message, you can turn things around and start using your time more wisely to achieve your goals. So if you are ready to learn how to make the most of your time and reach your goals, then keep watching. Let's dive into the 5 ways to not waste time and achieve your goals. Starting with number 5. The 5th way to not waste time and achieve your goals is eliminating distractions. Now, I know what you might be thinking. Distractions? How can something as small as distractions hinder us from achieving our goals? But let me tell you, my friends, distractions are like tiny drops of water that can eventually erode even the strongest of rocks. They may seem insignificant at first, but over time, they can have a significant impact on our lives and our ability to achieve our dreams. So what exactly do I mean by distractions? Distractions can come in many forms. It could be the constant notifications on our phones, the never-ending stream of emails, the chatty coworker, or even our own wandering thoughts. These distractions may seem harmless, but they can take up a significant amount of our time and energy, leaving us with little to no time to focus on our goals. Think about it. How many times have you sat down to work on an important task, only to find yourself scrolling through social media or checking your emails every few minutes? These distractions not only waste our time, but they also prevent us from fully immersing ourselves in the task at hand, hindering our productivity and progress. So, how can we eliminate distractions and make the most out of our time? The first step is to identify the distractions in our lives. Take a moment to reflect on your daily routine and pinpoint the things that tend to distract you. Once you have identified them, it's time to take action. The second step is to set boundaries. We live in a world where we are constantly bombarded with information, and demands for our attention. But it's up to us to set boundaries and protect our time. This could mean turning off notifications on your phone, setting specific times to check your emails, or even politely letting your chatty coworker know that you need to focus on your work. The third step is to prioritize. We often get caught up in the trap of being busy, but not productive. We need to learn to prioritize our tasks and focus on the ones that will bring us closer to our goals. This means saying no to tasks or activities that do not align with our priorities and learning to delegate or outsource tasks that are not essential. The fourth step is to create a conducive environment. Our surroundings can have a significant impact on our ability to focus and be productive. Make sure your workspace is clean, organized, and free from distractions. This could mean finding a quiet corner in a coffee shop, working in a separate room at home, or investing in noise-canceling headphones. The fifth and final step is to practice mindfulness. Our minds are powerful, but they can also be our biggest enemy. We need to learn to be present and mindful of our thoughts. When we find ourselves getting distracted, we need to acknowledge it, let it go, and refocus on our task at hand. This takes practice, but over time, we can train our minds to be more focused and less susceptible to distractions. My friends, eliminating distractions is not an easy task, but it is crucial if we want to achieve our goals. We must be intentional with our time and learn to protect it. Remember, time is our most valuable asset, and we cannot afford to waste it on distractions. Moving on to number 4. See, we all have the same 24 hours in a day, yet some of us seem to achieve so much while others struggle to even scratch the surface of their goals. So what is the secret? How do we make the most of our time and achieve our goals? Well, my friends, the answer lies in the number 4 way to not waste time and achieve your goals: avoiding multitasking. Now, I know what some of you may be thinking. Multitasking is the key to getting things done, right? Wrong. In fact, multitasking is one of the biggest time wasters and goal killers out there. Let me explain why. When we try to do multiple things at once, our attention becomes divided. We are not fully focused on any one task, and as a result, we do not give our best effort. We may think we are being productive, but in reality, we are just spreading ourselves thin and not accomplishing anything meaningful. You see, the human brain is not designed to handle multiple tasks at once. Our brains work best when we focus on one thing at a time. Think about it. Have you ever tried to have a conversation while scrolling through your phone or working on a project? Chances are you missed important details or made mistakes. This is because our brains cannot fully process and retain information when we are multitasking. We may think we are being efficient, but in reality, we are just wasting time and not giving our best effort. Now, some of you may argue that you are great at multitasking and can handle it just fine. But let me ask you this. Are you truly giving your best effort to each task? Are you able to produce high-quality work while multitasking? Or are you just skimming the surface and not truly excelling in any one area? The truth is, multitasking may give us a false sense of productivity, but in reality, it is hindering our ability to achieve our goals. So what is the solution? How do we avoid multitasking and make the most of our time? The first step is to prioritize. Make a list of all the tasks you need to accomplish and rank them in order of importance. This will help you focus on the most important tasks first and avoid getting sidetracked by less important tasks. Next, set specific blocks of time for each task. This will allow you to fully focus on one task at a time and give it your undivided attention. Trust me, you will be amazed at how much more you can accomplish when you are fully focused on one task at a time. Another important aspect to consider is the environment in which you work. Eliminate distractions as much as possible. Put away your phone, close unnecessary tabs on your computer, and find a quiet place to work. This will help you stay focused and avoid the temptation to multitask. Also, make sure to take breaks in between tasks. Our brains need time to rest and recharge, so taking short breaks can actually increase productivity and prevent burnout. Now, some of you may be thinking, but Jim, I have so much to do, I can't possibly avoid multitasking. To that I say, learn to say no. We often take on more than we can handle because we don't want to disappoint others or miss out on opportunities. But the truth is, saying no is a powerful tool in managing our time and achieving our goals. We must learn to prioritize our own goals and say no to things that do not align with them. This may be difficult at first, but trust me, it will save you time and energy in the long run. My friends, avoiding multitasking is not just about being more productive, it is also about being more present. When we are constantly multitasking, we are not fully present in the moment. We miss out on important details, experiences, and connections with others. By focusing on one task at a time, we can fully immerse ourselves in the present and make the most of every moment. I am grateful for the opportunity to share with you the number 3 way to not waste time and achieve your goals, and that is by creating a schedule. Now, I know what some of you may be thinking. A schedule? That sounds boring and restrictive. But let me tell you, my friends, a schedule is one of the most powerful tools you can use to take control of your life and achieve your dreams. You see, time is the most precious resource we have. It is the one thing that we cannot buy more of, no matter how much money we have. And yet, so many of us waste this precious resource without even realizing it. We get caught up in the day-to-day tasks and distractions, and before we know it, another day has gone by and we haven't made any progress towards our goals. But with a schedule, you can change that. A schedule allows you to prioritize your time and make sure that you are spending it on the things that truly matter to you. It is a roadmap for your day, a guide that keeps you focused and on track towards your goals. Now, creating a schedule may seem like a daunting task, but I assure you, it is not as complicated as it may seem. Let me share with you some simple steps to help you create a schedule that works for you. First and foremost, you need to have a clear understanding of your goals. What is it that you want to achieve? What are your long-term and short-term goals? Having a clear vision of your goals will help you determine how you should be spending your time. Next, make a list of all the tasks and activities that you need to do on a daily or weekly basis. This could include work, household chores, exercise, family time, etc. Be specific and write down everything that takes up your time. Now here comes the crucial part, prioritize. Look at your list and identify the tasks that are essential for you to achieve your goals. These are your high priority tasks. Then identify the tasks that are not as important and can be done at a later time. These are your low priority tasks. Once you have your high priority tasks, allocate specific time slots in your schedule for each of them. This will ensure that you are dedicating your most productive hours to the tasks that will bring you closer to your goals. But remember, it is also important to schedule in breaks and downtime. We all need time to rest and recharge. And neglecting this can lead to burnout and decreased productivity. So make sure to schedule in breaks and time for self-care as well. Now, I know that life can be unpredictable and things don't always go according to plan. That's why it's essential to be flexible with your schedule. Don't beat yourself up if you can't stick to it 100%. Instead, review and adjust your schedule as needed to make sure it is still serving its purpose, helping you achieve your goals. Another important aspect of creating a schedule is to eliminate distractions. In today's world, we are bombarded with distractions. Social media, TV, emails, you name it. These distractions can eat up a significant chunk of our time if we let them. So, make a conscious effort to limit your exposure to distractions. Set specific times for checking emails or scrolling through social media and stick to it. Lastly, I want to stress the importance of being consistent with your schedule. It's not enough to create a schedule. You must also follow it consistently. Consistency is key to achieving success in any area of life. So, make a commitment to yourself to stick to your schedule and make it a daily habit. My friends, creating a schedule is not about restricting yourself or limiting your freedom. It is about taking control of your time and using it wisely to achieve your goals. It is about being intentional with your actions and making sure that each day brings you closer to the life you desire. Now to number 2, as I mentioned earlier, we all have the same 24 hours in a day. Yet some people seem to accomplish so much, while others struggle to even get through their to-do list. What sets these successful individuals apart? It's their ability to prioritize their tasks. You see, time is a finite resource. Once it's gone, we can never get it back. And that's why it is crucial to make the most out of every moment we have. Time management is not about doing more in less time, but it's about doing the right things at the right time. So what does it mean to prioritize tasks? It means understanding the difference between what is urgent and what is important. Urgent tasks demand immediate attention, while important tasks contribute to our long-term goals and overall success. Often, urgent tasks are not necessarily important, and important tasks are not always urgent. Let me give you an example. Imagine you have a deadline for a project at work. That project is important because it will contribute to your career growth and success. However, your friend calls and invites you to a party, which is happening the same night as your project deadline. Attending the party may seem urgent, but it is not as important as completing your project. By prioritizing your tasks, you will make the right decision and focus on what truly matters. Now, I know what some of you may be thinking, but Jim, I have so many things to do, and they all seem important. How do I prioritize them? Well, my friends, that's where the magic of goal setting comes in. You see, when we have clear goals, it becomes easier to prioritize our tasks. Our goals act as a compass, guiding us towards what is truly important and helping us filter out the noise and distractions. So if you haven't already, take some time to sit down and define your goals. What do you want to achieve in your personal and professional life? What are your long-term and short-term goals? Once you have a clear vision of your goals, you can start prioritizing your tasks accordingly. Another crucial aspect of prioritizing tasks is learning to say no. Many of us struggle with this, myself included. We want to be helpful and please everyone, but in the process, we end up taking on more than we can handle. And before we know it, we're overwhelmed and stressed out. It's important to remember that saying no to certain tasks or commitments does not make us selfish or unhelpful. It simply means we are prioritizing our time and energy towards what truly matters. Now, I want to share with you a simple yet effective technique that has helped me prioritize my tasks and achieve my goals. It's called the Eisenhower Matrix, named after President Dwight D. Eisenhower, who was known for his exceptional time management skills. The Eisenhower Matrix is a 4-quadrant grid that helps us categorize our tasks based on their urgency and importance. The first quadrant is for tasks that are both urgent and important. These are the tasks that require our immediate attention, and we should focus on completing them as soon as possible. The second quadrant is for tasks that are important but not urgent. These are the tasks that contribute to our long-term goals and require planning and preparation. It's important not to neglect these tasks, as they are crucial for our success. The third quadrant is for tasks that are urgent but not important. These are the tasks that often distract us and take up our time, but they do not contribute to our goals. It's crucial to delegate or eliminate these tasks as much as possible. And finally, the fourth quadrant is for tasks that are neither urgent nor important. These are the tasks that we should avoid altogether, as they are simply time wasters. By using the Eisenhower Matrix, we can prioritize our tasks and focus on what truly matters. It helps us avoid the trap of busy work and ensure that we are spending our time and energy on tasks that align with our goals. My friends, prioritizing tasks is a skill that requires practice and discipline. It's not something that we can master overnight, but with persistence and determination, we can become experts at it. And the rewards are immense. By prioritizing our tasks, we can achieve our goals, reduce stress, and have more time for the things that truly matter, such as spending time with our loved ones and pursuing our passions. And now the one we've been waiting for. The number one way to not waste time and achieve your goals is by setting clear and specific goals. We all have dreams and aspirations, but without clear and specific goals, they will remain just that, dreams. Goals are the roadmap to success. They give us direction and purpose. As the saying goes, if you don't know where you're going, any road will take you there. But do you really want to leave your life up to chance? Do you want to look back on your life and wonder what could have been if only you had set clear and specific goals? I don't think so. And that's why I'm here today to share with you the power of goal setting. You see, goals are not just wishes or hopes. They are concrete targets that we set for ourselves. They give us something to strive for, something to work towards. And the best part about goals is that they are completely within our control. We have the power to decide what we want to achieve and how we are going to achieve it. But let me tell you, setting clear and specific goals is not an easy task. It requires discipline, focus, and determination. It's not enough to say, I want to be successful, or I want to be rich. Those are vague and ambiguous statements that will not lead you to success. You need to be specific. You need to know exactly what you want and how you're going to get there. So how do you set clear and specific goals? The first step is to identify what you truly want in life. This may seem like a simple task, but many people struggle with it. Ask yourself, what do you want to achieve? What do you want to experience? What do you want to have? And most importantly, why do you want these things? Your why is what will drive you towards your goals. Once you have identified your desires, it's time to make them specific. Instead of saying, I want to be successful, say, I want to be the CEO of a Fortune 500 company. Instead of saying, I want to be rich, say, I want to have a net worth of $1 million by the age of 35. See the difference. The more specific you are, the clearer your target becomes. But setting clear and specific goals is just the first step. The next step is to write them down. I cannot stress enough the importance of writing down your goals. This simple act turns your desires into tangible targets. It also allows you to revisit and revise your goals as you progress towards them. Now, I know what some of you may be thinking. But Jim, what if I don't achieve my goals? Won't that be a waste of time? My answer to that is this. It's better to have a target and miss it than to have no target at all. You see, even if you don't achieve your goals exactly as you planned, the process of working towards them will lead you to growth and progress. And that, my friends, is never a waste of time. But let's not focus on the negative. Let's focus on the positive. Let's focus on the fact that by setting clear and specific goals, you are increasing your chances of success exponentially. You are giving yourself a roadmap to follow, a plan of action to take. And with each step you take towards your goals, you are building momentum and creating a habit of success. Another important aspect of setting clear and specific goals is to make them measurable. This means attaching a timeline or a deadline to your goals. For example, instead of saying, I want to lose weight, say, I want to lose 20 pounds in 3 months. This gives you a specific target to work towards and holds you accountable to a timeline. Now, I must warn you, setting clear and specific goals is not a one-time thing. It requires continuous evaluation and adjustment. As you progress towards your goals, You may encounter obstacles or realize that your goals need to be revised. And that's okay. The key is to constantly reassess and make necessary changes to stay on track towards your ultimate desires. And finally, the most important aspect of setting clear and specific goals is to take action. Your goals will remain just words on a piece of paper if you don't take action towards them. As the saying goes, a goal without a plan is just a wish. So make a plan, and then take massive action towards your goals. Don't wait for the perfect moment, because it will never come. The perfect moment is now. In closing, remember, your goals are within your control. They give you direction and purpose, and they are the key to your success. So take the time to identify your desires. Make them specific. Write them down. Make them measurable, and take massive action towards them. And I promise you, the journey towards your goals will be one of growth, progress, and success. Thank you. Today, I want to talk to you about something that affects us all: distractions. We live in a world where distractions are everywhere, constantly vying for our attention and pulling us away from our goals. But the good news is, we have the power to overcome these distractions and stay focused on what truly matters. In today's message, I want to share with you 5 ways to overcome distractions and stay focused on your goals. These are strategies that I have personally used and have seen tremendous results from. And I want you to know that you are not alone in this struggle. We all face distractions in our lives, whether it's the constant buzz of notifications on our phones or the never-ending to-do lists. But by listening to this message, you are taking the first step towards turning things around. You are taking control of your life and your goals. So get ready, because in the next few minutes I am going to share with you practical and actionable tips that will help you stay focused and on track towards your dreams. So let's dive in and learn how to overcome distractions and stay focused on our goals. Because as I always say, discipline is the bridge between goals and accomplishment. So let's build that bridge together and make our dreams a reality. Starting with number 5. The 5th way to overcome distractions and stay focused on your goals is to stay motivated. Motivation is the fuel that drives us towards our goals. It is the fire that keeps burning inside of us, pushing us to take action and make our dreams a reality. Without motivation, our goals will remain just that, dreams. But with motivation, we can turn those dreams into our reality. So how do we stay motivated in the face of distractions? How do we keep that fire burning bright within us? Let me share with you some strategies that have helped me and countless others to stay motivated and focused on our goals. First and foremost, we must have a clear vision of what we want to achieve. As the saying goes, if you don't know where you're going, any road will get you there. Without a clear vision, we will easily get sidetracked and lose our motivation. Take some time to sit down and define your goals. Write them down and be specific. What do you want to achieve? When do you want to achieve it by? How will you feel when you achieve it? The more detailed your vision is, the more real and tangible it will become, and the more motivated you will be to make it a reality. Next, we must have a strong purpose behind our goals. Why do you want to achieve these goals? What is the deeper meaning and purpose behind them? When we have a strong purpose, we are more likely to stay motivated and focused, even in the face of distractions. Our purpose gives us the drive and determination to keep going, no matter what challenges or obstacles we may face. Another powerful way to stay motivated is to surround ourselves with positive and supportive people. The people we spend time with have a significant influence on our thoughts, beliefs, and actions. If we surround ourselves with negative and pessimistic people, it will be challenging to stay motivated and focused. But when we surround ourselves with positive and supportive individuals, they will lift us up, encourage us, and remind us of our goals and purpose when we need it the most. In addition to surrounding ourselves with positive people, we must also feed our minds with positive and inspiring information. This can come in the form of books, podcasts, seminars, or anything that uplifts and motivates us. Our minds are like sponges, and what we expose them to will have a significant impact on our thoughts and actions. So make a conscious effort to feed your mind with positivity and inspiration every day. This will help you stay motivated and focused on your goals. Another powerful way to stay motivated is to celebrate your progress. Often, we get so caught up in the pursuit of our goals that we forget to celebrate our achievements along the way. But celebrating our progress is essential because it gives us a sense of accomplishment and motivates us to keep going. So, take some time to acknowledge and celebrate the milestones you have achieved on your journey towards your goals. It will give you the motivation and momentum to keep moving forward. Furthermore, we must learn to manage our time effectively. Time is our most valuable resource, and how we use it will determine the level of success we achieve. When we are not managing our time well, we can easily get distracted and lose our motivation. But when we have a clear schedule and prioritize our tasks, we can stay focused and motivated to accomplish our goals. Remember, time wasted is never regained, so make the most of every moment and use it wisely. Lastly, we must have a positive attitude towards our goals and the journey towards achieving them. As the saying goes, your attitude determines your altitude. If we have a negative attitude towards our goals, we will struggle to stay motivated and focused. But when we have a positive attitude, we will see challenges as opportunities for growth and setbacks as lessons to be learned. A positive attitude will help us stay resilient and determined, even in the face of distractions. Let's dive into the number 4 way to overcome distractions and stay focused on your goals. And that, my friends, is practice time management. First and foremost, let's define what time management truly means. It is not just about managing our time. It is about managing ourselves within that time. Time management is the process of planning and organizing how much time we spend on specific activities to maximize productivity and achieve our goals. It is about setting priorities, eliminating distractions, and using our time wisely. Now, I know what some of you may be thinking. I am already busy enough. How can I possibly manage my time better? Well, let me tell you, my friends, time management is not about being busy. It is about being productive. It is not about doing more. It is about doing what matters most. As the saying goes, work smarter, not harder. And that is exactly what time management allows us to do. So, how can we practice time management to overcome distractions and stay focused on our goals? The first step is to identify our priorities. What are the most important things in our lives? What are our long-term goals? Once we have a clear understanding of our priorities, we can then create a plan to allocate our time accordingly. This brings me to my next point, creating a schedule. A schedule is a powerful tool when it comes to time management. It allows us to structure our day and ensure that we are spending our time on the things that matter most. Now, I'm not saying that we need to plan out every minute of our day, but having a rough outline of our day can help us stay on track and avoid getting sidetracked by distractions. One of the biggest distractions in today's world is technology. We are constantly bombarded with notifications, messages, and social media updates. And while technology has its benefits, it can also be a huge time waster if not used wisely. So, my friends, it is crucial to set boundaries when it comes to technology. Designate specific times of the day to check your emails and social media, and stick to it. This will not only help you stay focused, but it will also give you more control over your time. Another key aspect of time management is learning to say no. Many of us struggle with saying no, whether it is to our friends, family, or colleagues. We want to be helpful and accommodating, but sometimes saying yes to everything can lead to us feeling overwhelmed and overworked. So it is important to set boundaries and learn to say no to things that do not align with our priorities or goals. Remember, Saying no to one thing means saying yes to something else, something that truly matters to us. Now, let's talk about the elephant in the room, procrastination. We have all been guilty of it at some point in our lives. We put off important tasks and convince ourselves that we will do it later. But as we all know, later often turns into never. So how can we overcome procrastination and use our time more effectively? The answer is simple. Just start. Often the hardest part of any task is getting started. But once we take that first step, we gain momentum, and the task becomes easier to complete. So, my friends, do not let procrastination stand in the way of your success. Just start, and you will see the results. Lastly, one of the most effective ways to practice time management is to take breaks. I know it may sound counterintuitive, but taking breaks can actually help us be more productive. Our brains need rest, and by taking short breaks throughout the day, we can recharge and come back to our tasks with a fresh perspective. So, do not feel guilty about taking breaks. They are essential for maintaining our focus and productivity. Now to number 3, it is simple yet powerful. The third way to overcome distractions and stay focused on your goals is to eliminate distractions. Yes, you heard me right. Eliminate them. You see, distractions are like weeds in a garden. If left unattended, they grow and choke out the beautiful flowers. Similarly, if we allow distractions to take over our lives, they will suffocate our dreams and goals. But the good news is, we have the power to eliminate distractions. We have the power to take control of our lives and steer it towards success. And the first step in this process is to identify the distractions in our lives. What are the things that are hindering our progress? Is it social media? Is it television? Is it negative people? Is it our own negative thoughts? Whatever it may be, it is crucial to identify them and make a conscious effort to eliminate them. Now, I understand that eliminating distractions is easier said than done. We live in a world that is constantly bombarding us with distractions. But remember, we are in control of our lives. We have the power to choose what we allow in and what we keep out. And it all starts with our mindset. We must have a strong and unwavering mindset that is focused on our goals. As the saying goes, where focus goes, energy flows. So how do we eliminate distractions? The first step is to set boundaries. We must set boundaries for ourselves and others. This means creating a schedule and sticking to it. It means saying no to things that do not align with our goals. It means setting limits on the time we spend on social media or watching television. It also means surrounding ourselves with positive and supportive people who will help us stay focused on our goals. The second step is to declutter our environment. Our physical surroundings have a significant impact on our mental state. If our workspace or living space is cluttered, it can be a major distraction. Take some time to declutter and organize your space. You will be amazed at how much more focused and productive you will be. The third step is to practice mindfulness. Mindfulness is the practice of being present in the moment and fully engaged in whatever we are doing. When we are mindful, we are less likely to get distracted by external factors. So the next time you catch yourself getting distracted, take a deep breath and bring your focus back to the present moment. The fourth step is to limit multitasking. Many of us have been led to believe that multitasking is a desirable skill to have. But the truth is, multitasking is a myth. Our brains are not wired to focus on multiple tasks at once. When we try to do too many things at once, we end up getting distracted and being less productive. Instead, focus on one task at a time and give it your full attention. The fifth and final step is to practice self-discipline. Self-discipline is the ability to control our impulses and stay focused on our goals. It is the key to achieving success in any area of our lives. We must learn to say no to distractions and stay committed to our goals. Remember, every time we give in to distractions, we are taking a step further away from our dreams and goals. My friends, eliminating distractions is not an easy task. It requires discipline, commitment, and a strong mindset. But I can assure you, the rewards are worth the effort. Imagine a life where you are fully focused on your goals and nothing can stand in your way. A life where you are constantly moving towards success and fulfillment. That is the life that awaits you when you eliminate distractions and stay focused on your goals. Now to the number 2 way to overcome distractions and stay focused on your goals. And that is by creating a plan. Now you may be thinking, Jim, I already have a plan. I know what I want to achieve. And that's great. But let me ask you this. Do you have a detailed and actionable plan? A plan that will guide you through each step and keep you on track towards your goals? Because that's what we need in order to overcome distractions and stay focused. You see, a plan is like a road map. It tells you where you are going and how to get there. Without a plan, we are just wandering around aimlessly, easily getting distracted and losing sight of our goals. But with a plan, we have a clear direction and purpose. We know exactly what we need to do in order to achieve our goals. So how do we create a plan? Well, the first step is to have a clear understanding of what you want to achieve. What are your goals? What do you want to accomplish? Be specific and write them down. This will give you a clear vision of what you are working towards. Next, break down your goals into smaller, achievable tasks. This will make them less overwhelming and more manageable. For example, if your goal is to lose 20 pounds, break it down into smaller tasks, such as going to the gym 3 times a week, meal prepping, and tracking your progress. This will make it easier for you to stay focused and motivated. Once you have your tasks, create a timeline for each one. Set deadlines for when you want to accomplish each task. This will create a sense of urgency and help you stay on track. But remember, be realistic with your timeline. Don't set yourself up for failure by trying to do too much in too little time. Now, here's a key element to staying focused on your goals: accountability. Share your plan with someone you trust and ask them to hold you accountable. This could be a friend, family member, or even a coach. Knowing that someone is checking in on your progress will keep you motivated and on track. But creating a plan is not enough. We also need to have the discipline to stick to it. And this is where most people fail. They have a plan, but they lack the discipline to follow through. Discipline is doing what needs to be done, even when you don't feel like it. It's about staying committed to your plan and not giving in to distractions. So how do we develop discipline? It's like a muscle. The more you use it, the stronger it becomes. Start small and build it up. For example, if your goal is to wake up at 5 a.m. every day, start by waking up 15 minutes earlier each week until you reach your desired time. This will help you develop the discipline to stick to your plan. Another important aspect of staying focused on our goals is to have a positive mindset. Our thoughts and beliefs play a crucial role in our actions and behaviors. If we have a negative mindset, we are more likely to give in to distractions and lose sight of our goals. But if we have a positive mindset, we are more likely to stay focused and motivated. So how do we develop a positive mindset? It starts with being aware of our thoughts and replacing negative ones with positive ones. Instead of saying, I can't do this, say, I can do this, I am capable. Surround yourself with positive and supportive people who will uplift and motivate you. And most importantly, believe in yourself and your abilities. Remember, your thoughts become your reality. Now, I want to address a common distraction that we all face: social media. We live in a digital age where social media is a big part of our lives, but it can also be a huge distraction. How many times have you found yourself scrolling through your feed instead of working towards your goals? I know I have. So here's a tip. Set a timer for your social media usage. Give yourself a specific amount of time each day to check your accounts and stick to it. This will prevent you from getting sucked into the endless scrolling trap. In addition to social media, there are many other distractions that can hinder our progress towards our goals. It could be a TV show, a game, or even a friend who constantly wants to hang out. And while it's important to take breaks and have fun, we need to prioritize our goals and make time for them. Remember, we can't achieve our goals if we are constantly getting distracted. And now it's an honor to be here today to share with you the number one way to overcome distractions and stay focused on your goals. I have been in the personal development industry for over 4 decades, and I have seen countless individuals struggle with staying focused on their goals. They start off with great enthusiasm, but as time goes by, they get sidetracked by distractions and lose sight of their goals. But today, I am here to tell you that it doesn't have to be that way. The number one way to overcome distractions and stay focused on your goals is to set clear and specific goals. Yes, it's as simple as that. Setting clear and specific goals is the foundation of success. Without them, we are like a ship without a rudder, drifting aimlessly in the sea of life. But with clear and specific goals, we have a direction, a purpose, and a destination. Now you may be thinking, but Jim, I already have goals. I want to be successful. I want to be rich. I want to be happy. But let me ask you, are these goals clear and specific? What does success mean to you? How much money do you want to make? What does happiness look like to you? You see, vague goals lead to vague results. We need to be crystal clear about what we want to achieve. Let me give you an example. Imagine 2 people who both want to be successful. One of them has a clear and specific goal of becoming a CEO of a Fortune 500 company within the next 10 years. The other person's goal is simply to be successful. Who do you think is more likely to achieve their goal? It's the person with the clear and specific goal, of course. They have a clear target to aim for, and they can create a plan to get there. But setting clear and specific goals is not just about having a target to aim for. It's also about creating a roadmap to get there. When we have a clear and specific goal, we can break it down into smaller, actionable steps. These steps become our roadmap, our guide to achieving our goals. And when we have a roadmap, we are less likely to get distracted because we know exactly what we need to do to reach our destination. Now let me share with you the 3 key elements of setting clear and specific goals. Firstly, our goals must be measurable. We need to be able to track our progress and know when we have achieved our goal. For example, instead of saying, I want to be rich, we can say, I want to make $1 million in the next 5 years. This goal is measurable because we can track our income and see if we have reached our target. Secondly, our goals must be specific. We need to be specific about what we want to achieve. This means including details such as the amount, the time frame, and any other relevant information. For example, instead of saying, I want to lose weight, we can say, I want to lose 20 pounds in the next 3 months by following a healthy diet and exercising 3 times a week. This goal is specific because we have included the amount we want to lose, the time frame, and the actions we will take to achieve it. Lastly, our goals must be challenging but achievable. Setting goals that are too easy will not push us to grow and improve. On the other hand, setting goals that are and work towards our goals every day. As the saying goes, a goal without action is just a wish. So how can we stay focused on our goals and avoid distractions? The answer is simple. We need to keep our goals in front of us at all times. We can write them down and place them somewhere we can see every day, such as our bedroom wall, our office desk, or even our phone wallpaper. This constant reminder will keep us motivated and on track. Additionally, we can also create a vision board. A vision board is a collage of images and words that represent our goals and dreams. It serves as a visual representation of what we want to achieve and can be a powerful tool to keep us focused and motivated. In closing, setting clear and specific goals is the #1 way to overcome distractions and stay focused on our goals. It provides us with a direction, a purpose, and a roadmap to achieve our dreams. Remember, our goals must be measurable, specific, and challenging, but achievable. And most importantly, we must take action every day towards our goals. As I always say, success is not something you pursue, it's something you attract by the person you become. Thank you for listening. Hello, friends. Today's message is all about overcoming fear and stepping outside of your comfort zone. I know this is a topic that many of us struggle with, myself included. The truth is, fear is a natural part of life. It's what keeps us safe and protected. But it can also hold us back from reaching our full potential and experiencing all that life has to offer. In this video, we will discuss 5 powerful ways to conquer fear and break out of our comfort zones. And let me tell you, you are not alone in this journey. We all have fears and doubts. But by listening to this message, you can turn things around and start living a life of courage and growth. So grab a pen and paper, take some notes, and get ready to take your first step towards a life of abundance and fulfillment. Let's dive in. The 5th way to overcome fear and step outside your comfort zone is practicing self-care. Now, you may be wondering how self-care can help you overcome fear. Well, let me tell you, my friends, self-care is not just about pampering yourself or taking a bubble bath. It is about taking care of your physical, mental, and emotional well-being. And when you take care of yourself, you become stronger, more resilient, and better equipped to face your fears. So let's dive into this topic and discover how practicing self-care can help you overcome fear and step outside your comfort zone. First and foremost, practicing self-care means taking care of your physical health. This includes getting enough rest, eating nutritious food, and exercising regularly. When you are physically healthy, you have more energy, you feel more confident, and you are better able to handle stress and anxiety. And when you are physically strong, you are better equipped to face your fears. Think about it. When you are tired and run down, even the smallest challenge can seem daunting. But when you are well rested and nourished, you have the energy and strength to take on even the biggest challenges. So, make sure to prioritize your physical health and make time for rest, exercise, and healthy eating. Trust me, it will make a world of difference in your ability to overcome fear. Next, let's talk about the importance of taking care of your mental health. Our minds are powerful tools, but they can also be our biggest enemies. Fear often stems from our thoughts and beliefs. And if we don't take care of our mental well-being, those thoughts and beliefs can consume us. That's why it is crucial to practice self-care for our minds. One way to do this is by practicing mindfulness and being present in the moment. When we are constantly worrying about the future or dwelling on the past, we are not fully present in our lives. This can lead to increased anxiety and fear. But when we practice mindfulness, we can quiet our minds and focus on the present, which can help us overcome fear and step outside our comfort zone. Another way to take care of our mental health is by surrounding ourselves with positive and supportive people. The company we keep has a significant impact on our thoughts and emotions. If we surround ourselves with negative and fearful people, it can be challenging to overcome our own fears. But when we surround ourselves with positive and supportive individuals, they can help us see things in a different light and give us the courage to face our fears. Lastly, let's talk about the importance of taking care of our emotional well-being. Fear can often manifest as intense emotions such as anxiety, stress, and even anger. And when these emotions become overwhelming, they can paralyze us and prevent us from taking action. That's why it is crucial to practice self-care for our emotions. One way to do this is by acknowledging and accepting our emotions. It is okay to feel fear, but it is essential to recognize and acknowledge it rather than push it away. When we accept our emotions, we can then work on managing them in a healthy way. This can include techniques such as deep breathing, journaling, or talking to a trusted friend or therapist. Another way to take care of our emotional well-being is by practicing self-compassion. We are often our own worst critics, and we can be incredibly hard on ourselves when we experience fear. But instead of beating ourselves up, we need to show ourselves kindness and understanding. We need to remind ourselves that it is okay to be afraid and that we are capable of facing our fears. The fourth way to overcome fear and step outside your comfort zone is to surround yourself with supportive people. Now, I know some of you may be thinking, what does surrounding myself with supportive people have to do with overcoming fear? Well, my friends, let me tell you, it has everything to do with it. We all have fears, big or small. It could be fear of failure, fear of rejection, fear of the unknown, or even fear of success. And these fears hold us back from reaching our full potential. They keep us trapped in our comfort zones, limiting our growth and success. But what if I told you that the people you surround yourself with can either fuel your fears or help you conquer them? Yes, my friends, the people you choose to surround yourself with can make all the difference in your journey towards personal development. You see, when we are surrounded by negative, unsupportive people, it's like carrying a heavy weight on our shoulders. They constantly bring us down, doubt our abilities, and make us question our dreams and goals. And this negativity can seep into our minds, making us doubt ourselves and our capabilities. But when we surround ourselves with supportive people, it's like having a team of cheerleaders by our side. They lift us up, encourage us, and believe in us even when we don't believe in ourselves. They push us to step outside our comfort zones and conquer our fears. Think about it. Have you ever been in a room full of negative people? How did you feel? Did you feel motivated and inspired? I highly doubt it. But when you're in a room full of supportive people, you feel energized, motivated, and ready to take on the world. Surrounding yourself with supportive people not only helps you overcome your fears, but it also helps you grow as a person. You see, we are the average of the 5 people we spend the most time with. If you surround yourself with negative, toxic people, you will become negative and toxic yourself. But if you surround yourself with positive, supportive people, you will become positive and supportive yourself. So how do we surround ourselves with supportive people? Well, the first step is to identify the people in our lives who are not supportive. These could be friends, family members, or even colleagues. Now, I'm not saying you should cut these people out of your life completely, but you need to limit your time with them. Next, you need to actively seek out supportive people. These could be friends, mentors, or even joining a supportive community or group. Look for people who have similar goals and values as you. These are the people who will understand your journey and support you every step of the way. But it's not just about finding supportive people, it's also about being a supportive person yourself. Remember, we attract what we put out into the world. So if you want supportive people in your life, you need to be a supportive person yourself. Be there for your friends. Listen to them and encourage them. When we support others, we also support ourselves. Surrounding yourself with supportive people also means being open to constructive criticism. Yes, my friends, I said it. Constructive criticism is not always easy to hear, but it's necessary for growth. When we have supportive people in our lives, they will not only cheer us on, but they will also give us honest feedback and help us improve. Now, I know some of you may be thinking, but Jim, what if I don't have any supportive people in my life? My friends, that's where personal development comes in. Personal development is all about becoming the best version of ourselves, and that includes surrounding ourselves with the right people. So if you don't have supportive people in your life, it's time to start working on yourself and attracting the right kind of people into your life. Surrounding yourself with supportive people is not just about overcoming fear and stepping outside your comfort zone. It's also about creating a positive and uplifting environment for yourself. When we are surrounded by supportive people, we are more likely to achieve our goals and dreams. They will push us to be our best selves and hold us accountable for our actions. The third way to overcome fear and step outside your comfort zone is by the incredible power of changing your mindset. Now, I know what you might be thinking. Jim, changing my mindset is easier said than done. And I completely understand where you are coming from. Trust me, I have been there. But let me tell you something, my friends. Changing your mindset is the key to unlocking your full potential and achieving greatness in your life. You see, our minds are incredibly powerful. They have the ability to either hold us back or propel us forward. It all depends on the thoughts we allow to occupy our minds. And that is why it is crucial to change our mindset if we want to overcome fear and step outside our comfort zone. So how do we change our mindset? Well, it all starts with awareness. You need to become aware of your current mindset and how it is affecting your life. Are you constantly thinking negative thoughts? Are you limiting yourself with self-doubt and fear? Once you become aware of these patterns, you can start to challenge them and replace them with more positive and empowering thoughts. Now, I am not saying this is going to be easy. It takes time and effort to change your mindset. But let me tell you, it is worth it. Because once you start to shift your thoughts, you will start to see a shift in your actions and ultimately your results. One of the most effective ways to change your mindset is through affirmations. Affirmations are positive statements that you repeat to yourself daily. They help to reprogram your subconscious mind and replace negative thoughts with positive ones. For example, if you are afraid of public speaking, you can repeat affirmations such as, "I am a confident and charismatic speaker," or "I love speaking in front of a crowd." Another powerful way to change your mindset is through visualization. Our minds cannot differentiate between what is real and what is imagined. So, by visualizing yourself successfully overcoming your fears and stepping outside your comfort zone, you are training your mind to believe that it is possible. And when your mind believes something is possible, it becomes easier to take action towards achieving it. But here's the thing, my friends. Changing your mindset is not a one-time thing. It is an ongoing process. You need to constantly monitor your thoughts and make sure they are aligned with your goals and aspirations. And when you find yourself slipping back into negative thinking, you need to quickly catch yourself and redirect your thoughts. Now, I want to share with you a personal story of how changing my mindset transformed my life. As some of you may know, I started off as a broke farm boy from Idaho. I had no education, no money, and no direction in life. But I had a burning desire to succeed. And that is when I stumbled upon the power of personal development and changing my mindset. I started reading books, attending seminars, and surrounding myself with successful and positive-minded individuals. I started to believe that I was capable of achieving great things in my life. And let me tell you, my friends, that belief changed everything for me. I went on to become a successful entrepreneur, a best-selling author, and a world-renowned motivational speaker. And it all started with changing my mindset. I am a living testament to the power of this third way to overcome fear and step outside your comfort zone. Now I want to challenge all of you to do the same. Take a good hard look at your mindset and start making changes where necessary. Surround yourself with positivity and constantly feed your mind with empowering thoughts. Trust me, you will see a significant difference in your life. The number 2 way to overcome fear and step outside your comfort zone is simple. Take small steps. Yes, you heard me right. Taking small steps is the key to conquering fear and breaking free from your comfort zone. You see, many of us have this misconception that in order to achieve success, we must take big, bold, and courageous actions. We believe that we must take giant leaps out of our comfort zone to make significant progress in our lives. But let me tell you this, my friends, that is not always the case. In fact, taking big steps can often lead to failure and disappointment. When we try to do too much too soon, we become overwhelmed and fear takes over. We start to doubt ourselves and we retreat back to our comfort zone, feeling defeated and demotivated. On the other hand, taking small steps allows us to build momentum and gain confidence. It gives us the opportunity to learn and grow gradually without overwhelming ourselves. It is like climbing a mountain, my friends. You don't start at the top, you take one step at a time, and before you know it, you have reached the summit. So how can we take small steps to overcome fear and step outside our comfort zone? The first step is to identify your fears. What is it that you are afraid of? Is it public speaking, taking risks, or trying something new? Once you have identified your fears, the next step is to break them down into smaller, more manageable steps. Let me give you an example. If you're afraid of public speaking, start by speaking in front of a small group of friends or family members. Then gradually increase the size of your audience until you feel comfortable speaking in front of a larger group. By taking small steps, you are building your confidence and overcoming your fear one step at a time. The next step is to embrace discomfort. Yes, my friends, discomfort is a necessary part of growth. We must be willing to step out of our comfort zone and embrace the discomfort that comes with it. Remember, growth and comfort cannot coexist. So, the next time you feel uncomfortable, embrace it. It is a sign that you are making progress and moving towards your goals. Another way to take small steps is to set achievable goals. Many of us set big, audacious goals, and while that is admirable, it can also be overwhelming. Instead, set smaller, achievable goals that will lead you towards your ultimate goal. Celebrate each small victory and use that momentum to keep pushing forward. My friends, taking small steps also requires patience and persistence. Rome was not built in a day, and neither will your success. It takes time and effort to overcome fear and step outside your comfort zone. But with patience and persistence, you can achieve anything you set your mind to. Lastly, surround yourself with a supportive community. Having a support system can make all the difference in overcoming fear and stepping outside your comfort zone. Surround yourself with people who believe in you, who motivate and inspire you to keep going. And remember, you are not alone in this journey. We are all in this together, and together we can achieve greatness. Now to the number one way to overcome fear and step outside your comfort zone. Fear is a powerful emotion. It can paralyze us, hold us back, and keep us from reaching our full potential. But fear is also a natural part of life. We all experience fear at some point, and that is okay. The key is to not let fear control us, but rather to understand it, face it, and use it to our advantage. So what is the number one way to overcome fear and step outside your comfort zone? It is simple, yet powerful. The number one way is to identify the root of your fear. You see, fear is like a weed. If you only cut off the surface, it will continue to grow back. But if you dig deep and pull out the root, it will never come back. In order to truly overcome fear, we must understand where it comes from. And let me tell you, fear has many roots. It could be a past experience, a limiting belief, or even a societal expectation. But the important thing is that we take the time to identify the root of our fear. Now, I know that this may not be an easy task. It may require some deep introspection and vulnerability. But trust me, it is worth it. Because once we identify the root of our fear, we can begin to uproot it and replace it with something more empowering. Let me give you an example. I have a friend who was terrified of public speaking. Every time she had to give a presentation, her heart would race, her hands would shake, and her mind would go blank. She would avoid any opportunity to speak in front of a group even if it meant missing out on career advancement. But one day, she decided to identify the root of her fear. Through some reflection and coaching, she realized that her fear stemmed from a childhood experience where she was ridiculed for a class presentation. This experience had created a limiting belief that she was not a good speaker and would always fail in front of an audience. Once she identified the root of her fear, she was able to challenge that belief and replace it with a more empowering one. She started to practice and seek out opportunities to speak in front of small groups. And with each successful presentation, her fear began to diminish. Today, she is a confident and sought-after speaker, and her fear is no longer holding her back. You see, by identifying the root of her fear, my friend was able to take control of it and replace it with something more empowering. And this is what I want for each and every one of you. I want you to identify the root of your fear and uproot it. Now, I know that some of you may be thinking, but Jim, what if I don't know the root of my fear? Well, my friends, that is where personal development comes in. And that is why I am so passionate about this topic. Personal development is the process of improving oneself through self-awareness, education, and action. It is about continuously growing, learning, and becoming the best version of ourselves. And it is through personal development that we can identify the root of our fear and take the necessary steps to overcome it. So, how do we start on this journey of personal development? It begins with self-awareness. We must take the time to understand ourselves, our thoughts, our beliefs, and our fears. This could be through journaling, meditation, or seeking out a coach or mentor. Once we have a better understanding of ourselves, we can then educate ourselves. This could be through reading books, attending seminars, or listening to podcasts. We must continuously feed our minds with new ideas and perspectives. But personal development is not just about knowledge. It is also about taking action. It is about putting into practice what we have learned and challenging ourselves to step outside our comfort zones. And as we do this, we will continue to grow and evolve. My friends, personal development is a lifelong journey. It is not a destination, but a continuous process. And as we continue to develop ourselves, we will not only overcome our fears, but also reach new heights of success and fulfillment. In closing, I want to leave you with this thought. Fear is a natural part of life, but it does not have to control us. The no one way to overcome fear and step outside your comfort zone is to identify the root of your fear. And the journey of personal development is the key to unlocking that root and becoming the best version of yourself. For now, I challenge each and every one of you to take the first step towards personal development by identifying the root of your fear. And remember, fear may be a powerful emotion, but you are even more powerful. Thank you. I am excited to be here with you today to share some valuable insights on how to overcome procrastination and reach your goals. In today's fast-paced world, it's easy to get caught up in the daily grind and put off important tasks and goals for another day. But let me tell you, you are not alone in this struggle. We have all been guilty of procrastination at some point in our lives. However, the good news is that you have the power to turn things around and start taking action towards your goals. That's right. By listening to this message, you will learn 5 powerful ways to overcome procrastination and start making progress towards your dreams and aspirations. So if you're tired of feeling stuck and unproductive, then this video is for you. Get ready to unlock your full potential and achieve the success you deserve. So without further ado, let's dive into our 5 ways to overcome procrastination and reach your goals. Starting with number 5. We all have goals, dreams, and aspirations, but many of us struggle to turn them into reality because we fall prey to the temptation of procrastination. We put off important tasks, we delay taking action, and we make excuses for ourselves. But I'm here to tell you that there is a way to overcome this self-sabotaging behavior and reach your goals. And that is number 5. the power of self-discipline. Let me ask you this. How many times have you set a goal for yourself, only to find yourself making excuses and putting it off for later? How many times have you promised yourself that you will start working towards your dreams tomorrow, or next week, or next month? And how many times have you ended up feeling disappointed and frustrated because you didn't take action when you had the chance? I know that many of you can relate to this, because I have been there myself. But let me tell you something. Procrastination is a thief of time, and time is the most valuable asset we have. Every minute that we waste by procrastinating is a minute that we can never get back. And the longer we put off taking action, the harder it becomes to break out of the cycle of procrastination. It's a vicious cycle that can hold us back from achieving our full potential. So, what is the solution? How do we break free from the grip of procrastination and start making progress towards our goals? The answer is self-discipline. It is the key to unlocking our potential and achieving our dreams. Self-discipline is the ability to control our impulses and take action even when we don't feel like it. It is the foundation of success. And without it, we will always struggle to reach our goals. Now, I understand that self-discipline may not be the most glamorous topic, and it may not be the easiest to implement. But let me tell you this. It is worth it. It is worth the effort, the struggle, and the sacrifices. Because in the end, it will lead you to the life you have always dreamed of. So how do we practice self-discipline? How do we cultivate this powerful attribute that will help us overcome procrastination and reach our goals? I am going to share with you the number 5 way to practice self-discipline and achieve success in every area of your life. 1. Set clear and specific goals. The first step to practicing self-discipline is to have a clear and specific goal in mind. Without a clear destination, it's easy to get lost and lose motivation. When you have a specific goal in mind, it becomes easier to stay focused and take action. So take some time to think about what you want to achieve and write it down. Make your goal as specific as possible and set a deadline for yourself. This will give you a sense of urgency and motivate you to take action. Number 2, create a plan of action. Once you have a clear goal in mind, the next step is to create a plan of action. This means breaking down your goal into smaller, actionable steps. This will not only make your goal more manageable, but it will also give you a roadmap to follow. When you have a plan, it becomes easier to stay on track and avoid distractions. So take some time to create a plan of action for your goal and make sure to include specific tasks and deadlines. Number 3, hold yourself accountable. One of the biggest reasons why we procrastinate is because we lack accountability. We make promises to ourselves, but we don't have anyone to hold us accountable for our actions. This is where self-discipline comes in. You need to hold yourself accountable for your actions. This means being honest with yourself and taking responsibility for your choices. You can also find an accountability partner or join a mastermind group to help you stay on track. Number 4, eliminate distractions. Distractions are the enemy of self-discipline. We live in a world where distractions are everywhere. Social media, Netflix, video games, the list goes on. And it's so easy to fall into the trap of procrastination when we have so many distractions at our fingertips. But if you want to practice self-discipline, you need to eliminate distractions. This means setting boundaries for yourself and creating a distraction-free environment. Turn off your phone, log out of social media, and create a space where you can focus on your goals. Number 5, practice self-care. Last, but not least, self-discipline also means taking care of yourself. It's important to remember that self-discipline is not about pushing yourself to the point of burnout. It's about finding a balance between discipline and self-care. This means getting enough sleep, eating well, and taking breaks when you need them. When you take care of yourself, you will have more energy and motivation to stay disciplined and work towards your goals. Now to number 4. The fourth way to overcome procrastination and reach your goals is by eliminating distractions. We can truly take our lives to the next level. Let me ask you this. How many times have you set a goal for yourself and then found yourself getting distracted by something else? Maybe it's a notification on your phone or a TV show that you just can't miss. Or perhaps it's the endless scrolling on social media that seems to consume our days. Whatever it may be, distractions are all around us, and they can be a major roadblock on our journey to success. But here's the thing. We can't blame the distractions for our lack of progress. We have to take responsibility for our actions and understand that it is up to us to eliminate these distractions and stay focused on our goals. So let's dive into the fourth way to overcome procrastination and reach our goals. Eliminate distractions. The first step to eliminating distractions is to identify them. Take a moment to think about what distracts you the most. Is it your phone, your email, your coworkers? Whatever it may be, write it down and make a conscious effort to be aware of these distractions. By identifying them, we can start to take control over them. The next step is to create a distraction-free environment. This could mean turning off your phone or putting it in another room while you work. It could also mean finding a quiet space to work in or using noise-canceling headphones. Whatever it may be, find a space where you can fully focus on your tasks without any distractions. Now, I know what some of you may be thinking, but Jim, I need my phone for work. Or, I can't just shut off my email. What if something important comes up? And I understand these concerns, but here's the thing. We have to learn to prioritize. Is checking your phone or email every 5 minutes really necessary? Or can it wait until you have completed your tasks for the day? By prioritizing our tasks and setting boundaries for ourselves, we can eliminate distractions and stay focused on our goals. Another way to eliminate distractions is to set specific times for checking your phone or email. Instead of constantly checking them throughout the day, set designated times to check and respond to messages. This way you can stay connected without getting caught up in the endless scrolling or responding to every notification. Now, I know that sometimes distractions can come from external sources, such as coworkers or family members. In these situations, it's important to communicate your needs and boundaries. Let your coworkers know that you need some uninterrupted time to work on a project, or ask your family members to give you some space while you work. By communicating your needs, you can create a distraction-free environment and stay focused on your goals. But let's not forget about the biggest distraction of all, our own thoughts. How many times have you found yourself getting lost in your own thoughts, worrying about the future or dwelling on the past? These thoughts can be just as distracting as any external source. So it's important to practice mindfulness and stay present in the moment. When we are fully present, we can eliminate distractions and focus on the task at hand. Lastly, I want to remind you that eliminating distractions is a continuous process. It's not something that we can do once and be done with it. We have to constantly be aware of our surroundings and our own thoughts and make a conscious effort to stay focused on our goals. But I promise you, the more you practice eliminating distractions, the easier it will become. The number 3 way to overcome procrastination and reach your goals is by creating a plan of action. You see, many of us have big dreams and aspirations, but we often fail to take action towards achieving them. We make excuses, we blame external factors, and we convince ourselves that we will start tomorrow, next week, or next month. But the truth is, tomorrow never comes. And before we know it, years have gone by, and we are no closer to our goals than we were before. This is where creating a plan of action comes in. A plan of action is a roadmap that will guide you towards your goals. It is a series of actionable steps that you will take to move closer to your dreams. Without a plan, our goals remain just wishes and fantasies, but with a plan, we can turn our dreams into reality. So let me share with you the steps to creating an effective plan of action. Step 1, define your goals. The first step in creating a plan of action is to clearly define your goals. What is it that you want to achieve? Is it a career goal, a personal goal, or a health goal? Be specific and write down your goals. Remember, a goal without a plan is just a wish. So, take the time to think about what you truly want and write it down. Step 2, break it down. Now that you have defined your goals, it's time to break them down into smaller, more manageable tasks. This will help you to not feel overwhelmed and will make your goals seem more attainable. For example, if your goal is to lose 20 pounds, break it down into smaller tasks such as going to the gym 3 times a week, cutting out junk food, and meal prepping. This way, you have actionable steps that you can take towards your goal. Step 3, set a timeline. A goal without a deadline is just a dream. It's important to set a timeline for each of your tasks. This will help you to stay on track and hold yourself accountable. Be realistic with your timeline, but also push yourself to achieve your goals in a timely manner. Step 4, take action. This is where the magic happens. You have defined your goals, broken them down into smaller tasks, and set a timeline. Now it's time to take action. This is where most people struggle. They have a plan, but they fail to execute it. Don't let that be you. Take action every single day towards your goals. Remember, even small steps forward are progress. Step 5, monitor your progress. As you take action towards your goals, it's important to monitor your progress. This will help you to see how far you have come and motivate you to keep going. It's also a great way to make any necessary adjustments to your plan if needed. Step 6, stay accountable. Accountability is key when it comes to achieving our goals. Find an accountability partner or join a support group to help you stay on track. Share your goals and your plan of action with them and ask them to hold you accountable. This will not only keep you motivated, but it will also help you to stay committed to your plan. Step 7, celebrate your wins. As you achieve each of your smaller tasks, take the time to celebrate your wins. This will not only boost your confidence, but it will also keep you motivated to continue towards your ultimate goal. Creating a plan of action is the key to overcoming procrastination and reaching your goals. It gives you direction, purpose, and a roadmap to follow. But remember, a plan is only effective if you take action. So don't just dream about your goals. Create a plan and take action towards them every single day. Now to number 2. The number 2 way to overcome procrastination and reach your goals is to break down your goals into smaller tasks. You see, we all have dreams and aspirations, but sometimes we get overwhelmed by the enormity of our goals. We think to ourselves, how am I ever going to achieve this? And that's where procrastination creeps in. We put off taking action because we don't know where to start. But I am here to tell you that the key to overcoming procrastination and reaching your goals is to break them down into smaller, more manageable tasks. Let me give you an example. Let's say your goal is to run a marathon. Now, for someone who has never run a marathon before, that may seem like an impossible task. But what if I told you that you could break it down into smaller tasks? Instead of focusing on the entire 26.2 miles, focus on running just 1 mile at a time. And then, once you've accomplished that, focus on running 2 miles, and then 3, and so on. Before you know it, you'll have completed the marathon. This same concept can be applied to any goal, whether it's personal or professional. By breaking down your goals into smaller tasks, you are able to create a roadmap for success. It allows you to take one step at a time rather than trying to tackle everything at once. Now, some of you may be thinking, but Jim, I don't have the time to break down my goals into smaller tasks. Well, let me ask you this. Do you have time to procrastinate? Do you have time to put off your dreams and aspirations? I highly doubt it. By taking the time to break down your goals, you are actually saving yourself time in the long run. You are setting yourself up for success by creating a clear path to achieving your goals. But breaking down your goals into smaller tasks is not just about saving time. It's also about building momentum. When you accomplish one task, no matter how small, it gives you a sense of accomplishment and motivation to keep going. It's like building a snowball. The more you roll it, the bigger it gets. And before you know it, you have a giant snowball of success. Now, I want to address something that I know may be on some of your minds. You may be thinking, but Jim, what if I fail? What if I break down my goals and I still can't achieve them? And to that I say, so what? Failure is not the end. It's just a detour on the road to success. If you break down your goals and you still can't achieve them, then you simply readjust and try again. Remember, success is not a straight line. It's a journey with ups and downs. But by breaking down your goals, you are able to navigate those ups and downs more effectively. Now, I want to share with you a personal story about how breaking down my goals changed my life. When I was a young man, I had a dream of becoming a successful entrepreneur, but I had no idea where to start. I was overwhelmed by the thought of starting a business, so I kept putting it off. But then I heard about the concept of breaking down goals into smaller tasks. So I took my big dream of becoming a successful entrepreneur and I broke it down into smaller tasks. I started by researching different industries and business models. Then I focused on creating a business plan. And then I took the leap and started my own business. And here I am today, standing in front of all of you as a successful entrepreneur. But my journey didn't end there. I continued to break down my goals and set new ones for myself. And each time, I was able to achieve them because I had a clear roadmap to follow. I am a living testament that breaking down your goals into smaller tasks works. So, I challenge each and every one of you to take a look at your own goals and see how you can break them down into smaller tasks. I promise you, it will make all the difference in the world. And as you start to see the results of this number 2 way to overcome procrastination, I urge you to keep pushing forward. Don't let anything stand in the way of your dreams and aspirations. Now to number 1. Procrastination is a silent killer of dreams and goals. It is the thief of time and the enemy of progress. It is the act of putting off important tasks and responsibilities, often in favor of more immediate and less important activities. And unfortunately, it is a habit that many of us struggle with. But my friends, I am here today to tell you that there is a way to overcome procrastination and reach your goals. The number 1 way to do so is by setting clear and specific goals. You see, without clear and specific goals, we are like ships without a rudder, drifting aimlessly in the sea of life. We may have a general idea of where we want to go, but without a specific destination in mind, we will never reach our desired outcome. Think about it. When you have a specific goal in mind, your actions become more focused and purposeful. You have a clear direction and a sense of urgency to take action. This is because a specific goal gives you something tangible to work towards. It becomes a target that you can aim for, and it motivates you to take the necessary steps to achieve it. On the other hand, when your goals are vague and ambiguous, it is easy to fall into the trap of procrastination. You may have a general desire to improve your life, but without a clear and specific goal, it is easy to put off taking action. You may tell yourself that you will start tomorrow or next week, but that day never seems to come. But my friends, the power of setting clear and specific goals goes beyond just motivating you to take action. It also helps you to overcome the fear of failure. You see, when your goals are vague, it is easy to make excuses and justify why you didn't achieve them. But when your goals are specific, there is no room for excuses. You either achieve them or you don't. And if you don't, it becomes a learning opportunity to reassess and adjust your approach. Now, you may be wondering, how do I set clear and specific goals? Well, it all begins with a vision. You must have a clear vision of what you want to achieve. This vision should be specific and detailed. It should include all aspects of your life, such as your career, finances, relationships, health, and personal growth. Once you have a clear vision, you can then break it down into smaller, more manageable goals. These goals should be specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, and time-bound. This is often referred to as the SMART goal-setting method. Let me give you an example. Let's say your vision is to become financially independent. Your first step would be to set a specific and measurable goal, such as saving $10,000 in the next 12 months. This goal is achievable as it is within your control and relevant to your overall vision. And it is time-bound, giving you a specific deadline to work towards. But my friends, setting clear and specific goals is not enough. You must also have a plan of action to achieve them. As the saying goes, a goal without a plan is just a wish. Your plan should include specific action steps that you will take to reach your goal. This could include things like creating a budget, finding ways to increase your income, or setting aside a specific amount of money each month. And finally, to truly overcome procrastination and reach your goals, you must have the discipline to follow through with your plan. This is where many people struggle. It takes discipline to stay focused and committed to your goals, especially when faced with distractions or setbacks. But remember, discipline is the bridge between goals and accomplishment. In closing, my friends, if you want to overcome procrastination and reach your goals, you must set clear and specific goals, have a plan of action, and the discipline to follow through. This is the number one way to achieve success in any area of your life. And in our next session, we will dive deeper into the topic of personal development and how it ties into goal setting. So I encourage you all to take action today and start setting clear and specific goals for yourself. Remember, the only way to achieve your dreams is by taking action. Thank you. I'm excited to be here with you today to talk about one of the most important topics in life, overcoming setbacks and staying on the path towards success. In today's message, we are going to discuss 5 powerful ways to overcome setbacks and keep moving forward towards your goals and dreams. I know firsthand how difficult it can be to face setbacks and challenges on the road to success. But I also know that with the right mindset and strategies, we can turn these setbacks into stepping stones towards our ultimate success. I want you to know that you are not alone in facing setbacks. We have all experienced them at some point in our lives. The key is to not let these setbacks define us or hold us back from reaching our full potential. By listening to this message, you are taking a powerful step towards turning things around and moving towards the life you truly desire. So get ready to take notes and implement these 5 ways into your life. I promise you, they will make a significant difference in how you handle setbacks and ultimately lead you towards the success you deserve. So, let's dive in and learn how to overcome setbacks and keep moving towards success together. Starting with number 5. This may seem like a simple concept, but it is one that is often overlooked and underestimated. The 5th way is to take action and persevere. Let me start by asking you a question. How many of you have faced setbacks in your life? I can guarantee that every single one of you has faced some form of setback, whether it be in your personal or professional life. It is a natural part of our journey toward success. The difference lies in how we respond to these setbacks. Some people let setbacks defeat them. They give up, they lose hope, and they allow their dreams to fade away. But I am here to tell you that you do not have to be one of those people. Instead, you can choose to take action and persevere. Taking action means not letting setbacks paralyze you. It means not dwelling on the past or what could have been. It means picking yourself up and moving forward. It means taking control of your own destiny and not letting anyone or anything hold you back. But taking action is not enough. We must also persevere. Perseverance is the key to success. It is the ability to keep going even when things get tough. It is the determination to never give up, no matter how many times you fall. Think of successful people in any field, business, sports, entertainment, you name it. They all have one thing in common. They have faced setbacks, but they did not let those setbacks stop them. They took action and persevered, and that is why they are where they are today. Let me share with you a personal story. Many years ago, I was a young man with big dreams and aspirations. I wanted to be successful, but I didn't know how. I faced many setbacks along the way. I failed at my first business venture. I was in debt, and I was struggling to make ends meet. But I didn't let those setbacks defeat me. I took action and persevered. I started reading books, attending seminars, and learning from successful people. I took every opportunity that came my way, even if it seemed small or insignificant at the time. And slowly but surely, I started to see progress. I started to see success. And here's the thing. Setbacks will always be a part of our journey. They are inevitable. But it is how we respond to them that determines our level of success. We can either let them defeat us, or we can use them as stepping stones towards our goals. So how can we take action and persevere in the face of setbacks? Let me share with you 3 key steps. Firstly, we must have a clear vision of what we want to achieve. This vision will act as our compass, guiding us towards our goals. It will remind us of why we started in the first place and keep us focused on the end goal. When we have a clear vision, setbacks become temporary roadblocks, not permanent barriers. Secondly, we must have a plan of action. Taking action without a plan is like driving without a map. You may eventually get to your destination, but it will take much longer and be much more difficult. A plan will help us stay organized, prioritize our tasks, and keep us on track towards our goals. And when setbacks come our way, we can refer back to our plan and make necessary adjustments. Lastly, we must have a strong mindset. Our mindset is the most powerful tool we have in overcoming setbacks. We must believe in ourselves and our abilities. We must have faith that we are capable of achieving our goals, no matter how many setbacks we face. We must also be resilient and adaptable, willing to learn from our failures and use them to become stronger and better. Taking action and persevering is not easy. It requires hard work, dedication, and determination. But I can guarantee you that the rewards are worth it. When we take action and persevere, we not only overcome setbacks, but we also grow and become better versions of ourselves. Now to number 4. The 4th way to overcome setbacks and keep moving forward is by seeking support and advice from others. We all face setbacks in our lives. It's just a part of the journey. But what sets successful people apart from the rest is their ability to bounce back from these setbacks and keep moving forward. And one of the most effective ways to do that is by seeking support and advice from others. You see, we are not meant to go through life alone. We are social beings, and we thrive when we have a strong support system around us. When we face challenges and setbacks, it's easy to feel overwhelmed and alone. But when we have people to turn to, people who can offer us guidance and support, we are able to face these challenges with more strength and resilience. So who should you seek support and advice from? The answer is simple. Anyone who has been where you want to go. Seek out mentors, coaches, and successful individuals who have faced similar setbacks and have overcome them. Learn from their experiences, their mistakes, and their triumphs. They can offer you valuable insights and guidance that can help you navigate your own setbacks and challenges. But it's not just about seeking support from those who have achieved success. It's also important to surround yourself with a positive and supportive network of friends and family. These are the people who will be there for you during the tough times, who will lift you up and encourage you when you need it the most. They may not have all the answers, but their love and support can give you the strength and motivation to keep moving forward. Now, I know some of you may be thinking, but Jim, I don't have anyone to turn to for support and advice. I don't have a mentor or a strong support system. Well, my friend, let me tell you this. You are not alone. Many successful individuals have faced setbacks and challenges without a strong support system. But what they did have was the willingness to seek out support and advice from others. So if you don't have a mentor or a strong support system, it's time to start building one. Attend networking events, join online communities, and seek out individuals who have achieved what you aspire to achieve. Don't be afraid to reach out and ask for help. You'll be surprised at how many people are willing to offer their support and guidance. But remember, seeking support and advice from others is not just about asking for help. It's also about being open to receiving it. Many times, we may seek advice from others, but we are not truly open to receiving it. We may have our own fixed ideas and beliefs, and we are not willing to consider other perspectives. But I urge you to keep an open mind and be willing to listen to the advice of others. You never know. It may be just what you need to overcome your setbacks and keep moving forward. Another important aspect of seeking support and advice from others is to be willing to learn from their mistakes. Many successful individuals have faced setbacks and failures along the way, and they have learned valuable lessons from them. Don't be afraid to ask them about their failures and what they learned from them. By learning from the mistakes of others, you can avoid making the same ones yourself. But let me also remind you that seeking support and advice from others does not mean relying on them completely. Ultimately, you are responsible for your own success. Use the advice and support of others as a guide, but make your own decisions and take action towards your goals. Don't let the opinions of others sway you from your path. Trust in yourself and your abilities, and keep moving forward. Moving on to number 3, and that is setting realistic goals and having a plan. Now let me ask you this. How many of you have set goals for yourself? I'm sure most of you have. But here's the thing, setting goals is not enough. We need to set realistic goals. Goals that are achievable and within our reach. You see, when we set unrealistic goals, we set ourselves up for failure. And when we fail to achieve those goals, it can be demotivating and can lead to setbacks. On the other hand, when we set realistic goals, we give ourselves a fighting chance to achieve them. And when we do achieve them, it gives us a sense of accomplishment and motivates us to keep going. But setting realistic goals is just the first step. The second step is to have a plan. You can have the most realistic goal in the world, but without a plan, it's just a dream. A plan is the roadmap that will guide you towards your goals. It helps you stay focused and on track. It gives you direction and helps you make the right decisions. A plan is what turns your dreams into reality. Now, let me share with you a personal story. When I first started my journey towards success, I had big dreams and goals. But I didn't have a plan. I thought I could just work hard and things would fall into place. But I was wrong. I faced setback after setback. I was struggling to make ends meet, and my dreams seemed farther and farther away. That's when I realized the importance of setting realistic goals and having a plan. I sat down and reevaluated my goals. I made sure they were achievable and within my reach. And then I created a plan. I wrote down the steps I needed to take to achieve my goals. I set deadlines and held myself accountable. And slowly but surely, I started making progress. I was no longer just working hard, I was working smart. And before I knew it, I had achieved my goals and more. But here's the thing, setbacks are inevitable. No matter how realistic our goals are, we will face challenges and setbacks along the way. But that's where having a plan becomes crucial. When we have a plan, we have a roadmap to navigate through these setbacks. We can reassess our plan, make necessary adjustments, and keep moving forward. As the saying goes, if you fail to plan, you are planning to fail. So how do we set realistic goals and create a plan? The first step is to know what you want. You need to have a clear understanding of your goals and dreams. What do you want to achieve in life? What are your passions and interests? Once you have a clear vision of what you want, the next step is to break down your goals into smaller, achievable steps. This will make your goals less overwhelming and more attainable. The next step is to set a timeline. Deadlines are crucial in achieving our goals. They give us a sense of urgency and help us stay on track. But make sure your timeline is realistic. Don't give yourself too little time to achieve your goals, but also don't give yourself too much time. Find the balance that works for you. The third step is to hold yourself accountable. This is where having an accountability partner or a mentor can be helpful. Share your goals and plan with someone you trust and ask them to hold you accountable. This will not only keep you on track, but also give you a sense of support and motivation. And finally, be flexible. Life is unpredictable, and things may not always go according to plan. But that's okay. Be open to making adjustments to your plan when necessary. Remember, the destination may remain the same, but the journey may have a few detours. Now to number 2, and that is to stay positive and maintain a growth mindset. Now I know what you may be thinking. How can something as simple as staying positive and having a growth mindset be the key to success? Well, let me tell you, my friends, it is not as simple as it may seem. In fact, it is one of the most challenging things to do, especially when faced with setbacks and failures. But I am here to tell you that it is possible and it is crucial for your success. So, what exactly is a growth mindset? It is the belief that our abilities and intelligence can be developed and improved through hard work, dedication, and perseverance. It is the understanding that we are not limited by our current skills or knowledge, but rather, we have the potential to continuously learn and grow. And this mindset is essential because it allows us to see setbacks and failures as opportunities for growth and learning rather than roadblocks to our success. Now, staying positive and maintaining a growth mindset may sound like a walk in the park when everything is going well. But it is when we face challenges and setbacks that our true character is tested. It is easy to be positive and have a growth mindset when everything is going our way, but it takes real strength and determination to maintain that mindset when things are not going as planned. So how do we stay positive and maintain a growth mindset in the face of setbacks? The first step is to reframe our perspective. Instead of seeing setbacks as failures, see them as opportunities for growth. As the saying goes, when one door closes, another one opens. Every setback is a chance for us to learn, improve, and come back even stronger. So, instead of dwelling on our failures, let us focus on what we can learn from them and how we can use that knowledge to propel ourselves forward. The second step is to surround ourselves with positivity. We become the average of the 5 people we spend the most time with. So it is crucial to surround ourselves with positive and growth-oriented individuals. These are the people who will lift us up when we are feeling down, who will remind us of our potential when we doubt ourselves, and who will push us to be the best version of ourselves. So choose your inner circle wisely and let their positivity and growth mindset rub off on you. Another crucial aspect of staying positive and maintaining a growth mindset is to focus on progress, not perfection. It is easy to get caught up in the idea of perfection, but the truth is, it does not exist. Perfection is an illusion that can hold us back from achieving our goals. Instead, let us focus on progress. Every step we take towards our goals, no matter how small, is progress. And progress, no matter how slow, is still progress. So, celebrate your progress and use it as motivation to keep moving forward. Lastly, it is essential to practice gratitude. When we are faced with setbacks, it is easy to get caught up in negativity and forget about all the good things in our lives. But practicing gratitude can help us shift our focus from what is going wrong to what is going right. Take a moment every day to reflect on the things you are grateful for, no matter how small. It could be something as simple as having a roof over your head or a supportive friend. Gratitude can help us maintain a positive mindset and keep us motivated to continue on our journey towards success. My friends, staying positive and maintaining a growth mindset is not always easy, but it is necessary for our success. As we face setbacks and challenges, let us remember to reframe our perspective, surround ourselves with positivity, focus on progress, and practice gratitude. These are the keys to staying positive and maintaining a growth mindset. I want to say it's an honor to share with you the number one way to overcome setbacks and keep moving towards success. I have dedicated my life to studying success and personal development. I have had the privilege of learning from some of the greatest minds in history, and I have distilled their wisdom into simple, actionable steps that anyone can take to achieve their goals and live a life of abundance. The one way to overcome setbacks and keep moving towards success is to reframe them as learning opportunities. Let me repeat that. Reframe setbacks as learning opportunities. You see, setbacks are not failures. They are opportunities to learn and grow. Just like a muscle needs resistance to become stronger, we need setbacks to become wiser and more resilient. Think about it. Some of the most successful people in history have faced countless setbacks before achieving their goals. Thomas Edison failed over 1,000 times before inventing the light bulb. Walt Disney was fired from a newspaper for lacking creativity and went bankrupt multiple times before creating the iconic Disney brand. Oprah Winfrey was told she wasn't fit for television and was fired from her first job as a news anchor. These setbacks could have stopped them in their tracks, but instead, they used them as learning opportunities and kept moving forward. So how do we reframe setbacks as learning opportunities? First, we must change our perspective. Instead of seeing setbacks as failures, see them as feedback. When something doesn't go as planned, ask yourself, what can I learn from this? What can I do differently next time? Remember, failure is not the opposite of success. It is a part of success. Every successful person has faced failure, but they didn't let it define them. They used it as a stepping stone towards their goals. Secondly, we must take responsibility for our setbacks. It is easy to blame external factors for our failures, but taking responsibility means taking control of our lives. It means acknowledging that we have the power to change our circumstances. When we take responsibility, we can learn from our mistakes and make the necessary adjustments to move forward. Next, we must embrace the growth mindset. This means believing that our abilities and intelligence can be developed through hard work and dedication. People with a growth mindset see setbacks as opportunities to learn and improve, while those with a fixed mindset see them as proof of their limitations. Embracing a growth mindset allows us to see setbacks as temporary and to keep pushing forward towards our goals. Another key to reframing setbacks as learning opportunities is to surround ourselves with the right people. We become the average of the 5 people we spend the most time with, so it is crucial to surround ourselves with positive, supportive, and growth-minded individuals. These people will lift us up when we are facing setbacks and help us see the lessons in our failures. Lastly, we must practice resilience. Resilience is the ability to bounce back from adversity and keep moving forward. It is a crucial trait for success because setbacks are inevitable, but how we respond to them is what truly matters. Resilient people see setbacks as temporary and use them as fuel to keep going. They don't let setbacks define them. They use them as opportunities for growth and development. In closing, setbacks are not the end. They are merely a detour on the road to success. The one way to overcome setbacks and keep moving towards success is to reframe them as learning opportunities. Remember to change your perspective, take responsibility, embrace the growth mindset, surround yourself with the right people, and practice resilience. These steps will not only help you overcome setbacks, but also propel you towards your goals and dreams. In today's message, we will be exploring 5 powerful ways to overcome any obstacle that may come your way and continue moving towards your goals and dreams. Now, I know setbacks can be tough. They can make us feel like we're stuck in quicksand, struggling to make any progress. But I want you to know that you are not alone. We have all faced setbacks in our lives, and it's how we handle them that sets us apart. The good news is, by listening to this message, you can turn things around. You can learn to overcome setbacks and keep moving forward towards success. So whether you're facing a setback in your career, relationships, or personal life, this video is for you. I have spent decades studying and teaching the principles of success, and I am excited to share my insights with you today. So, get ready to take notes and implement these 5 strategies to overcome setbacks and achieve greatness. Let's get started. Starting with the 5th way to overcome setbacks and keep moving towards success. This is a topic that is close to my heart, as I have personally experienced setbacks and have learned the importance of resilience in achieving success. Before we dive into the 5th way, let us take a moment to reflect on what we have learned so far. In our previous speeches, we have talked about setting goals, taking action, learning from failures, and having a positive mindset. These are all crucial elements in the journey towards success. But what happens when we face setbacks? How do we keep moving forward when things don't go as planned? This is where resilience comes in. Resilience is the ability to bounce back from setbacks, to adapt to change, and to persevere in the face of challenges. It is not about avoiding failures or difficulties, but rather, it is about how we respond to them. So, what is the 5th way to overcome setbacks and keep moving towards success? It is simple: practice resilience. And let me tell you, my friends, resilience is not something that you are born with. It is a skill that can be learned and developed over time. And today I'm going to share with you some practical ways to practice resilience in your life. First and foremost, we must understand that setbacks are a part of life. We cannot control everything that happens to us, but we can control how we respond to it. As the saying goes, life is 10% what happens to you and 90% how you react to it. So when faced with a setback, instead of dwelling on the problem, focus on finding a solution. Ask yourself, what can I do to overcome this? And take action towards finding a solution. Secondly, we must learn to embrace failures. Yes, you heard me right, embrace failures. You see, failures are not the opposite of success. They are a part of the journey towards success. Every successful person has faced failures and setbacks, but what sets them apart is their ability to learn from them and use them as stepping stones towards success. So the next time you face a setback, don't see it as a defeat, but rather see it as an opportunity to learn and grow. Another essential aspect of practicing resilience is having a positive mindset. It is easy to get discouraged and lose hope when faced with setbacks. But it is during these times that we must remind ourselves of our goals and dreams. We must believe in ourselves and our abilities to overcome any obstacle that comes our way. As Henry Ford once said, "Whether you think you can or you think you can't, you're right." So choose to have a positive mindset and believe that you have what it takes to overcome any setback. Next, we must surround ourselves with positive and supportive people. As the saying goes, you are the average of the 5 people you spend the most time with. So if you want to be resilient, surround yourself with resilient people. People who will lift you up, encourage you, and help you see the light at the end of the tunnel. And remember, it is okay to ask for help when you need it. We are not meant to go through life alone, and having a strong support system can make all the difference in our journey towards success. Another way to practice resilience is by taking care of ourselves. We cannot pour from an empty cup, and we cannot expect to be resilient if we are physically, mentally, or emotionally drained. So, make sure to take care of your health, both physically and mentally. Exercise, eat well, get enough rest, and take breaks when needed. And most importantly, make time for activities that bring you joy and recharge your batteries. Lastly, we must learn to adapt to change. In life, things will not always go as planned, and that is okay. What matters is how we respond to those changes. Instead of resisting change, embrace it and find ways to adapt and make the best of the situation. Remember, change can lead to new opportunities and growth. And being resilient means being able to adapt to those changes. My friends, practicing resilience is not always easy, but it is necessary if we want to achieve success. It requires determination, perseverance, and a positive mindset. But I can assure you that the rewards of practicing resilience are well worth it. Not only will you overcome setbacks and achieve your goals, but you will also become a stronger, wiser, and more resilient person. Now to number 4, which is taking action and keeping moving forward in the face of setbacks. We all face setbacks in life, whether it's in our personal or professional lives. It could be a failed business venture, a relationship that didn't work out, or even a health issue. These setbacks can be demotivating and can make us feel like giving up. But let me tell you, setbacks are not the end of the road. In fact, they are an essential part of the journey towards success. I have been through my fair share of setbacks in life. I started my journey as a broke farm boy, but through hard work and determination, I became a successful entrepreneur, author, and motivational speaker. But it wasn't an easy journey. I faced numerous setbacks along the way, but I never let them stop me. Instead, I used them as stepping stones towards my success. You see, when we face setbacks, it's natural to feel demotivated and want to give up. But that's the worst thing we can do. Giving up is easy, but it won't get us anywhere. We need to take action and keep moving forward, no matter how small the steps may be. You see, success is not a one-time event. It's a journey. And like any journey, it requires us to keep moving forward. When we face setbacks, it's like hitting a roadblock on our journey. But that doesn't mean we turn back or give up. It means we find an alternate route and keep moving forward. As the saying goes, when life gives you lemons, make lemonade. So how do we take action and keep moving forward in the face of setbacks? The first step is to have a clear vision of what we want to achieve. When we have a clear goal in mind, setbacks become minor hurdles that we can overcome. Without a vision, setbacks can seem like insurmountable mountains. So always have a clear vision of what you want to achieve. The second step is to have a plan. A vision without a plan is just a dream. We need to have a plan of action to achieve our goals. And when we face setbacks, we need to review our plan and make necessary adjustments. Remember, it's not about the plan being perfect. It's about taking action and making progress towards our goals. The third step is to have a positive mindset. Our mindset plays a crucial role in how we handle setbacks. If we have a negative mindset, setbacks can demotivate us and make us give up. But if we have a positive mindset, setbacks can be seen as opportunities for growth and learning. As the saying goes, your attitude, not your aptitude, will determine your altitude. The fourth step is to surround ourselves with the right people. We are the average of the 5 people we spend the most time with. So, it's essential to surround ourselves with people who uplift us, motivate us, and support us. When we face setbacks, having a strong support system can make all the difference. The fifth and final step is to never stop learning and growing. Setbacks are an opportunity for us to learn and grow. They teach us valuable lessons that we wouldn't have learned otherwise. So instead of dwelling on our setbacks, we should use them as a learning experience and keep moving forward. Taking action and keeping moving forward is not easy. It requires discipline, determination, and perseverance. But let me tell you, the rewards are worth it. When we keep moving forward, we grow, we learn, and we become better versions of ourselves. And that's what personal development is all about, becoming the best version of ourselves. Now to the third way to overcome setbacks and keep moving towards success, and that is by surrounding yourself with positive and supportive people. As the saying goes, you are the average of the 5 people you spend the most time with. This statement holds so much truth, my friends. The people we surround ourselves with have a significant impact on our thoughts, beliefs, and actions. If we want to achieve success, we must be intentional about the company we keep. Think about the people in your life right now. Are they lifting you up or dragging you down? Are they encouraging you to pursue your dreams or filling your mind with doubt and negativity? Are they pushing you to be your best self or holding you back with their own limitations? Surrounding yourself with positive and supportive people is crucial for your personal growth and success. These individuals will not only inspire and motivate you, but they will also challenge you to become the best version of yourself. They will push you out of your comfort zone and help you see your full potential. On the other hand, negative and unsupportive people can drain your energy and hinder your progress. They will bring you down with their constant complaints, excuses, and pessimism. They will discourage you from taking risks and pursuing your goals. As the late entrepreneur and motivational speaker Zig Ziglar once said, negative people have a problem for every solution. So how do we surround ourselves with positive and supportive people? First and foremost, we must be intentional about the relationships we form. We must seek out individuals who have a positive outlook on life, who are driven and ambitious, and who genuinely want to see us succeed. We can also seek out mentors and role models who have already achieved the level of success we aspire to. These individuals can provide us with valuable guidance, wisdom, and motivation. As the saying goes, if you want to be successful, find someone who has achieved the results you want and copy what they do, and you'll achieve the same results. But it's not just about finding the right people. It's also about being the right person. We must be the kind of people we want to attract into our lives. We must cultivate a positive mindset, be supportive and encouraging of others, and strive to be the best versions of ourselves. Now, I know some of you may be thinking, but Jim, what about the negative people in my life that I can't just cut out? My friends, I understand that not all relationships can be easily ended, especially if they are family members or co-workers. But we must learn to manage these relationships and not let them bring us down. One way to do this is by setting boundaries. We must learn to say no to things that do not align with our goals and values. we must also learn to limit our time and energy spent with negative people. As author and speaker Brian Tracy once said, "Successful people are simply those with successful habits." Another way to manage negative relationships is by not taking their negativity personally. We must remember that their negativity is a reflection of their own insecurities and limitations, and it has nothing to do with us. We must also learn to respond with kindness and understanding rather than reacting with anger or frustration. My friends, surrounding ourselves with positive and supportive people is not just about achieving success. It's also about living a happier and more fulfilling life. When we are surrounded by people who believe in us and support us, we are more likely to believe in ourselves and reach our full potential. Now, the number 2 way to overcome setbacks and keep moving toward success is by staying focused on your goals. You see, setbacks are a part of life. They are inevitable. No matter how hard you try, you cannot avoid them. But what sets successful people apart from the rest is their ability to overcome these setbacks and keep moving forward. And the key to doing so is by staying focused on your goals. Now, what do I mean by staying focused on your goals? I mean having a clear vision of what you want to achieve in your life and constantly reminding yourself of that vision. It means having a burning desire to achieve your goals and being willing to do whatever it takes to make them a reality. It means having a laser-like focus on your goals, despite any setbacks or distractions that may come your way. You see, when you have a clear and specific goal in mind, it becomes your driving force. It becomes your motivation to keep pushing forward even when things get tough. And trust me, things will get tough. But it is during those tough times that your focus on your goals will be crucial. Let me give you an example. Imagine you are on a journey to climb Mount Everest. You have trained for months. You have all the necessary equipment, and you are determined to reach the summit. But as you start your climb, you face a blizzard. The winds are strong, the visibility is poor, and the conditions are treacherous. What do you do in such a situation? Do you give up and turn back, or do you keep moving forward, keeping your focus on reaching the summit? I believe that those who are truly committed to their goals will keep moving forward despite the setbacks. They will keep their eyes on the prize and push through the challenges because they know that the view from the top will be worth it. But staying focused on your goals is not just about having a strong mindset. It also involves taking action towards your goals every single day. You cannot just sit back and wait for success to come to you. You have to go out and make it happen. And the only way to do that is by staying focused on your goals and taking consistent action towards them. Another important aspect of staying focused on your goals is having a positive attitude. You see, setbacks can bring us down, make us doubt ourselves, and question our abilities. But if you have a positive attitude, you will see setbacks as opportunities for growth and learning. You will view them as temporary roadblocks that can be overcome with determination and perseverance. And that brings me to my next point, perseverance. When you are focused on your goals, you will have the determination and resilience to keep going, even when things get tough. You will not let setbacks discourage you or make you give up on your dreams. Instead, you will use them as fuel to keep moving forward and get closer to your goals. But staying focused on your goals is not just about achieving success. It is also about personal growth and development. When you have a clear vision of your goals and take consistent action towards them, you are constantly pushing yourself out of your comfort zone and challenging yourself to become better. And that is the true essence of personal development, continuously striving to become the best version of yourself. And now to the number one way to overcome setbacks and keep moving toward success. But before we dive into that, let me ask you this. Have you ever experienced a setback in your life? Maybe you lost a job, failed an exam, or faced rejection in a relationship. Whatever it may be, setbacks are a natural part of life. And I am here to tell you that it is not about the setback itself, but how you handle it that truly matters. You see, setbacks are not meant to break us. They are meant to make us. They are opportunities for growth and learning. But unfortunately, many of us tend to view setbacks as failures. We beat ourselves up, we feel defeated, and we give up on our dreams. But let me remind you, setbacks are not failures. They are simply detours on the road to success. Think about it. Some of the most successful people in history have faced numerous setbacks. Walt Disney was fired from a newspaper for lacking creativity and having no good ideas. Oprah Winfrey was told she was unfit for television. And even Michael Jordan, arguably the greatest basketball player of all time, was cut from his high school basketball team. But did they let these setbacks define them? No, they used them as fuel to keep moving forward and achieve their dreams. So the question is, how can we reframe setbacks as opportunities for growth? How can we use them to our advantage instead of letting them hold us back? Well, my friends, it all starts with our mindset. You see, our minds are incredibly powerful. They can either be our greatest ally or our worst enemy. And it is up to us to choose which one it will be. When faced with a setback, our initial reaction may be to feel defeated and give up. But I am here to tell you that you have a choice. You can choose to let that setback define you, or you can choose to see it as an opportunity for growth. It all comes down to how you choose to interpret the situation. Let me give you an example. Imagine you are on a hike and you come across a big boulder blocking your path. You can either turn back and give up on your hike, or you can find a way to climb over or around the boulder. The boulder is not a failure. It is simply an obstacle that you must overcome to continue on your journey. And the same goes for setbacks in life. They are not failures. They are simply obstacles that we must overcome to reach our goals. But reframing setbacks as opportunities for growth is not just about changing our mindset. It also involves taking action. It is about using setbacks as a chance to reflect, learn, and improve. Ask yourself, what can I learn from this setback? What could I have done differently? How can I use this experience to become a better version of myself? Remember, every setback has a lesson to teach us, and it is up to us to be open to learning and growing from these experiences. As the great Nelson Mandela once said, "I never lose. I either win or learn." And that is the mindset we must adopt when faced with setbacks. But let me be clear, reframing setbacks as opportunities for growth does not mean that we ignore our emotions. It is perfectly normal to feel disappointed, frustrated, or even angry when faced with a setback. But it is important that we do not dwell on these negative emotions. Instead, we must acknowledge them, learn from them, and then let them go. Do not let them hold you back from moving forward. My friends, setbacks are a part of life. We cannot control when or how they will happen, but we can control how we respond to them. So I urge you to reframe setbacks as opportunities for growth. Use them as motivation to keep moving forward and reaching your full potential. And remember, the road to success is not a straight line. It is full of twists and turns, ups and downs. But it is those who persevere through setbacks and keep moving forward that ultimately achieve their dreams. Thank you. Today I want to talk to you about something that affects us all at some point in our lives: adversity. We all face challenges, setbacks, and obstacles that can make us feel defeated and discouraged. But here's the good news. You are not alone. In fact, some of the most successful and influential people in history have faced adversity and come out on top. In today's message, I want to share with you 5 powerful ways to overcome adversity and turn your trials into triumphs. These are practical, proven strategies that have helped countless individuals, including myself, rise above their circumstances and achieve greatness. So if you're feeling stuck, overwhelmed, or just need a little motivation to keep going, this video is for you. By listening to this message and applying these principles, you can turn things around and create a path to triumph. So let's dive in and discover how to overcome adversity and reach our full potential. Starting with number 5. The 5th way to overcoming adversity is by taking care of yourself. This may seem like a simple concept, but let me tell you, it is one of the most crucial steps on your path to triumph. You see, when we are faced with adversity, it is easy to get caught up in the chaos and lose sight of our own well-being. We become so focused on overcoming the challenge at hand that we neglect to take care of ourselves. But my friends, this is a grave mistake. Let me ask you this. How can you expect to overcome any challenge if you are not at your best? How can you expect to triumph if you are not taking care of the vessel that carries you through life? The truth is, you cannot. In order to overcome adversity, you must first take care of yourself. You must prioritize your physical, mental, and emotional well-being. Because when you are at your best, you are equipped to handle anything that comes your way. So how do we take care of ourselves in the face of adversity? The first step is to prioritize our physical health. This means taking care of our bodies through proper nutrition, exercise, and rest. When we are facing a challenge, it is easy to let our healthy habits fall by the wayside. We may turn to comfort foods or skip our workouts in favor of more time to work on our problems. But my friends, this is a mistake. When we neglect our physical health, we are not only doing a disservice to our bodies, but we are also hindering our ability to overcome adversity. Think about it. When you are well rested, fueled by nutritious foods, and physically fit, you have more energy and mental clarity. This allows you to approach challenges with a clear and focused mind, giving you a better chance of finding a solution. So I urge you to make your physical health a priority, even in the face of adversity. Make time for exercise, fuel your body with healthy foods, and get the rest that you need. Your body will thank you, and you will be better equipped to face any challenge that comes your way. The second step in taking care of ourselves during adversity is to prioritize our mental health. This means taking care of our minds, our thoughts, and our emotions. When we are faced with adversity, it is easy to let negative thoughts and emotions consume us. We may feel overwhelmed, anxious, or defeated. But my friends, we must remember that we have control over our thoughts and emotions. We have the power to choose how we react to any situation. So, in the face of adversity, I urge you to practice mindfulness. Take a few moments each day to quiet your mind and focus on the present moment. This will help you to let go of negative thoughts and emotions and approach challenges with a clear and calm mind. Additionally, surround yourself with positivity. Seek out the company of those who uplift and inspire you. Read books, listen to podcasts, or watch videos that motivate and encourage you. Your mental health is just as important as your physical health, and it is crucial to take care of both in order to overcome adversity. The third and final step in taking care of ourselves during adversity is to prioritize our emotional well-being. This means allowing ourselves to feel our emotions and process them in a healthy way. It is easy to suppress our emotions and put on a brave face in the face of challenges, but this can be detrimental to our well-being. We must allow ourselves to feel our emotions, whether they are positive or negative, and find healthy ways to process and express them. One way to do this is through journaling. Take a few moments each day to write down your thoughts and emotions. This will not only help you to process and understand your feelings, but it will also serve as a reminder of your strength and resilience. Additionally, seek support from loved ones. Talk to a trusted friend or family member about what you are going through. You do not have to face adversity alone, and having a support system can make all the difference in your journey to triumph. My friends, taking care of yourself during adversity is not a luxury, it is a necessity. It is not selfish, it is essential. When we neglect our physical, mental, and emotional well-being, we are hindering our ability to overcome challenges and reach our full potential. So I urge you to make self-care a priority, not just in times of adversity, but in every aspect of your life. And now to number 3, which is overcoming adversity. We all face challenges in life, but it is how we handle these challenges that truly defines us. Now, I could stand here and give you a list of steps to overcome adversity, but I want to focus on one key aspect that I believe is crucial to your success: seeking support. Yes, you heard me right. Seeking support. You see, many of us have been conditioned to believe that asking for help is a sign of weakness. But I am here to tell you that it is actually a sign of strength. Let me share with you a personal story. When I was just starting out in my career, I faced many obstacles and setbacks. I was struggling to make ends meet, and my dreams seemed out of reach. But I refused to give up. I sought out mentors and coaches who had achieved success in their own lives. I asked for their guidance and advice, and they were more than happy to help me. Their support and guidance were instrumental in my journey toward success. They not only provided me with practical advice, but they also believed in me and my abilities when I was doubting myself. And that, my friends, is the power of seeking support. You see, when we face adversity, it can be easy to get stuck in a negative mindset. We start to doubt ourselves and our abilities. But when we have a support system in place, they can help us see the bigger picture and remind us of our strengths and potential. They can also offer a different perspective and help us come up with solutions that we may not have thought of on our own. But seeking support goes beyond just having a mentor or coach. It also means surrounding yourself with positive and uplifting people. As the saying goes, you are the average of the 5 people you spend the most time with. So ask yourself, are the people in your inner circle lifting you up or bringing you down? Are they supporting your dreams and goals, or are they holding you back? It may be a difficult decision, but sometimes we need to distance ourselves from negative influences in order to grow and succeed. Surround yourself with people who believe in you and your potential, who will push you to be your best self, and who will be there for you when you face challenges. Another aspect of seeking support is being open and vulnerable. It takes courage to admit that we need help, but it is necessary for growth. We must be willing to share our struggles and ask for help when we need it. This not only allows us to receive support, but it also creates deeper connections with those around us. It shows that we are human and that we are not alone in our struggles. Now, I know that some of you may be thinking, but Jim, I don't have anyone to turn to for support. My response to that is, seek it out. There are countless resources available to us in this digital age. Join a support group, attend workshops and seminars, read books and articles, listen to podcasts. There is no shortage of information and support out there. It is up to us to take the initiative and seek it out. But let me also remind you that seeking support is a two-way street. Just as we seek support from others, we must also be willing to offer support to those around us. Be a mentor to someone who is just starting out, lend a listening ear to a friend in need, and be there for your loved ones when they are facing challenges. By giving support, we also receive it in return. Now to number 2, which is to create a plan of action. You see, having a positive mindset is crucial, but it is not enough. We must also take action towards our goals and dreams. As the saying goes, a goal without a plan is just a wish, and I couldn't agree more. Without a plan, we are simply drifting through life, hoping for things to happen. But if we want to overcome adversity and achieve success, we must be intentional and strategic in our actions. So, how do we create a plan of action? The first step is to define your goal. What is it that you want to achieve? Is it a promotion at work? Is it starting your own business? Is it improving your relationships? Whatever it may be specific and write it down. This will give you a clear direction and something to work towards. The next step is to break down your goal into smaller, achievable tasks. This will prevent you from feeling overwhelmed and help you stay focused. For example, if your goal is to start your own business, some tasks could be conducting market research, creating a business plan, and securing funding. By breaking down your goal into smaller tasks, you can easily track your progress and make necessary adjustments along the way. Once you have your tasks, it is important to prioritize them. Not all tasks are created equal, and some may have a bigger impact on your goal than others. So it is crucial to prioritize them based on their importance and urgency. This will also help you manage your time effectively and make the most out of your day. Now let's talk about the most important step in creating a plan of action, taking action. It is not enough to have a plan. We must also take consistent action towards our goals. As the saying goes, action is the foundational key to all success. We can have the best plan in the world, but if we don't take action, it is all for nothing. But let me tell you, taking action is not always easy. There will be times when you will face obstacles and challenges that will make you want to give up. But remember, adversity is a part of life, and it is how we respond to it that matters. So when faced with challenges, don't give up. Instead, take a step back, reassess your plan, and make necessary adjustments. Remember, it is not about how many times you fall, but how many times you get back up. Another important aspect of taking action is consistency. Consistency is key to achieving any goal. It is not about taking big leaps, but rather small, consistent steps towards our goals. As the Chinese proverb says, the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. So, take that first step, and then another and another. Before you know it, you will have made significant progress towards your goal. Now, I want to address something that often holds us back from taking action: fear. Fear is a natural emotion, and it is okay to feel it, but we must not let it paralyze us. Instead, we must use it as a driving force to push us towards our goals. As the great Nelson Mandela once said, "I learned that courage was not the absence of fear, but the triumph over it. The brave man is not he who does not feel afraid, but he who conquers that fear." Now to number one, I want to share with you the one key to unlocking your full potential and reaching your goals. And that key is developing a positive mindset. You see, life is not always smooth sailing. We all face challenges, setbacks, and obstacles in our journey. But the difference between those who succeed and those who give up is their mindset. Your mindset is the lens through which you view the world, and it can either be your greatest ally or your biggest enemy. So how do we develop a positive mindset? It all starts with our thoughts. Our thoughts have the power to shape our reality. If we constantly think negative thoughts, we will attract negativity into our lives. But if we choose to think positively, we will attract positivity and opportunities. But developing a positive mindset is not just about thinking positive thoughts. It's also about taking action. It's about having a clear vision of what you want to achieve and taking consistent steps towards that vision. As the saying goes, a dream without action is just a wish. Are they helping you or holding you back? Once you become aware of your thoughts, you can start to challenge and change them. Replace negative thoughts with positive affirmations. Affirmations are powerful statements that declare what you want to be true in your life. Repeat them to yourself every day, and eventually they will become your reality. Another important aspect of developing a positive mindset is surrounding yourself with positive people. The people we spend our time with have a significant influence on our thoughts and actions. So, choose to surround yourself with people who uplift and inspire you, rather than those who bring you down. But what about when we face adversity? How do we maintain a positive mindset during difficult times? The key is to reframe our perspective. Instead of seeing challenges as obstacles, see them as opportunities for growth and learning. Embrace the challenges and use them to become stronger and wiser. It's also essential to practice gratitude. When we focus on what we are grateful for, we shift our focus from what we lack to what we have. Gratitude helps us to see the good in every situation and to appreciate the blessings in our lives. Another powerful tool for developing a positive mindset is visualization. Take a few minutes each day to visualize yourself achieving your goals and living your dream life. See yourself overcoming obstacles and achieving success. Visualization helps to program our minds for success and keeps us motivated and focused. But let me be clear, developing a positive mindset does not mean ignoring or denying negative emotions. It's okay to feel sad, angry, or frustrated at times. What's important is how we deal with these emotions. Instead of dwelling on them, acknowledge them, and then choose to focus on the positive aspects of your life. And finally, the most crucial aspect of developing a positive mindset is to take responsibility for your life. You are the creator of your destiny, and you have the power to shape your reality. Stop blaming others or circumstances for your failures and start taking ownership of your life. In closing, developing a positive mindset is the number one way to overcome adversity and achieve triumph in your life. It's about choosing to see the good in every situation, taking action towards your goals, and surrounding yourself with positive people. Remember, your thoughts create your reality, so choose to think positively and watch your life transform. In part 2 of this talk, we will dive deeper into the topic of personal development and how it ties into developing a positive mindset. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to talk to you about a subject that has been at the core of my teachings throughout my life: the incredible power of programming yourself for success. You see, success is not just a destination, it's a journey. And the key to a remarkable journey lies in how we program our minds and habits. So here are my 5 tips to program yourself for success. 1. Set clear goals. The first step in programming yourself for success is to set clear, compelling goals. Your goals are the roadmap to your dreams. Take the time to define what you want in life. Make them specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, and time-bound. SMART goals, as they say. When you have a clear destination, it becomes easier to make decisions and take actions that align with your objectives. Imagine setting sail on a ship without a destination. You would drift aimlessly at the mercy of the wind and currents. Similarly, without clear goals, you may find yourself drifting through life without a sense of purpose. Goals give you direction, and direction is what turns dreams into reality. So ask yourself, what do I truly want to achieve? What kind of person do I want to become? Set those goals, and let them be the compass guiding your journey. 2. Continuous learning. The second element in programming yourself for success is the commitment to continuous learning. Life is a journey of constant growth and improvement. As I always say, formal education will make you a living, self-education will make you a fortune. Make it a habit to invest in your personal development. Read books, attend seminars, listen to podcasts, and surround yourself with people who inspire and challenge you. Learning is the fuel that propels you forward. It sharpens your skills, broadens your perspective, and opens new doors of opportunity. In this fast-paced world, those who are willing to learn and adapt will thrive. Remember, the more you learn, the more you earn. Not just in terms of money, but in the richness of your life experiences. 3. Master time management. Time is the most precious resource we have, and how we use it determines our success. To program yourself for success, you must become a master of time management. Time is the great equalizer. Everyone gets the same 24 hours in a day. It's how you use those hours that makes the difference. Develop the discipline to prioritize your tasks and focus on what truly matters. Identify your most important goals and allocate dedicated time to work towards them. Avoid the trap of busyness without productivity. As I often say, don't let your day run you, run your day. Successful people understand that time is a non-renewable resource, and they use it wisely. By managing your time effectively, you create a rhythm of productivity that propels you towards your goals. 4, embrace the power of association. The people you surround yourself with have a profound impact on your success. My favorite quote is, "You are the average of the 5 people you spend the most time with." This truth underscores the importance of association in programming yourself for success. Evaluate your inner circle. Are they lifting you up or holding you back? Surround yourself with individuals who inspire, challenge, and support your journey. Seek out mentors and role models who have achieved what you aspire to accomplish. Their wisdom and guidance can accelerate your progress. Remember, success is not a solo journey. It's a collaborative effort. Choose your associates wisely, for they will influence your mindset, decisions, and ultimately, your destiny. 5, develop unwavering discipline. Discipline is the bridge between goals and accomplishment. To program yourself for success, you must cultivate unwavering discipline. It's the ability to stay focused on your goals, even when faced with challenges and distractions. Discipline is not a one-time effort. It's a daily commitment. It's about doing what needs to be done, whether you feel like it or not. It's the consistency of effort that leads to breakthroughs. As you embark on your journey towards success, understand that there will be obstacles. There will be days when you're tempted to procrastinate or take the easy route. It's in those moments that discipline becomes your greatest ally, which leads me to my last point. You see, life is a constant quest for improvement, a journey of becoming the best version of ourselves. And in this pursuit, we are often in need of guidance, inspiration, and wisdom. Now picture this, a mentor who is available to you at any time, day or night, offering insights that can shape your thinking, influence your actions, and drive your success. That, my friends, is the power of books. Books have been my constant companions throughout my life, and I can attest to the immense value they bring to personal development. When you open a book, you're not just flipping through pages. You're opening a gateway to a world of knowledge, experience, and profound insights. Books are mentors that don't require a salary, don't demand your time on a schedule, and yet they are always ready to impart their wisdom whenever you choose to engage with them. Now let me share with you 3 compelling reasons why reading books serves as a mentor for personal growth. Firstly, books provide a vast reservoir of knowledge. In the pages of a book, you can find the collective wisdom of centuries, distilled into words that can illuminate your mind. Whether you're seeking to enhance your skills in business, deepen your understanding of relationships, or unlock the secrets of success, books are the treasure troves that hold the keys to knowledge. As I often say, formal education will make you a living. Self-education will make you a fortune. Books are your gateway to self-education, a journey that can lead you to unparalleled success. Secondly, books offer a unique perspective and mentorship from the greatest minds in history. Imagine having a conversation with the most brilliant thinkers, leaders, and innovators of all time. When you read their works, you are engaging in a dialogue with minds that have shaped the course of history. Whether it's the timeless wisdom of Aristotle, the entrepreneurial insights of Benjamin Franklin, or the leadership principles of Winston Churchill, you have the privilege of learning from the best. These mentors, though separated by time, become your companions on the journey of personal growth, guiding you with their profound teachings. Thirdly, books provide the fuel for personal development by fostering a mindset of continuous learning. In the fast-paced world we live in, the ability to adapt and grow is paramount. Books inspire a love for learning that extends far beyond the classroom. As you immerse yourself in the written word, you cultivate a habit of continuous self-improvement. The more you learn, the more you grow, and the more you grow, the more you can achieve. In the words of the great Charlie "Tremendous" Jones, you will be the same person in 5 years as you are today, except for the people you meet and the books you read. Now let's address the skeptics who might say, "I don't have time to read." My friends, I understand the demands of a busy life, but let me assure you that carving out time for reading is an investment in your future. It's not about the quantity of books you read, but the quality of the ideas you absorb. Even if it's just a few pages a day, the cumulative effect over time is profound. As I often say, don't let your learning lead to knowledge. Let your learning lead to action. In closing, embrace books as your mentors on this incredible journey. They are the compass that can guide you through the challenges, the mentors who never tire of sharing their wisdom, and the companions that will stand by you on the path to success. Make reading a non-negotiable part of your daily routine, for in the pages of books, you will find the keys to unlocking your full potential. Remember, the person you will be in the next 5 years will be determined by the books you read and the people you associate with. So, choose your mentors wisely and let the pages of books be the guiding lights on your journey to personal greatness. Thank you, and may your commitment to reading be the catalyst for a life of continuous growth and extraordinary success. Hello, everyone. In today's message, I want to talk about pushing beyond your limits and achieving extraordinary success. I know many of you may be feeling stuck, frustrated, or even overwhelmed with your current circumstances. You may be wondering how you can break through these barriers and reach your full potential. Well, I have good news for you. You are not alone. We have all been there at some point in our lives. But the difference between those who succeed and those who don't is their ability to push beyond their limits. And that's exactly what I want to share with you today. I have 5 powerful ways that will help you break through your limitations and achieve extraordinary success. These are strategies that I have personally used and have seen work for countless individuals. So if you want to turn things around and reach new heights in your life, then I urge you to keep watching. Because by the end of this video, you will have the tools and mindset to push beyond your limits and create the success you desire. So let's dive in and discover the 5 ways to push beyond your limits and achieve extraordinary success. Starting with number 5, which is the taking consistent action. This is a topic that is close to my heart because I have seen firsthand the power of taking consistent action in achieving our goals and dreams. We all have dreams, aspirations, and goals that we want to achieve in our lives. Whether it's to start a successful business, travel the world, or make a positive impact in our communities, we all have something that we want to accomplish. But the sad truth is that many of us never reach our full potential because we fail to take consistent action. We live in a world where instant gratification is the norm. We want everything fast and easy. We want success to come knocking on our door without putting in the hard work and dedication. But let me tell you, my friends, success is not a destination. It is a journey. And the key to unlocking that journey is taking consistent action. Consistent action is the secret ingredient that separates the successful from the mediocre. It's what makes the difference between those who achieve their dreams and those who just dream about them. So what exactly do I mean by taking consistent action? It means showing up every day, putting in the work, and never giving up, no matter how difficult or challenging the journey may be. Think about it. When we start something new, we are full of enthusiasm and motivation. We have a clear vision of what we want to achieve, and we are ready to take on the world. But as time goes on, that initial excitement fades away, and we start to lose our momentum. We get distracted by other things. We make excuses, and we start to doubt ourselves. And before we know it, we have given up on our dreams. But my friends, this is where taking consistent action comes in. It is during these moments of doubt and uncertainty that we must push ourselves to keep going. We must remind ourselves of our why and the reasons why we started this journey in the first place. We must remember that success is not a straight line, it's a roller coaster ride with ups and downs, twists and turns. And it is during these down moments that our consistent action will carry us through. Consistency is the key to success. It's not about doing something once in a while, it's about doing it every single day. It's about making a commitment to yourself to take action, no matter how small, towards your goals every day. It's about forming habits and routines that will lead you to success. As the saying goes, success is not a one-time event. It's a habit. Now, I know what some of you may be thinking, but Jim, taking consistent action is hard. It requires discipline and sacrifice. And you're absolutely right. It's not easy. But let me ask you this. Is anything worth having easy? The answer is no. Anything worth having in life requires hard work, dedication, and sacrifice. And the reward for taking consistent action far outweighs the temporary discomfort. Let me share with you a personal story. When I first started my career as a motivational speaker, I faced a lot of rejection. I would reach out to hundreds of companies and organizations, and most of them would say no. It was disheartening, and I started to doubt myself and my abilities. But I didn't give up. I kept taking consistent action, reaching out to more and more people every day. And eventually my hard work paid off. I landed my first speaking gig, and from there, my career took off. But it didn't stop there. I had to continue taking consistent action to grow my business, to improve my skills as a speaker, and to reach more people. And I can tell you that it wasn't always easy. There were days when I felt like giving up, but I reminded myself of my why, and I kept pushing forward. And today I can proudly say that I have achieved extraordinary success, all because of taking consistent action. Now to number 4. The fourth way to push beyond your limits and achieve extraordinary success is to surrounding yourself with successful people. Now I know what you're thinking. Jim, how can the people around me have any impact on my success? Well, let me tell you, my friends, the people you surround yourself with have a huge influence on your thoughts, your actions, and your overall mindset. And if you want to achieve extraordinary success, you need to surround yourself with successful people. You see, success is not a solo journey. It's a team effort. And the people you choose to be on your team can make all the difference in the world. So, let me share with you 3 reasons why surrounding yourself with successful people is crucial for your success. Firstly, successful people have a different mindset. They have a winner's mindset. They believe in themselves and their abilities. They have a positive outlook on life and are not afraid to take risks. And when you surround yourself with such people, their mindset rubs off on you. You start to believe in yourself and your abilities. You start to see opportunities where others see obstacles. And that, my friends, is the first step towards achieving extraordinary success. Having the right mindset. Secondly, successful people have a wealth of knowledge and experience. They have been through the ups and downs of life and have come out on top. And when you surround yourself with such people, you have access to their knowledge and experience. You can learn from their mistakes and their successes. You can gain valuable insights and advice that can help you on your journey towards success. As the saying goes, you are the average of the 5 people you spend the most time with. So if you surround yourself with successful people, you are bound to become successful yourself. And finally, successful people are driven and motivated. They have a burning desire to achieve their goals and will stop at nothing to make it happen. When you surround yourself with such people, their drive and motivation will rub off on you. You will be inspired to work harder, to push yourself beyond your limits, and to never give up on your dreams. As the great Zig Ziglar once said, you can have everything in life you want if you will just help enough other people get what they want. And when you surround yourself with successful people, you are helping each other to achieve your goals and dreams. Now, I know that some of you may be thinking, but Jim, I don't know any successful people. How can I surround myself with them? Well, my friends, let me tell you that success leaves clues. And if you look closely, you will find successful people all around you. They may be your colleagues, your friends, your family members, or even people in your community. And if you can't find any in your immediate circle, then go out and find them. Attend networking events. join mastermind groups, or even reach out to successful people on social media. The key is to take action and put yourself in the company of successful people. But let me also caution you, be very selective about the people you choose to surround yourself with. Not everyone who appears successful on the outside is truly successful on the inside. Look for people who have achieved success in all areas of their lives, not just in their careers or finances. Look for people who have a positive attitude, who are generous and kind, and who are always looking to grow and improve themselves. And as you start surrounding yourself with successful people, remember to be a giver, not just a taker. Offer value and support to those around you, and be genuinely interested in their success. Remember, success is a team effort, and the more you give, the more you will receive in return. On to number 3, which is developing a growth mindset. Now, what exactly is a growth mindset? It is the belief that our abilities and intelligence can be developed and improved through hard work, dedication, and a willingness to learn. It is the understanding that our potential is not fixed, but rather it can be expanded and stretched to new heights. You see, many of us have been conditioned to believe that our intelligence and abilities are fixed traits. We are either born with them or we are not. This mindset limits us and holds us back from reaching our full potential. But the truth is, our potential is limitless. We have the power to continuously grow and improve ourselves, both personally and professionally. So how do we develop a growth mindset? It starts with our thoughts and beliefs. We must first believe that we have the ability to improve and grow. As Henry Ford once said, whether you think you can or you think you can't, you're right. Our thoughts and beliefs shape our actions and ultimately determine our success. Next, we must be willing to step outside of our comfort zone. Growth and comfort cannot coexist. In order to reach new heights, we must be willing to take risks and try new things. This may be scary and uncomfortable, but it is necessary for growth. As the saying goes, a comfort zone is a beautiful place, but nothing ever grows there. We must also be open to feedback and criticism. This can be difficult for some of us, as we may fear being judged or criticized. But feedback is essential for growth. It allows us to see our blind spots and areas where we can improve. Embrace feedback and use it as a tool for growth, rather than taking it personally. Another important aspect of developing a growth mindset is perseverance. We must be willing to face challenges and setbacks head on, and not give up when things get tough. As Thomas Edison famously said, "I have not failed. I've just found 10,000 ways that won't work." Failure is not the end. It is simply a stepping stone towards success. With a growth mindset, we see failure as an opportunity to learn and improve. We must also surround ourselves with like-minded individuals who also have a growth mindset. The people we surround ourselves with have a big impact on our thoughts and beliefs. Surround yourself with those who inspire and motivate you to grow and push beyond your limits. Now, I must warn you, developing a growth mindset is not an easy task. It takes time, effort, and dedication, but the rewards are immeasurable. With a growth mindset, you will not only achieve extraordinary success, but you will also experience personal growth and fulfillment. So why is developing a growth mindset so important? Because it is the key to unlocking our full potential and achieving our dreams. It is what separates those who settle for mediocrity from those who strive for greatness. It is what allows us to push beyond our limits and reach new heights of success. As we continue our journey towards personal development, I urge you to adopt a growth mindset. Believe in your ability to grow and improve. Step out of your comfort zone. Embrace feedback and criticism. Persevere through challenges and setbacks. Surround yourself with like-minded individuals. And most importantly, never stop learning and growing. Now, coming up on number 2, I can confidently say that this is a topic that is near and dear to my heart, and that is embracing discomfort. Now, I know what you may be thinking. Why on earth would anyone want to embrace discomfort? It sounds counterintuitive, doesn't it? We are wired to seek comfort and avoid pain at all costs. But the truth is, discomfort is a necessary ingredient for growth and success. In fact, it is through discomfort that we are able to push beyond our limits and achieve greatness. Think about it. When we are comfortable, we are not challenged. We are not forced to stretch ourselves and try new things. We settle into a routine and become complacent. And that, my friends, is the enemy of progress. It is only when we step out of our comfort zone and embrace discomfort that we are able to truly grow and reach our full potential. Let me share with you a personal story. When I was just starting out in my career, I was comfortable. I had a steady job, a decent salary, and a routine that I was used to. But deep down, I knew that I was capable of so much more. I had big dreams and aspirations, but I was too afraid to take the necessary risks to make them a reality. It wasn't until I embraced discomfort that I was able to break out of my comfort zone and achieve extraordinary success. I took on new challenges, pushed myself to learn new skills, and stepped outside of my comfort zone. And you know what? It was uncomfortable. It was scary. But it was also exhilarating. And it was through that discomfort that I was able to achieve things I never thought possible. You see, discomfort is the catalyst for growth. It forces us to adapt, to learn, and to evolve. It challenges us to think differently, to be creative, and to find new solutions. And it is through this process that we are able to push beyond our limits and achieve extraordinary success. Now, I'm not saying that it's easy. In fact, it's quite the opposite. Embracing discomfort requires courage, determination, and a willingness to fail. But let me tell you, the rewards are worth it. The satisfaction of achieving something that once seemed impossible is indescribable. And the lessons you learn along the way will serve you for a lifetime. But how do we embrace discomfort? How do we push ourselves out of our comfort zone and into the unknown? The first step is to change our mindset. We must shift our perspective and see discomfort as an opportunity rather than a threat. Instead of avoiding it, we must seek it out and embrace it. The second step is to take action. It's not enough to just think about embracing discomfort. We must actually do it. Start small. Take on a new challenge or try a new activity that makes you uncomfortable. And as you build your discomfort muscle, you can take on bigger challenges and push yourself even further. The third step is to surround yourself with like-minded individuals who also embrace discomfort. They will push you, challenge you, and support you on your journey to success. As the saying goes, you are the average of the 5 people you spend the most time with. So choose wisely. And finally, never forget the power of perseverance. Embracing discomfort is not a one-time event. It is a continuous process. There will be setbacks, failures, and moments of doubt. But it is through perseverance that we are able to overcome these obstacles and keep moving forward. The discomfort you feel today will be the comfort you feel tomorrow. Let that sink in for a moment. The discomfort you feel today, whether it's in your career, your relationships, or your personal life, will eventually become your new normal. And when that happens, it's time to seek out new challenges and embrace discomfort once again. And to the one you've been waiting for, number 1, I have spent decades studying and observing successful individuals, and I can confidently say that there is one common factor that sets them apart from the rest. They set ambitious goals. You see, we are all born with immense potential and capabilities, but it is our goals that give us direction and purpose in life. They push us beyond our limits and challenge us to become the best version of ourselves. Without goals, we are like ships without a rudder, drifting aimlessly in the sea of life. Now, I know what some of you may be thinking, but Jim, setting goals is easy. I can just write down a list of things I want to achieve and call it a day. But let me tell you, my friends, that is not the way to set goals. Setting goals is an art, and it requires careful thought and planning. So today I want to share with you the number one way to push beyond your limits and achieve extraordinary success: setting ambitious goals. The first step in setting ambitious goals is to have a clear vision of what you want to achieve. You must have a burning desire, a deep passion for your goals. It should be something that excites you, something that keeps you up at night, and something that you are willing to work tirelessly for. As the saying goes, if your dreams don't scare you, they are not big enough. Next, you must write down your goals. Writing down your goals is a powerful exercise. It not only helps you clarify your thoughts and ideas, but it also serves as a constant reminder of what you are working towards. I recommend writing your goals in the present tense, as if you have already achieved them. This creates a sense of belief and confidence in your mind, making it easier for you to take action towards your goals. But writing down your goals is not enough. You must also make them specific and measurable. For example, instead of saying, "I want to be successful," say, "I want to earn a six-figure income by the end of this year." This makes your goals tangible and gives you a clear target to aim for. The next step is to break down your goals into smaller, actionable steps. This is where most people fail. They set big, audacious goals, but have no idea how to achieve them. But let me tell you, my friends, success is not achieved overnight. It is the result of consistent daily actions towards your goals. So break down your goals into smaller tasks that you can accomplish each day. This not only makes your goals more manageable, but also gives you a sense of progress and accomplishment as you tick off each task. Now, I want to address a common misconception about setting goals: the fear of failure. Many people are afraid to set ambitious goals because they fear they might fail. But let me tell you, my friends, failure is not the opposite of success. It is a part of it. Every successful person has faced failures and setbacks on their journey. But the difference between successful and unsuccessful people is that successful people don't let failure stop them. They use it as a learning experience and keep moving forward towards their goals. In fact, I believe that failure is essential for personal growth and development. It teaches us valuable lessons and helps us become stronger and more resilient. So don't be afraid to set ambitious goals because of the fear of failure. Embrace failure as a part of your journey and use it to fuel your determination and drive towards success. Another important aspect of setting ambitious goals is accountability. You must hold yourself accountable for your goals. Share your goals with someone you trust, someone who will hold you accountable and keep you on track. This could be a mentor, a friend, or a family member. Knowing that someone is counting on you to achieve your goals will push you to work harder and stay committed. But most importantly, you must hold yourself accountable. Make a promise to yourself that you will do whatever it takes to achieve your goals. Remember, your goals are your responsibility, and no one else can make them a reality for you. It is up to you to take action and make your dreams a reality. Now, as I come to the end of my speech, I want to leave you with a powerful quote by the late, great Zig Ziglar. "You were born to win, but to be a winner, you must plan to win, prepare to win, and expect to win." So, my friends, I urge you to set ambitious goals and expect to win. Believe in yourself and don't let anyone or anything hold you back from achieving your dreams. Welcome to today's topic of 5 ways to push yourself and get it done. In today's message, we're going to dive into the topic of motivation and productivity. Let's face it, we all have those days where we just can't seem to get anything done. We feel unmotivated, overwhelmed, and stuck in a rut. But I'm here to tell you that you are not alone. We've all been there. And the good news is, there are ways to push yourself and get things done. even when you don't feel like it. By the end of this video, you'll have a clear understanding of how to overcome procrastination and achieve your goals with a renewed sense of motivation and determination. So if you're ready to turn things around and start making progress towards your dreams and aspirations, then let's get started. Trust me, you won't regret it. So sit back, grab a pen and paper, and get ready to take some notes. Because by the end of this video, you'll have the tools and strategies to push yourself and get it done. Let's start with number 5. The 5th way to push yourself and get things done is to take action and be consistent. You see, my friends, action is the key ingredient to achieving any goal or dream. Without action, our ideas and plans remain just that, ideas and plans. But when we take action, we bring those ideas to life and make them a reality. And the best part is, action is something that is completely within our control. We may not always be able to control external circumstances, but we can always control our own actions. So why is it that so many people struggle with taking action? The answer is simple: fear. Fear of failure, fear of rejection, fear of the unknown. But let me tell you something, my friends. Fear is nothing more than false evidence appearing real. It is a figment of our imagination, holding us back from reaching our true potential. But the good news is, fear can be overcome. And the way to overcome fear is to take action. Now, taking action may sound simple, but it is not always easy. It requires discipline, determination, and a strong sense of purpose. It means pushing through our comfort zones and facing our fears head on. It means being willing to fail and learn from our mistakes. It means having the courage to try again and again until we succeed. But let me tell you, my friends, the rewards of taking action far outweigh the risks. When we take action, we open ourselves up to new opportunities and experiences. We learn and grow in ways we never thought possible. And most importantly, we move closer to our goals and dreams. Now, taking action is important, but it is not enough. We must also be consistent in our actions. Consistency is the key to building momentum and achieving long-term success. It means showing up day after day, even when we don't feel like it. It means staying committed to our goals and not giving up when things get tough. You see, my friends, success is not a one-time event. It is a series of small, consistent actions that lead to big results. It is the daily habits and routines that we cultivate that determine our level of success. And that is why consistency is so important. It keeps us on track and moving forward even when the going gets tough. So how can we become more consistent in our actions? The first step is to have a clear vision of what we want to achieve. When we have a clear goal in mind, it becomes easier to stay focused and motivated. The second step is to create a plan of action. This means breaking down our goal into smaller, actionable steps and setting a timeline for each step. The third step is to hold ourselves accountable. This can be done through tracking our progress, sharing our goals with others, or even hiring a coach or mentor to keep us on track. But perhaps the most important step in becoming more consistent is to develop the right mindset. We must believe in ourselves and our abilities. We must have a positive attitude and be willing to put in the work to achieve our goals. And most importantly, we must be patient and trust the process. Rome wasn't built in a day, and neither is success. It takes time, effort, and consistency to achieve our dreams. Now to number 4, the 4th way to push yourself and get it done, and let me tell you, it is a game changer. This one simple concept has the power to transform your life and take you to heights you never thought possible. So without further ado, let's dive into the topic of embracing discomfort. We live in a world where comfort is king. We seek it in every aspect of our lives, from our jobs to our relationships, even in the food we eat and the clothes we wear. We have become creatures of comfort, and in the process, we have lost sight of the fact that discomfort is necessary for growth. Think about it. When was the last time you did something that made you uncomfortable? I'm not talking about the discomfort of sitting in traffic or waiting in line at the grocery store. I'm talking about the discomfort that comes from pushing yourself out of your comfort zone, the discomfort that comes from taking risks and trying new things. The truth is, growth and success cannot exist without discomfort. It is the stepping stone to achieving our goals and becoming the best version of ourselves. As the saying goes, life begins at the end of your comfort zone. So why do we shy away from discomfort? Why do we choose to stay in our safe and cozy bubble? The answer is simple: fear. We are afraid of the unknown, of failure, of rejection. We let our fears hold us back from reaching our full potential. But what if I told you that embracing discomfort is the key to conquering those fears? What if I told you that by embracing discomfort, you can unlock a whole new level of success and happiness in your life? You see, when we step out of our comfort zone, we are forced to confront our fears and insecurities. We are forced to face the things that hold us back and to push through them. And in doing so, we build resilience, courage, and confidence. We learn that we are capable of so much more than we ever thought possible. Think back to a time when you did something that made you uncomfortable. Maybe it was giving a presentation in front of a large audience, or trying a new sport, or even asking someone out on a date. Whatever it was, I bet you felt a rush of adrenaline and excitement. And even if things didn't go as planned, I bet you learned something valuable from the experience. That's the beauty of discomfort. It pushes us to grow and learn. It opens doors to new opportunities and experiences that we would have never had if we stayed in our comfort zone. And the more we embrace discomfort, the easier it becomes. We become more resilient and adaptable. And we start to see challenges as opportunities for growth rather than obstacles. Now, I know what some of you may be thinking, but Jim, I'm not a risk taker. I like my comfort zone. It's safe and familiar. And I understand that, I really do. But let me ask you this. Do you want to look back on your life and wonder, what if? Do you want to regret not taking that chance, not trying something new, not pushing yourself to be the best you can be? I didn't think so. So here's what I want you to do. I want you to make a list of all the things that make you uncomfortable. It could be anything from public speaking to trying a new hobby. And then I want you to pick one thing from that list and commit to doing it. It doesn't have to be a big thing. Start small. Maybe it's reaching out to someone you admire for a mentorship or signing up for a dance class. The point is, take that first step out of your comfort zone. And I promise you, once you do, you will feel a sense of accomplishment and pride that will fuel you to take on the next challenge. And before you know it, you will be living a life filled with growth, success, and fulfillment. Now, number 3, the third way to push yourself and get things done is staying motivated. As a personal development guru, I have seen firsthand the power of motivation in achieving success in all areas of life. And I can tell you with absolute certainty that without motivation, all our efforts will be in vain. So what exactly is motivation? Some people think of it as a fleeting feeling or a burst of energy that comes and goes. But I believe that motivation is much more than that. It is the driving force that compels us to take action, to keep going when things get tough, and to push through obstacles and challenges. It is the fire within us that fuels our desire to achieve our goals and dreams. Now, you may be wondering, how can I stay motivated? How can I keep that fire burning within me? Well, my friends, I have some good news for you. Motivation is not something that you either have or don't have. It is something that you can cultivate and nurture within yourself. And today, I will share with you 3 powerful ways to do just that. The first way to stay motivated is to have a clear vision. As the saying goes, if you don't know where you're going, any road will take you there. Without a clear vision of what you want to achieve, it is easy to get lost, distracted, and demotivated. So take some time to think about what you truly want in life. What are your goals, your dreams, your aspirations? Write them down, visualize them, and make them as clear and vivid as possible. But having a vision is not enough. You must also have a compelling reason why you want to achieve that vision. What is the purpose behind your goals? What will achieving them mean to you? How will it impact your life and the lives of those around you? When you have a strong why, you will have the motivation to keep going, even when things get tough. The second way to stay motivated is to surround yourself with positive influences. As the saying goes, you are the average of the 5 people you spend the most time with. If you want to stay motivated, you must surround yourself with people who inspire and uplift you. These could be friends, family members, mentors, or even virtual mentors, such as books, podcasts, or videos. But be careful who you allow into your inner circle. Stay away from negative, toxic, and pessimistic people who will only bring you down and drain your motivation. Instead, seek out those who have achieved what you want to achieve and learn from them. Surround yourself with people who will challenge you, encourage you, and support you on your journey towards success. The third and final way to stay motivated is to take action. As the saying goes, action cures fear. Many people wait for motivation to strike before they take action. But the truth is, motivation often comes after we take action. So, don't wait for the perfect moment or for everything to fall into place before you start working towards your goals. Take action now, even if it's just a small step, and you will find that motivation will follow. But taking action is not enough. You must also be consistent in your actions. Consistency is the key to success in any endeavor. It is what separates those who achieve their goals from those who don't. So, make a plan, set a schedule, and commit to taking consistent action towards your goals every day. And when you feel your motivation waning, remind yourself of your vision, your why, and the positive influences in your life, and keep pushing forward. Now, I know that staying motivated is not always easy. There will be days when you feel tired, discouraged, and unmotivated. But remember, motivation is not something that you have or don't have. It is something that you can cultivate and nurture within yourself. So when you feel your motivation slipping away, take a moment to reconnect with your vision, your why, and your support system. And then take action, even if it's just a small step. I promise you that small step will lead to another and another until you have achieved your goals and dreams. Moving on to number 2, I want to talk to you about creating a plan of action. You see, we all have dreams and aspirations, but without a plan, they remain just that, dreams. A plan is like a roadmap. It gives us direction and helps us stay on track. It is the blueprint for our success. And yet, so many of us fail to create a plan of action. We get caught up in the daily grind, the hustle and bustle of life, and we forget to take a step back and think about where we are heading. But I am here to tell you that if you want to achieve your goals and make your dreams a reality, you must have a plan. You must take the time to sit down and map out your journey. And I know it may seem like a daunting task, but let me assure you, it is worth it. Because as the saying goes, a goal without a plan is just a wish. So how do we create a plan of action? Well, the first step is to identify your goals. What is it that you want to achieve? Is it financial success, better health, a fulfilling career? Whatever it may be, write it down and be specific. Don't just say, I want to be rich. Instead, say, I want to earn $100,000 in the next year. Next, break down your goals into smaller, actionable steps. This is where the real work begins. You need to figure out what you need to do to achieve your goals. What skills do you need to acquire? What resources do you need? What actions do you need to take? Write it all down. And remember, your plan should be flexible. It is not set in stone, and you can always make adjustments along the way. Now here's the important part. Set a timeline. Without a timeline, your plan is just a wish list. You need to have a deadline for each of your goals and the steps you have outlined to achieve them. This will give you a sense of urgency and keep you motivated. And make sure your timeline is realistic. Don't give yourself too much time, but also don't be too hard on yourself. But creating a plan is not enough. You must also take action. You see, a plan without action is just a piece of paper. It is up to you to take the necessary steps to make your plan a reality. And I know taking action can be scary. It requires us to step out of our comfort zone and face our fears. But remember, the greatest rewards lie outside of our comfort zone. And here's a little secret. The hardest part is getting started. Once you take that first step, the rest will fall into place. So don't wait for the perfect moment, because it will never come. Take action now. And if you need a little push, remember this quote from Mark Twain: "The secret of getting ahead is getting started." Now, I want to address a common misconception about plans. Many people believe that once they have a plan, everything will fall into place, and they will achieve their goals effortlessly. But let me tell you, that's not how it works. A plan is just the first step. The real work begins when you start executing that plan. You see, success is not a destination. It is a journey. And along that journey, you will face challenges, obstacles, and setbacks. But that's okay. It's part of the process. The key is to stay committed to your plan and keep pushing forward, even when things get tough. As Winston Churchill said, "Success is not final, failure is not fatal. It is the courage to continue that counts." And that brings me to my next point: accountability. It is crucial to have someone hold you accountable for your actions. It could be a mentor, a friend, or a coach. Someone who will keep you on track and remind you of your goals when you feel like giving up. Because let's face it, we all need a little push sometimes. And having someone to hold us accountable can make all the difference. But ultimately, it is up to you to stay committed to your plan and take action every day. Remember, it's not about being perfect. It's about making progress. And even if you fail, don't give up. Learn from your mistakes, make adjustments, and keep moving forward. And lastly, number one. The number one way to push yourself and get things done is setting clear and specific goals. You see, goals are the fuel that drives us towards our dreams and aspirations. They give us direction, purpose, and motivation. Without goals, we are like a ship without a rudder, drifting aimlessly in the vast ocean of life. But with clear and specific goals, we can steer our lives towards success and fulfillment. Now, I know some of you may be thinking, "I already have goals, Jim. I want to be successful. I want to be happy. I want to be wealthy." But let me ask you this: are those goals specific? Can you measure your progress towards them? Do you have a timeline for achieving them? If the answer is no, then you are setting yourself up for failure. You see, setting clear and specific goals is the key to success. It allows you to focus your energy and efforts towards a specific target. It gives you a roadmap to follow and helps you stay on track. Without specific goals, you may have a general idea of where you want to go, but you will never reach your destination. Let me give you an example. Imagine you are planning a trip to a new city. You know the general direction you need to go, but you don't have a map or a GPS to guide you. What do you think will happen? You will end up lost, wasting time and energy trying to find your way. But if you have a specific address and a map, you will reach your destination much faster and with less effort. The same principle applies to our goals. When we have clear and specific goals, we can plan our actions and make progress towards them. We can measure our success and make adjustments if needed. We can also celebrate our achievements along the way, which gives us the motivation to keep going. But how do we set clear and specific goals? Well, the first step is to be crystal clear about what you want. You cannot achieve something if you don't know what it is. So take some time to think about your goals and write them down. Don't be afraid to dream big. As the saying goes, if your dreams don't scare you, they are not big enough. Once you have your goals written down, the next step is to make them specific. This means defining exactly what you want to achieve, how you will measure your progress, and by when. Let me give you an example. Instead of saying, I want to be successful, say, I want to earn $100,000 in the next 12 months. This goal is specific, measurable, and has a timeline. Now, some of you may be thinking, but Jim, what if I don't achieve my goals? Well, let me tell you this. It is better to set a high goal and fall short than to set a low goal and achieve it. When you aim for the stars, even if you fall short, you will still reach the moon. But if you aim for the moon, you may end up stuck on the ground. The key here is not to get discouraged if you don't achieve your goals right away. Use them as a guide and keep pushing yourself towards them. Remember, success is not a destination, it is a journey. And along the way, we will face challenges and setbacks, but it is how we handle them that determines our success. Which brings me to my next point. Setting clear and specific goals also helps us stay motivated and overcome obstacles. When we have a clear target in mind, we are less likely to get distracted by other things. We are also more likely to push through challenges because we know what we are working towards. Let me give you an example from my own life. When I first started my journey towards success, I set a goal to become a millionaire by the age of 30. I had a specific plan and timeline in place, and I was determined to achieve it. But along the way, I faced many challenges, including financial struggles and personal setbacks. However, because I had a clear goal in mind, I was able to push through and achieve my goal. Now, some of you may be thinking, but Jim, I don't know what my goals are. Well, my friend, that's where personal development comes in. In my next speech, I will talk more about personal development and how it can help you discover your goals and achieve them. But for now, I want you to start thinking about what you want in life. What are your dreams and aspirations? What do you want to achieve in the next year, 5 years, or 10 years? Remember, the key is to make your goals specific. Don't just say, I want to be successful. Say, I want to become a successful entrepreneur and earn $500,000 in the next 3 years. When you have a specific goal, you can then break it down into smaller, actionable steps. And as you achieve each step, you will gain momentum and motivation to keep going. In closing, my friends, the number one way to push yourself and get things done is to set clear and specific goals. They give us direction, purpose, and motivation. They also help us stay on track and overcome obstacles. So take some time to think about your goals, make them specific, and start taking action. And lastly, number one. The number one way to push your... In today's message, I am thrilled to share with you how to push yourself out of mediocrity and into greatness. I know that many of us struggle with feeling stuck in a state of average and not living up to our full potential. It can be frustrating and discouraging. But I am here to tell you that you are not alone. In fact, I have been in your shoes before. I know what it's like to feel like you're not reaching your goals and living the life you truly desire. But I also know that it is possible to break free from this cycle and achieve greatness. And in this video, I am going to share with you 5 ways that you can push yourself out of mediocrity and into greatness. So if you're tired of feeling like you're just going through the motions and not making any real progress, then this message is for you. By the end of this video, you will have actionable steps that you can start implementing immediately to turn things around and start living a life of greatness. Today, we are going to break free from mediocrity and embrace greatness. Remember, you are not alone in this journey. And by listening to this message, you are taking the first step towards achieving your full potential. Let's get started. Starting with number 5. The 5th way to push yourself out of mediocrity and into greatness is by taking responsibility for your actions. We live in a world where it is so easy to blame others for our failures and shortcomings. We blame our parents, our teachers, our bosses, our circumstances, and even the government. We blame everyone and everything except ourselves. But the truth is, the only person responsible for your success or failure is you. You see, taking responsibility means acknowledging that you are in control of your own life. It means understanding that your decisions and actions have consequences. And most importantly, it means accepting that you have the power to change your life for the better. Now, I know that taking responsibility is not always easy. It requires courage and humility. It means admitting when you have made mistakes and owning up to them. But let me tell you, the rewards of taking responsibility far outweigh the temporary discomfort. When you take responsibility for your actions, you become the captain of your own ship. You are no longer at the mercy of external factors. You have the power to steer your life in the direction you want it to go. And that, my friends, is true freedom. Think about it. How many times have you blamed someone else for your failures? How many times have you made excuses for why you couldn't achieve your goals? And how many times have you felt like a victim of circumstances? Well, I am here to tell you that it's time to break free from that mindset. It's time to take control of your life and take responsibility for your actions. And I can assure you, once you do, you will see a dramatic shift in your life. You see, when you take responsibility, you become more proactive. You stop waiting for things to happen and start making things happen. You become more focused and determined. And most importantly, you become more resilient. Because let's face it, life is not always smooth sailing. There will be challenges and obstacles along the way. But when you take responsibility, you don't see these challenges as roadblocks, but as opportunities to learn and grow. Taking responsibility also means taking ownership of your mistakes. And let me tell you, this is a crucial aspect of personal growth. When you own up to your mistakes, you can learn from them and make sure you don't repeat them in the future. But here's the thing, taking responsibility is not just about owning up to your mistakes. It's also about owning up to your successes. You see, many people downplay their achievements, thinking that it was just luck or that someone else helped them. But when you take responsibility, you acknowledge your hard work and dedication. And that, my friends, is a powerful motivator. Now, I know that some of you may be thinking, but Jim, what about things that are out of my control? How can I take responsibility for those? And my answer to that is simple. You can't control everything, but you can control how you respond to it. Life is unpredictable, and there will be things that happen that are out of your control. But what you can control is your attitude and your actions. You can choose to be a victim and let these things bring you down, or you can choose to take responsibility and find a way to overcome them. You see, taking responsibility is not just about the present, but it also impacts your future. When you take responsibility for your actions, you are creating a better future for yourself. You are setting yourself up for success. And let me tell you, success is not just about achieving your goals. It's also about living a fulfilling and meaningful life. And taking responsibility is a crucial step in that journey. Now to number 4, and that is none other than the power of surrounding yourself with successful people. Now, you may be wondering why this is such an important aspect of personal development. After all, shouldn't we focus on our own individual growth and not be influenced by others? But let me tell you, my friends, that the company we keep plays a crucial role in our own success and fulfillment. As I always say, you are the average of the 5 people you spend the most time with. This statement holds a lot of truth, and it is something that we should all take to heart. The people we surround ourselves with have a direct impact on our mindset, our habits, and ultimately our results in life. Think about it. If you spend most of your time with negative and unmotivated individuals, it is likely that you will adopt their attitudes and behaviors. On the other hand, if you surround yourself with successful and driven individuals, their energy and mindset will rub off on you, and you will find yourself striving for greatness as well. But let me make one thing clear. Surrounding yourself with successful people does not mean simply seeking out those who have achieved material wealth or fame. Success is not solely defined by external factors, but rather it is a combination of inner fulfillment, personal growth, and contribution to society. So how do we go about surrounding ourselves with successful people? The first step is to identify who these individuals are in our lives. They may be family members, friends, colleagues, or even mentors. These are the individuals who have achieved a level of success that we admire and aspire towards. Once we have identified these individuals, it is important to actively seek out their company. Attend networking events, join mastermind groups, or even reach out to them directly. Successful people are often open to sharing their knowledge and experiences with others, and you will be surprised at how willing they are to help those who are determined to succeed. But it is not enough to simply be in the presence of successful people. We must also be intentional in learning from them. Ask questions, listen to their stories, and observe their habits and mindset. What makes them successful? What challenges have they faced? What advice do they have for those who want to achieve similar success? In doing so, we not only gain valuable insights, but we also expand our own perspectives and beliefs about what is possible for us. We begin to see that success is not reserved for a select few, but it is attainable for anyone who is willing to put in the effort and surround themselves with the right people. Now you may be thinking, what if I don't have successful people in my immediate circle? Well, my friends, this is where the power of books, podcasts, and other forms of media come into play. We live in a time where information is readily available at our fingertips, and we have access to the wisdom and insights of some of the most successful individuals in the world. Make it a habit to read books written by successful people. Listen to podcasts or watch interviews with them. Absorb their knowledge and apply it to your own life. This is a powerful way to surround yourself with successful people, even if they are not physically present in your life. But let me also caution you, while surrounding yourself with successful people is important, it is equally important to be mindful of the company you keep. As the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together. If you want to soar to new heights, you must surround yourself with eagles, not chickens. This means being selective about the people you allow into your inner circle. Surround yourself with individuals who uplift and inspire you, who challenge you to be better, and who support your growth and success. And most importantly, be mindful of your own mindset and attitude. Now to number 3. The third way to push yourself out of mediocrity and into greatness is by stepping out of your comfort zone. We all have a comfort zone, a place where we feel safe and secure. It's where we are familiar, where we know what to expect, and where we can operate on autopilot. But let me tell you, my friends, your comfort zone is not where greatness resides. It is a place of stagnation, where dreams go to die, and where mediocrity thrives. If you want to achieve greatness, if you want to live a life of fulfillment and success, then you must be willing to step out of your comfort zone. This is not an easy task, but it is a necessary one. So today I want to share with you why stepping out of your comfort zone is crucial and how you can do it to propel yourself towards greatness. First and foremost, let's address the elephant in the room: fear. Fear is the number one reason why people stay in their comfort zones. We are afraid of the unknown, of failure, of rejection, and of change. But here's the thing: fear is just a feeling, and it can be overcome. You see, fear is not a stop sign. It's a green light. It's a signal that you are about to do something significant, something that will push you towards your goals. So instead of letting fear hold you back, use it as a fuel to propel you forward. Now, I know what you're thinking. Easier said than done, right? But let me tell you, my friends, stepping out of your comfort zone is a muscle that needs to be exercised. The more you do it, the easier it becomes. So start small, take baby steps, and gradually expand your comfort zone. For example, if you're afraid of public speaking, start by speaking in front of a small group of friends or colleagues. Then gradually increase the size of your audience until you can confidently speak in front of a large crowd. Remember, every time you step out of your comfort zone, you are strengthening that muscle and becoming more resilient. Another reason why stepping out of your comfort zone is crucial is that it opens up new opportunities and experiences. When you stay in your comfort zone, you are limiting yourself to what you already know and have experienced. But when you step out, you are exposing yourself to new people, new ideas, and new perspectives. This is where growth happens. It's where you learn new skills, gain new knowledge, and expand your horizons. And who knows, one of those opportunities or experiences could be the key to unlocking your greatness. Moreover, stepping out of your comfort zone builds confidence and self-esteem. When you do something that scares you and you succeed, it gives you a sense of accomplishment and pride. It shows you that you are capable of more than you thought, and it boosts your self-confidence. This confidence then spills over into other areas of your life, and you start to believe in yourself and your abilities. And as we all know, confidence is a crucial ingredient for success. But perhaps the most significant reason why stepping out of your comfort zone is crucial is that it leads to personal growth. Growth is the key to success, and it cannot happen if you stay in your comfort zone. Think about it. When you do the same things over and over again, you will get the same results. But when you step out of your comfort zone, you are challenging yourself, and that's when growth happens. You learn new things, you develop new skills, and you become a better version of yourself. And this growth is what sets you apart from the masses and propels you towards greatness. So now that you understand why stepping out of your comfort zone is crucial, let me share with you how you can do it. The first step is to identify your comfort zone. What are the things that you do on a daily basis without much effort? What are the things that you avoid because they make you uncomfortable? Once you have identified your comfort zone, make a list of the things you want to do but have been avoiding because of fear. Next, start small. As I mentioned earlier, take baby steps. Set achievable goals for yourself and gradually increase the difficulty. For example, if you're afraid of public speaking, start by speaking in front of a small group of friends. Then, move on to speaking in front of a larger group, and so on. Remember, the key is to challenge yourself, but not overwhelm yourself. It's also essential to have a support system. Surround yourself with people who believe in you and your dreams. They will encourage you and push you to step out of your comfort zone. And when you do, they will be there to celebrate your successes with you. Lastly, let go of the need for perfection. When you step out of your comfort zone, you will make mistakes, and that's okay. Embrace those mistakes and use them as learning opportunities. Remember, the only way to learn and grow is through trial and error. Now to the number 2 way to push yourself out of mediocrity and into greatness. And that's by embracing continuous learning. You see, my friends, we live in a world that is constantly evolving and changing. The only way to stay ahead of the game is to continuously learn and adapt. And yet, so many of us fall into the trap of complacency and settle for mediocrity. We become comfortable with our current knowledge and skills, and we stop pushing ourselves to grow and improve. But let me tell you, this is the surest way to remain stagnant and never reach your true potential. So, how do we break free from this cycle of mediocrity? The answer is simple. Embrace continuous learning. Now, I know what some of you may be thinking. I don't have the time or resources to constantly learn new things. But my friends, let me remind you that learning is not limited to formal education or expensive courses. Learning can happen in many forms, from reading books and articles to attending seminars and workshops, to simply having meaningful conversations with others. The key is to have an open mind and a thirst for knowledge. You see, the world we live in today is full of opportunities for learning. With the internet at our fingertips, we have access to a wealth of information and resources. We can learn about anything and everything we desire. So why not take advantage of this and use it to propel ourselves towards greatness? Continuous learning not only expands our knowledge and skills, but it also opens up new doors and opportunities. When we are constantly learning, we become more adaptable and versatile. We are able to take on new challenges and tasks with confidence, knowing that we have the skills and knowledge to succeed. And as we continue to learn and grow, we become more valuable to ourselves and to others. This can lead to career advancements, promotions, and even new business ventures. But the benefits of continuous learning go far beyond just professional growth. It also has a profound impact on our personal lives. Learning new things keeps our minds sharp and active. It helps us to stay curious and engaged in the world around us. And as we gain new perspectives and insights, we become more empathetic and understanding towards others. This not only strengthens our relationships, but it also makes us better human beings. Now, I know that the journey of continuous learning may seem daunting at first, but let me tell you, it is a journey worth taking. And it all starts with a simple mindset shift from "I already know enough" to "there is always more to learn." When we adopt this mindset, we open ourselves up to endless possibilities and growth. Now, before I dive into the number one way to achieve greatness, let me ask you a question. How many of you have ever felt stuck in a rut? How many of you have felt like you were just going through the motions, living a life that was less than extraordinary? I can see many hands raised, and I can assure you that you are not alone. In fact, the majority of people in this world are living lives of mediocrity. But I am here to tell you that it doesn't have to be this way. The number one way to push yourself out of mediocrity and into greatness is to set and pursue goals. Yes, it's as simple as that. But let me tell you, it's not just about setting any goals. It's about setting the right goals and pursuing them with unwavering determination and focus. You see, goals are the fuel that drives us towards success. They give us direction, purpose, and motivation. Without goals, we are like a ship without a rudder, drifting aimlessly in the sea. But with goals, we have a clear destination and a map to get there. Now, I know what some of you may be thinking. But Jim, I have set goals before and I have failed to achieve them. What's the point? My friend, I understand your frustration. But let me tell you, the problem is not with the goal, but with the way you are setting and pursuing it. First and foremost, your goals must be specific. You cannot just say, "I want to be successful," or "I want to be rich." These are vague and unrealistic goals. Instead, you must be specific and define exactly what success or wealth means to you. Is it a certain amount of money? Is it a certain position in your career? Get clear on what you want. Next, your goals must be measurable. You must have a way to track your progress and know when you have achieved your goal. This could be a specific number, a timeline, or a certain milestone. Without a way to measure your progress, you will not know if you are on track or if you need to make adjustments. Your goals must also be achievable. Now, this does not mean that you should set small, easy goals. It means that your goals should be challenging but still within your capabilities. If you set goals that are too far out of reach, you will become discouraged and give up. But if you set achievable goals, you will build momentum and confidence as you achieve each one. Furthermore, your goals must be relevant to your life and your values. Don't set goals based on what society or others expect of you. Set goals that align with your passions, your values, and your purpose. When your goals are relevant to your life, you will have a deeper motivation to pursue them. And finally, your goals must have a deadline. This is crucial because it creates a sense of urgency and accountability. Without a deadline, your goals will remain just a dream, and you will not take the necessary action to make them a reality. But setting the right goals is only half the battle. The other half is pursuing them with unwavering determination and focus. You see, setting goals is easy, but pursuing them requires discipline, hard work, and sacrifice. You must be willing to do what others are not willing to do in order to achieve what others will never achieve. This means that you must have a plan of action. You cannot just set a goal and hope for the best. You must have a clear plan of how you will achieve your goal. This could involve breaking your goal down into smaller, actionable steps, seeking mentorship or guidance, or investing in resources that will help you along the way. You must also be willing to face challenges and setbacks. Let me tell you, the road to success is not a smooth one. There will be obstacles, failures, and disappointments along the way. But it is how you respond to these challenges that will determine your success. Will you give up when faced with adversity, or will you rise above it and keep pushing forward? And most importantly, you must have an unwavering belief in yourself and your ability to achieve your goals. Thank you. I am excited to be here with you today. Are you a person that struggles with reaching your dreams? Do you often find yourself feeling stuck and unsure of how to move forward? Well, my friend, you are not alone. In today's message, I want to share with you 5 powerful ways to reach your dreams. These are the same strategies that have helped me and countless others turn our dreams into reality. You see, I believe that everyone has the potential to achieve their dreams, but it takes determination, hard work, and a clear plan of action. And that's exactly what I am here to provide for you today. So if you're ready to take control of your life and start making your dreams a reality, then I invite you to keep watching. Because by the end of this video, you will have the tools and motivation you need to turn things around and start living the life you've always imagined. So let's dive in and discover the 5 ways to reach your dreams. Let's get started. Starting with number 5, which is reach your dreams by continuously learning and growing. You see, my friends, reaching your dreams is not a one-time event. It is a journey that requires constant growth and learning. It is about consistently pushing yourself to be better, to do better, and to achieve more. Now, some of you may be thinking, but Jim, I'm already successful. I have achieved my dreams. Why do I need to continue learning and growing? My answer to that is simple, because there is always room for improvement. As human beings, we have the incredible ability to keep growing and evolving. And if we do not use that ability, we are doing a disservice to ourselves and to the world. Let me tell you a story. When I was a young man, I had a mentor who taught me the importance of continuous learning. He told me, Jim, if you want to be successful, you must be a lifelong learner. You must always be hungry for knowledge and never be satisfied with what you already know. Those words stuck with me, and I have lived by them ever since. I have always made it a point to dedicate at least an hour every day to learning something new. It could be reading a book, attending a seminar, or even just having a conversation with someone who has a different perspective than mine. And let me tell you, my friends, that hour has been the most valuable hour of my day. It has allowed me to constantly grow and improve, both personally and professionally. Now, some of you may be wondering, but Jim, I don't have the time to dedicate an hour every day to learning. My response to that is, make the time. We all have 24 hours in a day, and it is up to us how we choose to use it. If you truly want to reach your dreams, you must make learning a priority. And trust me, the rewards will be worth it. You see, continuous learning not only helps us grow and improve, but it also opens up new opportunities. As we learn and expand our knowledge, We become more valuable to ourselves and to others. We become more equipped to handle challenges and take on new ventures. And that, my friends, is the key to reaching our dreams. Being open to new opportunities and constantly growing to make the most of them. Another important aspect of continuous learning is that it keeps us humble. No matter how successful we may become, there is always something new to learn. And by acknowledging that, we keep our egos in check and remain open to learning from others. As the saying goes, the more I learn, the more I realize how much I don't know. Now, I want to address a common misconception about learning. Many people believe that learning is only about gaining knowledge and acquiring new skills. But the truth is, learning is also about unlearning. It is about letting go of old beliefs and habits that are holding us back from reaching our full potential. It is about being open to change and growth. Set aside time to read, attend seminars, listen to podcasts, or have meaningful conversations. And most importantly, be open to learning from anyone and everyone. You never know where your next lesson may come from. Which leads us to number 4, which is reach your dreams by surrounding yourself with positive and supportive people. You see, we are greatly influenced by the people we surround ourselves with. They can either lift us up or bring us down. They can either inspire us or discourage us. They can either help us reach our dreams or hold us back. That is why it is essential to carefully choose the people we allow into our lives. Now you may ask, what exactly do I mean by positive and supportive people? Let me break it down for you. Positive people are those who have a positive outlook in life. They see the good in every situation and they radiate positive energy wherever they go. They are the ones who believe in possibilities, not limitations. They are the ones who see the glass as half full, not half empty. Surrounding yourself with positive people will not only uplift your spirits, but it will also help you develop a positive mindset, which is crucial in achieving your dreams. On the other hand, supportive people are those who genuinely care about your well-being and your success. They are the ones who cheer you on, celebrate your victories, and offer a shoulder to cry on during tough times. They are the ones who believe in your dreams even when you doubt yourself. Surrounding yourself with supportive people will not only give you a sense of belonging and security, but it will also provide you with a support system that will push you towards your goals. Now you may be thinking, but Jim, what if I don't have any positive or supportive people in my life? Well, my dear friend, let me tell you this. You have the power to choose the people you surround yourself with. You have the power to distance yourself from negative and toxic individuals. You have the power to seek out and build relationships with positive and supportive people. It may not be easy, but it is necessary. Surrounding yourself with positive and supportive people also means being one yourself. Be the kind of person you want to attract into your life. Spread positivity and support to those around you. Be the light that shines in someone else's darkness. And I guarantee you, the right people will be drawn to you. Now you may also be wondering, what about the people I can't choose to be around, like my family or my coworkers? My answer to that is this. You may not be able to choose your family or coworkers, but you can choose how you respond to them. You can choose to set boundaries and not let their negativity affect you. You can choose to be a positive influence in their lives. And who knows, your positivity and support may just rub off on them. Surrounding yourself with positive and supportive people is not just about having a good time or being popular. It is about creating a supportive environment that will help you grow and thrive. It is about surrounding yourself with people who will challenge you, inspire you, and push you to be the best version of yourself. It is about surrounding yourself with people who will help you reach your dreams. Which leads us to number 3, which is reach your dreams by taking action. Now, I know some of you may be thinking, but Jim, I have been taking action and nothing seems to be happening. My dreams still feel so far away. Well, my friends, let me tell you this. Taking action is not a one-time thing. It is a continuous process. It is a journey that requires dedication, perseverance, and most importantly, consistency. You see, many people have big dreams, but only a few are willing to take action consistently. They may start off strong, but when they face obstacles and challenges, they give up. And that's where they go wrong. Because obstacles and challenges are a part of the journey towards reaching our dreams. They are not meant to stop us, but to make us stronger and more determined. So what does taking action really mean? It means setting clear and specific goals. It means creating a plan and taking consistent steps towards achieving those goals. It means being disciplined and staying committed to your goals, even when things get tough. It means being proactive and not waiting for opportunities to come to you, but creating them for yourself. It means putting in the hard work and not being afraid to fail, because failure is just a stepping stone towards success. But most importantly, taking action means taking responsibility for your own life. It means understanding that you are the only one in control of your dreams and your destiny. You cannot rely on anyone else to make your dreams come true. It is up to you to take action and make it happen. Now, I know some of you may be thinking, but Jim, I don't know where to start. I don't know what actions to take. Well, my friends, let me tell you this. The first step is always the hardest. But once you take that first step, the rest will fall into place. And the best way to take that first step is by setting a goal. A goal that is specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, and time-bound. For example, if your dream is to start your own business, your goal could be to save a certain amount of money within a specific time frame to invest in your business. And then you break that goal down into smaller, actionable steps, like cutting down on unnecessary expenses, taking up a side hustle, or learning new skills that will help you in your business. And then you take consistent action towards achieving those smaller goals, which will ultimately lead you to your bigger goal of starting your own business. But remember, taking action also means being adaptable. Sometimes our plans may not work out the way we want them to, and that's okay. We need to be flexible and open to change. We need to be willing to adjust our plans and take a different approach. Because the only way to fail is by giving up. As long as we keep taking action, we are moving forward towards our dreams. Don't wait for the perfect moment, because there will never be a perfect moment. The time is now. Take that first step towards your dreams and keep taking consistent action. And I promise you, one day you will look back and realize that all your hard work and determination has paid off. You will be living your dream life and inspiring others to do the same. Which leads us to number 2, which is reach your dreams by creating a plan. You see, having a dream without a plan is like having a ship without a rudder. It may set sail, but it will never reach its destination. A plan is the roadmap that guides us towards our dreams. It gives us direction and purpose. Without a plan, we are simply wandering aimlessly, hoping to stumble upon success. Now, I know some of you may be thinking, but Jim, I don't know how to create a plan. I'm not a strategist or a business guru. Well, let me tell you, my friend, creating a plan is not rocket science. It is simply a matter of breaking down your dream into smaller, achievable goals, and then creating a roadmap to reach those goals. The first step in creating a plan is to identify your dream. What is it that you want to achieve? Is it financial success? A fulfilling career? A happy and healthy family? Whatever it may be, write it down and make it clear. Your dream should be specific and measurable. For example, instead of saying, I want to be rich, say, I want to earn $1 million in the next 5 years. Once you have identified your dream, the next step is to break it down into smaller, achievable goals. These goals should be realistic and aligned with your dream. For example, if your dream is to earn $1 million in the next 5 years, your goals could be to increase your income by 20% each year, or to start a side business that generates an additional $50,000 per year. Now here comes the important part, creating a roadmap to reach those goals. This is where you need to be strategic. Look at each goal and think about the steps you need to take to achieve it. What skills do you need to develop? What resources do you need? Who can you reach out to for help? Write down each step and create a timeline for when you want to achieve them. But remember, a plan is not set in stone. It is a flexible document that can be adjusted and modified as needed. As you progress towards your goals, you may encounter roadblocks or new opportunities that require you to make changes to your plan. And that's okay. The important thing is to keep moving forward and to never lose sight of your dream. Now let me share with you some tips to help you create a successful plan. First, be specific and detailed. The more specific your plan is, the easier it will be to follow and achieve. Second, be realistic. Don't set goals that are too far-fetched or unattainable. This will only lead to disappointment and frustration. Third, be accountable. Share your plan with someone you trust and ask them to hold you accountable. This will keep you motivated and on track. Lastly, remember to celebrate your successes along the way. Every time you achieve a goal, take a moment to acknowledge and celebrate it. This will give you the motivation and confidence to keep going towards your dream. Which leads us to number one, which is reach your dreams by setting clear and specific goals. You see, setting goals is not just about writing down a list of things you want to achieve. It is about creating a roadmap, a blueprint, a plan of action that will lead you to the life you desire. Goals are the foundation upon which you can build your dreams and turn them into reality. Now let me ask you this. Have you ever embarked on a journey without knowing your destination? Would you get into a car and start driving without a clear idea of where you want to go? Of course not. And yet, many of us go through life without a clear destination in mind. We have vague ideas of what we want, but we never take the time to truly define and articulate our dreams. And that, my friends, is where goals come in. Goals give us direction, they give us purpose, and they give us something to strive for. But not just any goals, clear and specific goals. You see, vague goals like I want to be successful or I want to be happy are not enough. They lack clarity and specificity, making it difficult for us to create a plan of action to achieve them. We need to be specific about what we want and when we want it. As the saying goes, a goal without a plan is just a wish. So how do we set clear and specific goals? First and foremost, we need to be honest with ourselves. What is it that we truly want? What are our deepest desires, our passions, our dreams? Take the time to reflect on these questions and write down your answers. This will be the first step towards defining your goals. Next, we need to make our goals SMART. Specific, measurable, attainable, relevant, and time-bound. Let me break it down for you. Specific means clearly defining what you want to achieve. Measurable means setting a way to track your progress. Attainable means setting realistic goals that are within your reach. Relevant means aligning your goals with your values and priorities. And lastly, time-bound means setting a deadline for when you want to achieve your goals. For example, instead of saying, I want to be successful, a SMART goal would be, I want to become a successful entrepreneur by starting my own business within the next 2 years. Do you see the difference? The second goal is specific, measurable, attainable, relevant, and time-bound. And this is the kind of goal that will lead you towards your dreams. But setting goals is not enough. We also need to have a plan of action to achieve them. Think of your goals as a destination, and your plan as the route you will take to get there. Break down your goals into smaller, actionable steps. Create a timeline and hold yourself accountable. And most importantly, take action every single day towards your goals. Now, I want to make one thing clear. Setting goals does not guarantee success. There will be obstacles, challenges, and setbacks along the way. But that's okay. It's all part of the journey towards your dreams. What matters is how you respond to these challenges. Will you give up, or will you keep pushing forward? Remember, success is not final. Failure is not fatal. It's the courage to continue that counts. Goals give us direction, purpose, and a plan of action. So take the time to define your dreams, make them smart, and create a plan to achieve them. And always remember, the journey towards your dreams may not be easy, but it will be worth it. So go out there and make your dreams a reality. Thank you. I am excited to share with you today's message on setting and achieving goals. Are you a person that struggles with setting goals and actually following through to achieve them? You are not alone. In fact, many people struggle with this very same challenge. But here's the good news. By listening to this message, you can turn things around and start achieving your goals like never before. Today, I will be sharing with you 5 powerful ways to set goals and actually achieve them. These are the same strategies that have helped me and countless others to reach our dreams and live a fulfilling life. So, if you're ready to take control of your life and make your goals a reality, then let's dive in. Together, we will learn how to set meaningful goals, develop a plan of action, stay motivated, and overcome any obstacles that may come our way. I promise you, by the end of this video, you will have a clear understanding of how to set and achieve your goals, and you will be equipped with the tools to make it happen. So, let's get started on this journey towards success and achievement. Let's get started. Starting with number 5, which is set goals and achieve them by staying motivated and committed. Staying motivated and committed is not as easy as it sounds. It takes discipline, perseverance, and a strong mindset to stay on track and achieve your goals. You see, setting goals is the easy part. Anyone can do it. But the real challenge lies in staying motivated and committed to those goals. It's like planting a seed. You can't just plant it and expect it to grow on its own. You have to water it, nurture it, and give it the right environment for it to grow into a beautiful tree. Similarly, you can't just set goals and expect them to manifest magically. You have to put in the work and stay motivated and committed to make them a reality. So, how do we stay motivated and committed to our goals? The first step is to have a strong why. Your why is the reason behind your goals. It's what drives you and keeps you going when the going gets tough. As the saying goes, when your why is strong, your how becomes easy. So ask yourself, why do you want to achieve this goal? What will it bring into your life? How will it make you feel? Your why should be powerful enough to push you through any obstacles that come your way. The second step is to have a clear vision. You must have a crystal clear vision of what you want to achieve. This vision should be so vivid that you can almost taste it, feel it, and see it. When your vision is clear, it becomes easier to stay motivated and committed because you know exactly what you are working towards. So, take some time to visualize your goals and make them as real as possible in your mind. The third step is to break down your goals into smaller, achievable tasks. Sometimes, our goals can seem overwhelming and daunting, which can lead to a lack of motivation. But when we break them down into smaller tasks, it becomes more manageable and less intimidating. This also gives us a sense of accomplishment every time we complete a task, which in turn motivates us to keep going. The fourth step is to surround yourself with the right people. We are greatly influenced by the people we surround ourselves with, so it's important to choose wisely. Surround yourself with people who support and encourage you, who believe in you and your goals. These people will not only motivate you, but also hold you accountable and keep you committed to your goals. And finally, the fifth step is to celebrate your wins, no matter how small they may seem. Often we get so caught up in achieving our goals that we forget to celebrate our progress. But celebrating our wins, no matter how small, gives us a sense of accomplishment, and motivates us to keep going. So make sure to take the time to celebrate your progress and give yourself a pat on the back. One of my favorite quotes from the great Zig Ziglar says, "People often say that motivation doesn't last. Well, neither does bathing. That's why we recommend it daily." Staying motivated and committed is not a one-time thing. It's a daily practice. Just like we have to brush our teeth every day to maintain good dental hygiene, we have to work on our motivation and commitment every day to achieve our goals. Which leads us to number 4, which is creating a plan and setting a timeline. Now, I know some of you may be thinking, why do I need a plan? Can't I just work hard and see where it takes me? Well, my friends, let me tell you this. Without a plan, you are like a ship without a captain, drifting aimlessly in the sea. You may have all the determination and hard work, but without a plan, you will not reach your desired destination. Creating a plan is like drawing a map that will guide you towards your goals. It gives you a clear direction and helps you stay focused on your journey. Just like a map, a plan will have different routes and detours, but it will ultimately lead you to your destination. Without a plan, you will be lost, and you will waste your time and energy trying to figure out what to do next. Now let's talk about setting a timeline. Time is the most valuable asset we have. It is the one thing that we cannot buy or get back. And that is why it is crucial to set a timeline for our goals. Without a timeline, our goals will remain dreams, and we will never take action towards achieving them. Think about it. If you have a deadline for a project at work, you are more likely to get it done, right? The same principle applies to our personal goals. When we set a timeline, we create a sense of urgency, and it motivates us to take action towards our goals. But creating a plan and setting a timeline is not just about writing down a list of things to do and setting a deadline. It is about being strategic and realistic. You must have a clear understanding of your goals and what it takes to achieve them. You must break down your goals into smaller, achievable tasks and set a timeline for each of them. This will not only help you stay on track, but it will also give you a sense of accomplishment as you complete each task. Another crucial aspect of creating a plan and setting a timeline is to be flexible. Life is unpredictable, and things may not always go as planned. But that should not discourage you from pursuing your goals. Instead, be open to making adjustments and changes to your plan when necessary. Remember, the destination may remain the same, but the journey may have a few detours. Now, some of you may be wondering, how do I create a plan and set a timeline? Well, my friends, it all starts with clarity. You must have a clear understanding of what you want to achieve and why you want to achieve it. Once you have that, start by writing down your goals. Be specific and make sure your goals are measurable. This will help you track your progress and make adjustments if needed. Next, break down your goals into smaller, achievable tasks. This will make your goals less daunting and more manageable. Then set a timeline for each task, keeping in mind that it should be realistic and achievable. Remember, it is better to set a longer timeline and achieve your goals than to set an unrealistic one and feel discouraged when you don't meet it. But creating a plan and setting a timeline is not enough. You must also take action. As I have said before, a plan without action is just a dream. So make sure you take consistent action towards your goals. And don't forget to celebrate your victories along the way. This will keep you motivated and give you the energy to keep going. Which leads us to number 3, which is set goals and achieve them by breaking them down into smaller, achievable tasks. This may seem like a simple concept, but it is one that is often overlooked. We tend to set big, lofty goals for ourselves, which is great, but we often get overwhelmed and discouraged when we don't see immediate results. This is where breaking down our goals into smaller tasks can make all the difference. Let me give you an example. Say you have a goal to lose 50 pounds in a year. That may seem like a daunting task, and if you focus solely on that end goal, you may feel discouraged and give up before even starting. But if you break it down into smaller, achievable tasks, such as losing 5 pounds in the first month, then another 5 in the second month, and so on, suddenly that big goal doesn't seem so scary anymore. And before you know it, you have achieved your ultimate goal of losing 50 pounds. Breaking down our goals into smaller tasks not only makes them more manageable, but it also allows us to track our progress and celebrate our achievements along the way. It gives us a sense of accomplishment and motivates us to keep going. As the saying goes, Rome wasn't built in a day. Similarly, our goals won't be achieved in a day, but by breaking them down into smaller tasks, we can make steady progress towards them. Now you may be wondering, how do we go about breaking down our goals into smaller tasks? The first step is to clearly define your end goal. What is it that you want to achieve? Be specific and make sure it is something that truly matters to you. Next, ask yourself, what are the steps I need to take to reach that goal? Write them down and prioritize them in order of importance. Once you have your list of steps, it's time to break them down even further into smaller, achievable tasks. Let's go back to the example of losing 50 pounds. One of the steps may be to start exercising regularly. Now, this may seem like a big task, but by breaking it down into smaller tasks, such as going for a 30-minute walk every day or joining a fitness class, suddenly it becomes more manageable. Another important aspect of breaking down our goals is to set a timeline. This not only helps us stay on track, but it also creates a sense of urgency and motivates us to take action. Going back to our weight loss example, if we have a goal to lose 5 pounds in the first month, we can set a timeline of going for a walk every day for 30 minutes and cutting out junk food for the next 4 weeks. This gives us a clear plan of action and a specific deadline to work towards. Now, I want to address a common mistake that many people make when setting goals and breaking them down into tasks, and that is trying to do too much too soon. We all want to see results quickly, but the truth is, sustainable progress takes time. It's important to set realistic and achievable tasks for ourselves. Don't overwhelm yourself with a long list of tasks that you know deep down you won't be able to complete. Start small and build upon your successes. Lastly, I want to emphasize the importance of consistency. It's not enough to break down our goals into smaller tasks. We must also commit to taking action every day. Consistency is key in achieving any goal. It's the small daily actions that add up to big results. So make a commitment to yourself to stick to your plan and complete your tasks every day, no matter how small they may seem. Which leads us to number 2, which is set goals and achieve them by making them specific and measurable. Now you may be wondering, why is this step so important? Well, let me tell you, my friends, setting specific and measurable goals is the key to turning your dreams into reality. It is the difference between merely wishing for something and actually making it happen. Think about it. When we set vague and general goals, such as, I want to be successful or I want to be rich, we are not giving ourselves a clear target to aim for. It's like shooting an arrow without a target. You may hit something, but you won't know if it's the right thing. On the other hand, when we set specific and measurable goals, we are creating a roadmap for our success. We know exactly what we want to achieve, and we have a way to measure our progress towards it. Let me share a personal experience with you. When I first started my journey towards success, I had a vague goal of being wealthy. But as I learned more about goal setting, I realized that I needed to be more specific. So, I set a goal to earn $100,000 in a year. This goal was specific, and it was measurable. I could track my progress and see if I was on the right track. And you know what? I achieved that goal, and it was a pivotal moment in my life. From that day on, I understood the power of setting specific and measurable goals. Now let me break down these 2 elements for you. First, specificity. When we set specific goals, we are giving ourselves a clear target to aim for. We are defining exactly what we want to achieve. For example, instead of saying, I want to be successful, we can say, I want to start my own business and make a profit of $50,000 in the first year. Do you see the difference? The latter is more specific, and it gives us a clear picture of what we want to achieve. Next, let's talk about measurability. This is where we give ourselves a way to track our progress towards our goals. It's like having a GPS on a road trip. We need to know if we are heading in the right direction. Measurability also allows us to celebrate our small wins along the way. For example, if our goal is to lose 20 pounds in a year, we can set a monthly goal of losing 2 pounds. This way, we can track our progress and celebrate each milestone. But here's the thing, my friends. Setting specific and measurable goals is not enough. We also need to have a plan to achieve them. You see, goals without a plan are just wishes. We need to break down our goals into smaller, actionable steps. This will make our goals more manageable and less overwhelming. It's like eating an elephant. We can't do it in one bite, but we can take one bite at a time. Another crucial aspect of achieving our goals is accountability. We need to hold ourselves accountable for our actions and progress. And one way to do this is by sharing our goals with others. When we tell someone else about our goals, we are making a commitment not just to ourselves, but to them as well. This creates a sense of responsibility and motivation to follow through. Now, I know some of you may be thinking, but Jim, what if I don't achieve my goals? My answer to that is, it's okay to fail. Failure is not the opposite of success. It's a part of success. We learn and grow from our failures. And if we don't achieve our goals, it means we need to reevaluate our approach and make necessary changes. As long as we keep moving forward, we are on the right track. Which leads us to number 1, which is set goals and achieve them by writing down your goals. Now you may be thinking, what's the big deal about writing down your goals? Well, let me tell you, my friends, it is the key to unlocking your potential and turning your dreams into reality. You see, our minds are powerful, but they can also be easily distracted. We have so many thoughts and ideas floating around that it can be overwhelming. But when we take the time to write down our goals, we are giving our minds a clear direction. We are telling our brains, this is what I want to achieve, and this is how I'm going to do it. Writing down your goals also gives you a sense of accountability. When you put pen to paper, you are making a commitment to yourself. You are saying, I am serious about achieving this goal, and I'm going to do everything in my power to make it happen. This sense of accountability will push you to take action and stay focused on your goals. But writing down your goals is not just about making a commitment to yourself. It is also about creating a roadmap for success. When you write down your goals, you are essentially creating a plan of action. You are breaking down your big dreams into smaller, achievable steps. This not only makes your goals more manageable, but it also gives you a clear path to follow. Now, I know some of you may be thinking, but Jim, I have my goals in my head. I don't need to write them down. Trust me, my friends, I have been there. I used to think the same way. But let me tell you, there is a significant difference between having your goals in your head and having them written down on paper. When your goals are just in your head, they can easily get lost in the chaos of everyday life. But when you write them down, you are giving them a physical form. You are giving them life. And when you see your goals written down in front of you, it becomes real. It becomes something tangible that you can work towards. Furthermore, writing down your goals helps you to stay focused and motivated. Life can be unpredictable, and there will be times when you may feel discouraged or lose sight of your goals. But when you have them written down, you can always refer back to them. You can remind yourself of why you started and reignite that fire within you. Your written goals will serve as a constant reminder of your purpose and keep you on track towards achieving them. Now, I want to emphasize the importance of writing down your goals in detail. Don't just write, "I want to be successful." Be specific. What does success mean to you? Is it financial freedom? Is it starting your own business? Is it traveling the world? Write down your goals in as much detail as possible. The more specific you are, the more likely you are to achieve them. And don't be afraid to dream big. As the saying goes, if your dreams don't scare you, they are not big enough. So don't limit yourself when writing down your goals. Allow yourself to dream without boundaries and write them down with conviction. But writing down your goals is just the first step. The next crucial step is taking action. You can have the most detailed and well-written goals, but if you don't take action, they will remain just words on a piece of paper. So, my friends, I urge you to take action towards your goals every single day. Even if it's just a small step, it is still progress. And progress, no matter how small, is what will ultimately lead you to success. Writing down your goals is not just a simple task. It is a powerful tool that will help you to set and achieve your goals. It will give you clarity, accountability, and a roadmap to success. So, my friends, I challenge you to take out a pen and paper and start writing down your goals today. I promise you, it will be the best decision you ever make. Thank you.